spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you won't goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
Find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right.
To get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
Hello. Welcome to the Royal SEA Challenge. You're on day 3. This is the day where we start to see some teams guarantee themselves qualification, and some teams start to sweat a little bit as they end up falling lower and lower into this group A. I'm Newcastle Kramer 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Leg Day. Harry, we've got a lot of pretty good games today.
We've got some great games. We're going to be starting off hot with 2 of our 3-1 teams. It's going to be Kingsman versus Boom Esports. Our first map is going to be Icebox, as picked, I believe, by Boom. But Kremer, we need to catch people up with what happened yesterday and then dive straight into the action.
You're absolutely right. We saw some incredible clips yesterday. Zeke with that 1v5. We saw back-to-back 1v3s. Trust me, these are some highlights you do not want to miss. We'll be back shortly.
Cam is populated and operated by Flipsider.
He's going to hear all these stars go off. He needs to be so damn careful here. There's the flash, there's the execution. The info's good, and oh, he's even able to get one off the back of that. That's wonderful, and oh, the info gathering is beautiful.
Oh, God. It's a massacre. Flipsider is going to catch a couple of tendrils from their friend. Predator. Blaze was like, changes everything. The jet duel is important, and Berserks has won that.
So
JD now can try and swing in. Click got 2 with the aftershock. You gotta be kidding me, mate. That's trolling. That's not real. Berserks ends up in potentially the cheat. It could be an ace. 22 HP versus very little on the side of Click as well. Time is on their side. Click gets their man, but unfortunately time is just not tenable. I can't believe 2 people fell to an aftershock. What?
We're going to see Attacker and Heisey get their ults
Hold up,
as well.
Juicy. Hold up.
Juicy's had enough, though.
Oh,
my
another.
God.
Juicy, the juice might well be loose at this moment. They're reinforced with the racking tendrils of the Hunter's Fury. Attacker 1 has fallen down. Eco, they say. We have what we need. Lena grabs another. Juicy looks for the last. They've found Jin.
Lord.
And, well, I know you've all been waiting for it. The juice is loose. Opponent yet. That's a full push there into Gardens. Darion's fallen on down, but Redco's so accurate when it comes to the classic. Playing within the bubble is Jin. But will it be burst right here? They just randomly throw themselves out of there.
Oh my God.
Jin just knows things differently. Who needs sight? Eyes are overrated. And that was actually a little bit of a showing off of the hitboxes there, Valorant. You're just showing off now that triple went all the way around Jin.
There's 35 seconds left. They're going to try and play for time. That's exactly what the Phoenix is doing now.
Presence confirmed on A, and so come down the smokes. Pinocchio tries to play within. That's great spray transfer. Can they get
perfect.
a third? A 4th, in fact. Pinocchio's gone. They just walked away and claim themselves an ace. Yes, my son, you can be a real boy. Bubble, toil and trouble, bruised up a potion of entry here as they need to move in and try and take out Zeke. They're going to be facing the camera. Double Cypher cages right here. Will they decide to move on through? It's a flash coming through from Ivan that does so much.
Oh my
Zeke is
God.
able to work off the back of it into a 4K. Could it be? You bet.
What?
Off the back of the blind. They combine their forces, and Kingsman finish in style.
What in the name of God was that, Harry? Zeke, he just tears through them. So we tried to time that. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite make it. We're going to be going live in just a minute, though. But Harry, it takes us a moment to quickly talk about our map pick, and more importantly, about these 2 teams a little bit. As you mentioned, they're 3-1. That 1, it's not a loss, though, is it? It's a draw. These teams have had a very...
They're 3-on-1 in maps.
They're 1 in maps, exactly. Sorry, I do apologise. They're doing well, is probably the way to put it, isn't it? Right now, they're not quite at the stage of Louvre, but they are doing very damn well when it comes to their group, ranked 2nd and 3rd. This is really going to almost mould who will end up fighting Louvre for our first place spots. Now, we take a look at our Veto. Our opening map is going to be Icebox, our second map of Haven. These are maps which both teams have played, and both teams have enjoyed playing very, very well.
Oh, it's interesting, Kremer, that these would be the maps that get picked, because both of these teams, the one L they've got in their column came from Sharper. Both of these teams lost to our tie representative. And Kingsman actually won Icebox against Sharper, and yet Boom are a team to pick that. And we knew coming into this that Kingsman were likely going to be banning Fracture because at the onset of this tournament, in this first match of the entire tournament, Boom were like, we're picking Fracture. It's on the table, boys. No gentleman's agreements here. And since then, Kingsman's had to expend their ban to make sure they don't have to go to Fracture. And so Boom get to pick, and they go to pick Icebox instead, so they must be quite confident here. And then Kingsman, they struggled on Haven versus DivisionX, which I think is fair to say, this Vietnamese side, one of the weaker teams that we have in Group A at the moment. That's just how the standings have put it on day 3. And yesterday, Boom went 13-2, our most dominant map yet on Haven against Todak. So it almost feels like both of these teams are picking into the strengths of their competitors.
You're absolutely right, but we're moving to Icebox now. Do you have a favorite here, Harry? Do you have a team that you think is going to win this? Do you think maybe even a draw is going to occur?
I feel like they're both going to lose their map picks. I think this is going to be a draw. Right. I think they're both going to lose on the maps that they've picked.
That's entirely likely, to be honest. I mean, that's what happens when you have teams that are both so strong, but stronger their opponent's map pick. And this is about as even as it gets. Looking at the character selection, I mean, nothing too wild here. You know, you've got stages, both teams opting for a Sage, which is interesting. A Killjoy over a Reyna, though. Now, that is a very attacking-oriented pick from Boom. When you pick the Reyna, you're kind of hoping to go for a few more fast plays. It gives you that flash so you can go for some control. Very commonly, we see on A, when the Jets, in this time, it'll either be Berserks versus Nomfu. Nomfu did it great yesterday, just aggressing on A, getting that op pick and backing off. Accompanying it with a Leer, it just gives you that extra safety net in case you do end up missing and you do end up getting rushed.
But when it comes to these Jets, Kremer, Berserks yesterday really showed what they could do. I think that Berserks finally entered this roster yesterday. It wasn't a great day 1 for them, I think it's fair to say. The Bottle, the other newest member on Boom, really took everyone's attention and imagination when it came to being a tour de force on Valorant. But Flipsider as well. They've been changing around roles between these days. Day 1, they were doing a couple of duelists. Day 2, we saw a little bit more in terms of, I think they were playing the Cypher instead, and Zeke was able to match them there as well. So it's interesting that Flipside is moving away from the Cypher Killjoy approach to return to this Reyna. They evidently value this over the kind of passive zone control you get from things like the turret and alarm bot.
You're absolutely right. And the passive zone control, as you mentioned, that is the bonus of the Killjoy. It means that usually we see a Viper kind of solo hold, or it'll either be A with the pit and or B with the wall. In this case, you give the Viper a lot more freedom than having the Killjoy with its static utility. For the most part, KGM stacking up outside mid. Looks like maybe a bit of a split to be here, putting a lot of strain onto Bottle, the aforementioned star player of yesterday.
For me, Flipside, if I want to watch here, we know how deadly Reyna can be in these pistol rounds. But look at this, a quick mid-split, and it's going to be a huge amount of pressure coming the way of Bottle. But the ball meets it halfway, baby! Oh, it's the left clicks of the classic, and they are mwah, so clean, baby.
I mean, that's the way to start, isn't it? He's going to try and have a crack at a third.
Trying to afflict that vulnerable. They're going to wrap around the back. No one expects the Bottle Inquisition. Beautiful stuff right there. They've denied the plant as well, so no bonus money for you guys. And at the moment, RZA, all by themselves, they know where Bursa is. And now the emergency deployment of the wall to get Berserks out of trouble. Gathering on up. Pack hunters, as you would say. Let's have a look at what RZA's doing over here. There's no point in saving a classic, so maybe looking for something cheeky.
I really like that, actually. Expending the wall, it keeps the player alive, keeps them a hold of their ghost. I mean, there's probably a little bit of utility as well, which he won't have to use to get away. It's all in the economic game and the sort of teamwork game, which works out really nicely for them.
Not overly keen to swing onto RZA here.
Ooh,
did they just shock out themselves?
We started off the back of
I mean, I wasn't observing Blaze, but from the audio cues, I could infer that they might have shock died themselves.
That was indeed a sub-shot dart. Whatever you're into. All right, whatever you're into.
Just Sova's a bit of an emo. I feel this pain every day.
The power is supplying. He's electrifying. Apparently, yes. We've got
High voltage.
See how many electric buttons we can get before we look at the opponent's bar. Yes, KGM. They go into this with a couple of pistols. It's some classics. No spike plant means that a force spike is kind of out the question here. So classics go in, getting a Spectre, getting a Marshal to use against your opponents. I mean, that's best case scenario. I love the confidence on Frostmind to just not buy anything going into this round.
First, missed for timing on their rollout, so they had to expend an updraft to get back up on top of these things with good passing. Body shots will do, but headshots do better. Ivan coming up big to begin with, and it looks like there's been a couple of whiffs all the way through from Boom until Flipsider and Blaze decide to take matters into their own hands. That's a nice little angle that's being exploited right now by Flipsider, and despite Burster not being able to connect for body shots that they wanted with the Marshal, things are looking pretty good right now, and the Doctors just off on their own adventure, getting closer to that Viper's Pit. It's going to be so important to control either A or B site in a post-plant scenario. I'd bet on A.
Yeah, the Pit's are sort of the most important ability for Icebox, to be honest. It gives you so much room to breathe when you're on your defender's side. On your attacking side, it's the after-plant util to use, right? I mean, sure, Hunter's Fury, it helps. I mean, sure, the res helps, but it doesn't quite have that same utility usage and kind of space gain that a Pit does. For the Doctor, yeah, the kill would be great. Not happening against Spectres. And here's the effectiveness. Frostbite not buying anything. I mean, on eco rounds, someone will die. It's highly likely. In this case, it was Berserks. Doesn't matter. There you go, Frostbite saves that weapon. He's able to move it across. And it means that, technically speaking, boom, they didn't actually lose anything there.
Look at how eco Berserks is at the moment. They haven't even bought the second Cloudburst. They haven't bought the updrafts. A minor shield for themselves, hoping that they'll be able to score a headshot. At this moment, they're probably just trying to trade out while playing the Marshal, get themselves a headshot, get rid of one of his rifles, and that'll be Berserk's job done.
The bottle sees the cross, warned as to what's coming in. I love this. A very fast play coming now from the members of Kingsman. They really want to get this beast. They want to do it quickly as well before Boom could reposition themselves, but Blaze, he has been lightning fast on this rotation. A 3-man commitment, as well as aggression in mid from Frostmind, may put the brakes slammed on for this side.
It's a good engagement rage, though, for this Marshal in the hands of Berserk. Up goes the wall, and that's going to mean that they're cut off from the fight for now. The bottle stops plant, the spike's down on the floor, and maybe that wall will have been broken down. The safety guaranteed of that plant is no longer done so, and soon this wall will be running low on fuel, so Berserks can try to take themselves a little bit of a peek. The penetration isn't good enough to guarantee that kill, but still, they're chipping away at the Kingsman.
Oh, there's so much damage being done by Berserks. It's not getting any kills, but it doesn't have to. It's all harassment now, and the Killjoy, Zeke, he's now going on a bit of a lurk, a bit of a hunt, Harry, to try and get that man advantage back.
Rissa's lurking behind for the moment. Could find themselves an exit frag here. But what can be done by Zeke? Remember, that passive mid control has to be bodily committed to by the Sage. You don't have the kind of passive control you get with something. Oh no, the bottle here could be absolutely exposed. But first, you've got to deal with Frostmind. Rizzo was on top of that, and it seems that the last members of Boom are going to be in trouble for a moment. They need to try and deny this plant, but Nomfu's going to be pretty clean in getting that down. A 2 versus 2, and Flipside has been able to pick up a rifle. This could be a huge difference maker if they can get the drop on people, and Zeke's going to be dropped upon, that much is certain. Surrounded on 2 sides is Nomfu. This is going to be an absolute blast to try and do. The shock dart leads Nomfu low, and only a body shot is required to finish that one off.
Solid round off the back of Blaze there. I love that shock dart. He gets the audio cue of it damaging someone. I mean, from there on out, it's an easy round. They just swing on him, get that kill. Flip side, getting the defuse means Empress comes online. The first stop we're going to see this game. And what I really like about Boom, they're one of the few teams that do this. They love using their ults in a sort of reactionary measure rather than in set executions, especially on their defender's side. A lot of the teams, when you end up using your ults, it'll be in a retake, trying to just get a bit of ground back. But right now, Boom, they've been using theirs proactively to try and get a bit of control, to try and take map control, more importantly, to try and stop executions before they really get in gear. Fortunately, he won't be able to use Empress just yet because it's a bottle. He's going to be tested once again.
Oh, look at the bottle trying to deny this space from Nomfu. They don't want to allow that jet to go up high. An exchange of snake bites for now. And the bottle is waiting for people to poke their way on through. That's the first. Will anyone else dare to face the bottle?
That's some great aggression.
They hear the drone, so they need some reinforcements. It's going to be coming in the form of that Sova. Spike confirmed to be down on B, but it will be quickly picked up by Rizza. And I think they might have had enough of this for now. Remember, it is only an eco round, so we're not expecting too much from the side of Kingsman. Frostmine catches a flanking Seacon. That was very fast on the reactions. Somehow, Rizza's picked up 2 with the Sheriff here. That's 2 rifles on the floor. That's potentially an upgrade for Rizza if they can make the sprint. They're going to give it a go, but now they're being pinched in upon from 2 different angles. Frostmine on one, and Verena on the other. Flipside doesn't feel the need to... I didn't even notice they had an op out. But Berserk's made us all aware that there is an op in play now. And Rizza found that out the hard way.
That was a really, really strong round from both sides, all things considered. Bearing in mind that that was a Sheriff investment from Kingsman. The fact that they're able to get 2-3 kills, the fact they're able to make Boom sweat a little bit is going to really build on their confidence. More importantly, it builds on their ults. Doctor's about to get his up. Rizza's got the Hunter's Fury. The Bottle does have his pit ready to be expended, but he's been playing B solo, so he's not going to be strained too hard. B clearly hasn't been working, but Berserk now finally gets a chance to experiment with this new toy, Harry. It's a 50 cal, it goes boom, and it packs a punch.
The old boomstick might be deployed here, but we have to be careful about being spotted out by this drone. The tracking dart will connect, and Nomfu just rolls on forward and rolls over Flipsider as well. A brand new world, a brand new angle for Berserks. But I'm afraid this is far from a magic carpet ride that they were hoping for. Instead, they're just looking at... Did they just hit a tracking dart on an alarm bot? Go on, Blaze.
Well, it's the only way to take it out, isn't it?
Yep, shock dart 2, electric boogaloo. That's gone.
I love this lurk right now from the Doctor.
This is a very vulnerable position for Berserks. They do have a dash to try and get out of here.
He may need it. He may very well need it.
It's going to be just a massive bodies coming in the way of this. Up goes Nomfu, and away goes Berserks. That miss needs to be taken care of, but Nomfu is not one to forgive and not one to forget. They can get themselves a 3 upgrade if they wish so. In comes the shock dart, and it seems like it may well have missed Ivan right here. Did not connect, and very little damage was done. The potential for a post plant with the Viper's Pit remains in my mind as I look to the bottle. But can they get rid of Nomfu first? That's a good ping. Ivan going down means that now Nomfu has to reposition onto lower ground. Can no longer take advantage of this. But win out the duel against Frostmine. But they're going up with the...
Oh, no, that's perfect.
The bottle just used the Viper's Pit and is instantly eviscerated as they do so. I have to question the decision making right there. I don't know if that's the best way to counter getting attacked by Hunter's Fury.
That is a perfect play from Kingsman there. Not only do they get rid of the Viper's Pit, they just expend it instantly to guarantee the round off the back of a single Hunter's Fury. And that ult usage, he's got so much mileage from that. A really, really effective ult. And more importantly, that's allowed his team to bring up theirs. Zeke's going to get locked down this round. Doctor and Ivan are ready for theirs as well. Nomfu, I just assume it'll just be a reactionary use of these knives. Bear in mind, he already has the op to play with. The Berserks and Nomfu duel. Oh, Harry, it's a foot. We're going to finally see who wins this. An age-old matchup. One for the times.
Berserk's having a bit of a slower start, but Ivan, the victim of a brand new speed. And look at this. The bottle is going to be pinged. They just need to run for their lives. They've been brought down to 54 HP and might need to rendezvous with their Sage to get a touch of healing. However, this retreat means easy claiming of the ultimate orb here and therefore claiming of the lockdown.
These walls, they're so well placed. Again, it's reactionary, but it's obscured so much vision that there's no real way to figure out what the split is. KGM, they've gone so quiet, and bear in mind, because they have so many ults to use, Boom, they know this. In Boom's mind, they're expecting KGM to just dump their ults, go for a site. The fact they've gone quiet means they are left seriously guessing. For Berserks, last rounds when he was positioned at such a forwarded angle, he was kind of overextended. Now, look how passive he's now playing. It's like he's been shaken a little bit here, but there's the fake of the lockdown. I love it. What a fake!
the scale of this fake. They've used the recon dart as well. They've shown the presence of at least 2 people here, and that means that it's easy to creep onto the site. The bottle is not going to be looking in the correct direction, as there was a contemplation of the rotation. Down goes the Viper's Pit, and that was masterfully executed by the side of Kingsman. Flip side needs to go big here. But look at this, Nomfu's fallen down. The operator's gone. Rizza still camping this corner, and Berserks could lose their own operator if they're unable to fully check this. Would you contemplate doing so at this moment? Up goes the orb, out come the blades, but Rizza is just a little bit better when it comes to those. Come into my pit, says the doctor. I've got exactly the medicine that you need, my son. They wrap around the back, and now they've got the help of the turret to identify where any of these players may be. A 4K for the Viper, and that's one deadly predator.
It absolutely is. That round was perfect by Kingsman. It's the first proper fake we've seen this tournament, and they execute it masterfully. Able to drop that lockdown, pulls every single member away from that B site. So Bottle, sure, he was there in you know, physically he was there, but his attention was on mid. His mind was on A, and it was just an easy kill for the Doctor. Just runs around the corner, quick execution to the back of the skull, and well, that is a very, very convincing round to win. More importantly, that is really going to tilt Boom, because that was really their round to combat. They also expended a lot to try and keep themselves in that round. Look at the aggression they're now going for with this haphazard buy.
Flip side with a hero rifle here. This might be a good time to use the Empress. Just something to try and get a little bit of an extra advantage when you don't have the real armory to try and make this work. Who lies in wait but Zeke, one of our MVPs from yesterday, was so good playing that Cypher on Haven. They look it up against Berserks, and that's easy clap. Does it get any easier than this is the question. Throwing out a Nano Swarm. It's a bit of a safety one. It's just going to cuddle up to my feet for a moment, and Rizza on the off angle gets rid of the hero rifle. The Marshal surely can't do much in the hands of the bottle right now. There's no point in saving it, of course, so let's see if you've got any nasty flicks in you, son. That's a miss on the no-scope, and Ivan's quick to punish. Blaze from the backside, though, with the Sheriff. It's a little bit of a different beast. Was that a dink from all the way across? Indeed it was, but still surviving will be the Doctor. Don't worry, I know some first aid for that, mate. It's only a slightly fractured skull. 'Tis but a flesh wound, Kramer.
It's but a scratch. The Black Knight was amazing, but also what a round. For Kingsman, this is their chance to come back into this. Winning the eco, that's what they get for their confidence, you know, as their reward for being able to throw such a good fake. Now they're against a full bite. Now this is where it matters. Well, the ops outs on Berserks. I like how Nomfu, rather than reinvesting for that kind of big 50 cal gunner, he's actually dropped down to a rifle, hoping for the versatility and speed that wielding rifles can give you. Berserks, he wants to take a fight. Unfortunately, he's not being given one.
Revealed his location as well. Frostmine's fallen down, and that could be a big loss of mid control, including with Blaze falling as well. There is nothing that they know about mid now except that danger lurks there. And Kingsman is just going to allow them to sit on that apprehension. Force Berserks to rotate off of A.
Every member of Boom.
Yeah, look at them all. They're like, we've lost 2 people on mid. Surely there's something here.
I love this from Kingsman. They've all gone completely quiet as well. Every single member of Boom, they go to re-peek mid. I mean, sure, that helps because they now have quite a bit of info in the sense that, alright, Kingsman have turned their attention to a site. They just don't know what site. They hear the drone, but they've thrown fakes before. Is it really going to be B? And in this case, to be or not to be?
I think it would be to be, Kremer. Flipside has made their way around the back, but the Doctor is keen to respond and quick to do so. With the operator in hand, Berserks knows that the jig is up, and you know what, Kremer? I think we might be in for a long save here.
Yeah, he's being hunted as well. Right now, Zeke, he's got his scent. He's ready. The bloodhounds are out. He's hoping to try and catch him.
Oh, that's bad. That's very bad.
That is
They know he's on A now, and Zeke, the Killjoys, they are hunting, and they find their man. You want this, Scott Nomfu? Let me know, Nomfu. No?
Never mind. All right.
Fine. See if I care.
I could have used it better anyway. He leaves it on the floor. We're going to see what these pistols can do from Boom now. They're sort of in this economic deadlock. Bear in mind that your defender's side, it needs to be more. It is just a more expensive side than your attacking one, purely because the emphasis it has on utility. You need every single member to have every piece of utility they could possibly hold on to. Because of that, you end up in a cycle. You buy, you lose, you're down to an eco. Every round that you lose counts as double for KGM, regardless of loss bonus. It's a bit of a stack on A, but Harry, is that enough to stop Kingsman now, who are looking mighty damn fine?
Big stack towards A. Nomfu, what can they do to begin this? Berserks gets it done with a Sheriff. They just build differently, but the Doctor is resurrected in good time. Multiple pings are going to be given. Blaze sends out the Shock Dart, trying to get a little bit more damage to soften them up for these pistols. Big caliber maybe, but big aim is going to be required as well. And Zeke has made sure that these defenders are going to be undermanned. Blaze, apprehended here by the slow orb, accosted by the ice at their feet, attempting here to break. But unfortunately, it was your own doom. Flip side of what can you do on the entry here with the Spectre? They move up so alert. They want the extra health, but Devour gives them a little bit, but Rizzer only needs one shot to finish it. A clean execution here, and that's going to be, what, 5 rounds in a row from the side of Kingsman?
Are we saying to bottle wrong?
Maybe.
Apparently it's they both all. What?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I haven't been able to talk to many of the Indonesian players about their name pronunciations.
Yeah, this is what we get for being uncultured English people. Like, these bloody Brits going to RSEA tournaments. Don't bother to pronounce the names correctly. C-tier casting, and this is what we end up with. Berserks, though, I think he's have a crack at aggression here. Oh, that's quick.
Lovely stuff there. Winning out the jet fight. It's the kind of confidence you need as Berserks. An ostentatious presence will be maintained here by Kingsman as they grab themselves an ult orb quite audibly, and they get closer to that lockdown once more.
Now a really tight angle being held by the bottle. No one's taking a fight with him yet. No one's obliged him with an engagement. So the Sage may be in a bit of pressure because Kingsman. Oh, that's clean. That's
lovely tap fires there from the Doctor, but in the end, the Bottle versus the Doctor. And you know what? They can recommend you don't go for it, but the Bottle always wins.
I might have a second opinion on that. The Bottle. They Bottle? I think it's they Bottle. Anyway, they Bottle is now going to have
I don't know. If you know how to pronounce these names, don't hesitate to tell us in chat.
Please let us know.
It's day 3. We've got time. You've got time to forgive us, right?
Yeah, we've got 10 more days of this as well. How we redeem ourselves.
Oh, up comes the wall. And up comes the secondary one from the Sage. A little bit more solid than the Vipers now. And with the Bottle. Oh, he's caught out by Zeke. Lovely reaction speed there. They knew that that was the only rotation that could have come. But Flipsider, they've got a little bit of accuracy in them as well. The 1 versus 2 is doable. I don't know if you want the Empress in a 1 versus 2 right here, though.
I mean, there aren't many bodies to really use it on, considering how the only ones that have died have been your teammates. And as you see, they've just backed the hell off. I think Zeke may have some utility to use in this after plant. Yeah, you can see it all on the bomb there. Flipsider, he just doesn't have the time for this. He'll get the hell out of there. I don't know where the op is, so he may not be able to save it. But at the end of the day, what's really going to be on their minds is that they're now 6-4 down, having lost the last 6 in a row. They need to change something. They need to change it fast. Personally, I would love to see them go for some control, because we saw Berserks when he dived onto B, took the engagement, took the duel with Nomfu. In winning that, instant man advantage, he gets away and he puts the Kingsman on the back foot. The only issue is Kingsman, they're so slow with their control, that boom, sometimes they don't really know when it's coming until it's too late. It's obviously each inch taken and go, it's nothing. Then by the time they're a mile deep, they realize, oh, actually, we're about to lose this site. And that's kind of shown massively when Kingsman push up from B long. For boom, just go for B long control. More importantly, leave someone there. We saw, I think it was round 3, the Doctor. He had such a long lurk on B main while his entire team went away, and it warranted a kill. It also warranted the round, because once he got that kill, entire team rotates, they get the plan, and they have to go from there.
Oh, a tactical pause, I think, called just in time here to see if they can even up this half. Really, you want to be getting some good value out of your defensive side. Remember, guys, but because this was Boom's map pick, Kingsman opted to attack first. And it seems like while it took a while to get their groove, we felt some aftershocks of them losing out against the bonus round when they lost those rifles. But they did some significant damage with the Sheriffs in the 4th round, and I think that really set the stage for the 5th round conversion and then the cascade of economic woes from their Kremmer. Look at the bank that's currently available for Kingsman. They're going to have no short buys for the rest of this half.
Yeah, for the rest of the half. Also, the chat very helpful. So, Teh means tea in Indonesian. So his name's Tea Bottle.
Ah.
Can we just call him Tea Bottle? That's a really cool name, actually. I like that. Tea Bottle it is. He's been christened.
So they told you how to pronounce it, and they told you it means tea, and so you're like, you know what? I'll ignore the first
hello.
bit. Look at this P-long control. This is exactly what you wanted, but Ivan is prepared, and Ivan gets them both. No more duelists. No more aggression. No more map control. It all belongs to me. This is my kingdom.
Ivan is having a fairly slow game as well. The fact he has two extremely impactful frags as well works beautifully for Kingsman. More importantly, those are 2 of the 3 available ults for Boom as well. That is a massive 2 kills to find. And look at the rotation of the Sage. Frostbite, he can't hold Beast solo. Being that disconnected from his teammates means he'll just be a free pick. He realizes he's got to stack up. They're just going to roll the dice and gamble for a sight. Fortunately, Harry, these dice, they're merciless. They're weighted. And for Kingsman, this is going to be a free sight.
Weighted dice, question mark? I'm going to have to talk to an impartiality committee here. The doctor is going to put down the spike. And now post plants on B. Oh, this is very, very safe. Look at that absolute barrage of utility. A pair of nano swarms, a poison orb, and a lined up snake bite. Yeah.
Yeah, that we'll just go set, boys.
They know that this is literally unwinnable. And if you look at their money, 0 credits on Frostmind, 100 on Blaze. Don't think you go for this, boys. The Blaze at least still has full armor, so we'll have to rebuy into this, and that might give them a little bit of room to potentially buy a weapon for someone else. Like, Berserks is going to need some help.
Yeah, absolutely right. I would love to see a bit of a hunt, and I like that.
Hey, Bodle. Oh, no.
He falls. Now,
that means
2 players
so much more.
That's a rifle you're just not getting back. I mean, sure, there are a lot of ults to use into this round. I mean, Blaze, he could probably get us up with a kill and an ult orb if he goes for some control. But the ones to highlight, of course, are going to be Frostmine's res, and more importantly, the Viper's Pit on Todak. Because right now, these Viper's Pits have been instrumental. I mean, we saw the Doctor, when he expended his, it was pretty much a guaranteed round. They didn't even risk going for it. Todak, when he used his, it was caught out by the Hunter's Fury, and honestly, he seems a bit shaken, almost scared to use it since then. But here it is. Here's the expenditure. Let's see if he stops.
A site. Todak says, this is mine now. Not for you. And just backs out of the pit when they hear that drone to make sure that they couldn't be easily identified and then shot through the smoke after being hit by a tracking dart. They do have to be cautious here of not only a sky-high... Oh, well, they're going to have to leave it now, or they're going to have to push on forward. It's decision-making time for Todak. Will they go to destroy... They're actually just sitting in the pit. That's some lovely lineups. Beautiful stuff from Blaze. Wasn't worried for a second, Kremmer.
Mid's now under a lot of trouble as well. The Doctor, he's going to capitalize off of a wonderful entry, and now it's all down to Flipsider. I mean, sure, he can expect the Empress here, but will it be enough to stop a push single-handedly?
I've been waiting for this Empress for years!
Still not using it. It still doesn't want to.
I feel like I'm battling for a dynasty to take control. I've been waiting for this Empress for so long. Flipsider, please pop it. We're in the final bit. We're in the final fight. No. Still, it's not going to be used. Flipside is doing an any % no Empress run, and I'm afraid it may be taken out a little bit too early. The Todak has been forced to leave their Viper's Pit behind, and 8 rounds in a row is surely going to be happening here as the Doctor brings up the Viper's Pit. You know what, chat? You've put up more of a fight about how to pronounce Todak since round 4 than Boom have.
That's savage, Harry. I mean, Blaze, that was a nice attempt, actually. 2 players on low HP made that. Yeah, in a world, that's very winnable. But honestly, that is a really, really well-turned about round. Or half, even. So, 8-4 up from being 4-0 down. I mean, that's what dreams are made out of. Kings are now on the defense, their favoured side, might I add. And I mean, unless we see something massive from Boom, a pistol round has to be their start of a comeback. If they don't get this pistol round, then Kingsman are going to have so much distance between them and their opponents, I don't think Boom are going to have a chance.
How many calories do you think it burns to dream, Kremer?
To dream? It depends how vivid the dream is.
I suppose so. What about a dream of coming back on this map if you're Boom?
Probably enough to give you a heart attack, to be honest.
That's a high-calorie dream right there.
That is a high-calorie dream. It'll be a high-calorie round, as it looks like we're going to see a lot of aggression now from Kingsman.
I heard myself a sheriff. Who's grabbed that? Nomfu, of course. Varapscallion. Confident in their play. No utility required. All I need is my aim. And you know what? It's proven enough thus far.
He's having a fairly solid game, isn't he? I mean, the Jets haven't been too much of a highlight this game. It's really for me been the Doctor, but that was up Ivan. He wants a chance at the limelight. Quick kill for him. He may even wall over this to try and take another.
Ivan here just tries to remove all of this, and Blaze falls down on the flank. Zeke just popped out of mid, got a little bit of space, and is now running away. I need a heal. Sage, just it better.
Sage ain't coming where this is Harry. Instead, flip side, he's coming. He's going for your B sites, and I'm kind of mixed feelings about this from Kingsman. They go for such a heavy commitment on A. The idea is that they have a bit of utility to buy time on B, and then you go into the retake as a 5-on-3. But 2 players have been damaged. The Sage heal, I believe, is on cooldown. About to come off cooldown. So, yeah, there's a bit of healing in there, but they're still fairly battered as they move into this. And, well, for Boom, they've had enough time to dig in and prepare.
However, Boom are going to be low on utility for post-plants here. Flipside is going to try and make something happen with a frenzy. That's a great start right there. The healing isn't forthcoming because they take a little bit of damage, but no one can connect a bullet. And Frostmine and Tobodal, they combine for so many frags. 5 players were reduced to but a puddle of mush in a flurry of lead.
Yeah, I really don't know how I felt about that one, Harry. That was kind of messy in the sense that, yes, a 5-on-3 retake definitely has you favoured, but when you go into it having give your opponents a chance to dig in, you go into it one at a time, you bear in mind, this side doesn't have flashes. So retakes are damn difficult, and I just think that it was a bit of a miscom to leave B site unattended for that long. And I mean, hey, credit where credit is due to Boom for punishing it so significantly. Pistol round comes in, and look at this mid push.
Oh my goodness, our forces have combined. Ride for Rohan, we shall retake the land.
The beacons are lit. The
beacons are lit. The flank on A has begun. Tobodal's going to be the one to catch this first. We're up against multiple. What is that? It's a barrage. It's a physical wall of lead. And Tobodal's caught in the worst possible way. Doctor was all by themselves, but that's going to be a looted Spectre now. And if it could be this coordinated with how they take their pushes, they're going to have to be a little bit careful about catching stray bullets from the Spectres, but combining onto singular targets has proven super deadly.
It's weird to see how winnable this round is. Bear in mind, they're out of classics. That's it. But Sabon continues to tick. Time is of the essence.
Moving up high. It's easy for Predator and Frostmine, and versus, well, Berserk's just going to add the cherry on top of that last frag. All Spectres will survive. You know what? That could be worse.
Yeah, KGM, I think that's a round both teams are fairly happy with. KGM, they do the damage, they get themselves an investment, more importantly, they are able to at least make Boom sweat a little bit. Boom, they win the round with a spike plant. Spectres around the board, you want a Spectre? Have a Spectre. Everyone gets Spectres. Spectres for everyone. As they go in 5 Spectres against these rifles, definitely an unfavourable circumstance, but because of the range game, they're definitely not going to be going beat with these.
I mean, the Spectre versus Rifle matchup is particularly difficult on Icebox. Long sight lines on both of these sites. But Nomfu forced off this early. Oh, Berserks can make it on through, but Nomfu quick with the adjust, and that's a massacre on the site. Flipside is up high. They land within the snake bite. Their knees were already hurting, and it only gets worse. In comes even more coming out potentially. No. Look at this. Flipsider, some cheeky pre-aim. Looking to catch some toes, boys. They'll give up on the hunt for toes. The Red October.
Russian national anthem starts playing in the background. Oh, bless.
They know Nomfu's low. They can deny a rifle here. And considering this is their bonus, a little bit of economic damage can go a long way.
I wouldn't mind seeing him save one, to be honest. Oh, that's happening.
Oh, they wanted to bait out Nomfu, but Nomfu, when they swing well. 3 kills for the Jet.
I love the Kingsman response there. Bear in mind, they took a lot of damage. Bear in mind that they were suffering quite a bit when it came to that initial push. The fact that Kingsman were able to react so quickly, dropping that snake bite, dropping the smokes, dropping the sage slow and wall as well, all while running away, knowing that it would be a rush, was perfect. Exactly how you shut down a rush. For Boom, they were running like lambs into the slaughter. But what it does mean, they get to free up some weapons for themselves, rifles around the board. But Doctor and Ivan both going for Guardians here.
Wanting some long-range supremacy. I mean, if they believe in the aim, I believe in the aim. The Predator. Oh, Blaze, able to dodge out some of those bullets, but still damage taken. And the Spike's actually foraying its way up through A. And Berserks has opened it up. Nomfu being down. That demands attention. But the question is, will Boom rise to meet the reinforcement that's had to come in the form of the Sage? Ivan now on the site. Slow orbs are exchanged, but as this utility comes on in, we'll just fade away because B site has been secured by Flipsider.
A really strong rotation from Boom here. I think Zeke, he's going to hear this coming. He's going to relay it back to his team. Unfortunately, it's too little too late. Flipsider, he's done a great job in getting map control. And here's the effectiveness of those flashes. Just being able to double leer means that you've guaranteed yourself a plant.
Oh, we still got to wait for this snake bite to move on down. The Bodal? What? Just carves through multiple people, controlling mid as best they can. Sure, Ivan can get some revenge, but I think it might be too far gone, mate. Maybe grab a slightly more automatic rifle. Yeah, the Vandal's been picked up. The Guardian left in the dust. And Ivan, I think they're happy to just look for any exits here. They know that any economic damage done would be ruinous.
It's got to go high. That, you said it perfectly. There's money on Kingsman. Investment next round is entirely likely, but there's not much money. It's not the money that allows you to justify going for a push and going for a retake in a 1 versus 4. For now, Boom, they give themselves a breath of fresh air. Bear in mind, Blaze, he went into this round unarmored. He struggled a fair bit here. Luckily, he didn't have to fight because Tobotol, and more importantly, Flipsider, did all the work in just outmaneuvering Kingsman rather than taking the man fights. For now, KGM, they've got to drop down to a couple of pistols here or there. Sheriff's got a bit of armor. What really matters is where Ivan and how Ivan wields this lone Vandal against a very, very hungry opponent.
Ivan, the hero rifle on the Sage, baby. I've earned this. You cannot deny me. What I want to see is, will Tobodal decide to use their Viper's Pit against an underarm team? Look at Ivan getting so aggressive already. And because they were up on that wall, that's an unrecoverable rifle. The hero rifle is gone. It's in the enemy. It's in the hands of a Sky even. And Nomfu's going to be wishing that maybe you could have handed that off to me before charging into 5 people, guys.
I mean, the thought process is correct, when you are relying entirely on one player, he's got to go for this play, right?
Bit of high ground for Nomfu. Thanks for the boosty, boys. Let's see if I can make anything happen with it. I'm afraid a little bit too much damage has been done, and they're down to only 1 HP.
Look at the
A
flank
speck
as well
of
from the
dust
Doctor.
can kill Nomfu at this moment. But you know what? While I've got bullets in my weapon, I ain't done. Now I'm done.
Suddenly getting a bit closer, Harry, isn't it? More importantly, look at the amount of ults Boom are ready to throw at Kingsman. Kingsman, they haven't really been able to build theirs up because of how one-sided a lot of these rounds have been. Go for the rifles, though. We've got Zeke, Doctor, and Ivan all 1 away from being able to get theirs. I'm interested to see who gets the ult orb out of those 3. I would assume the Doctor. However, I can understand the thought process if Zeke gets his up as well, purely because a well-placed Killjoy can instantly just give you a site to retake.
Would Bursa go aggressive here to try and deny that orb is the question. A full rush forward here to try and secure it because they know that Nomfu looking for an early frag here is the key. That is such a close operator. And a little bit of damage is taken for Fair Trouble. No one picked up the orb, and Nomfu is going to reposition themselves. They have a Blade Storm if it's needed. I'd love to see Tebodal use the Viper's Pit here, because if you can win this round, you will break the economy of Kingsman to a point where you can hit double digits pretty easily.
Oh, flip side, he's doing another one of his flanks. Look how well it's working. He's got a sight once again. This is flip side of territory. This is flip side of town. What do you do with this? I mean, instantly on a retake, Rizza and Zeke, I mean, do they have the heart to tell their teammates, guys, we lost B? What do you mean what do you mean you lost B? Like, well, we
what do you mean you've lost B?
Yeah, we stopped
Did
looking.
they rush B?
Everyone dies.
There it is. The Viper's Pit. It's what I wanted, Kremer. They're looking to try and guarantee this round win. Zeke just moves on in, gets one, but unfortunately he's going to be punished here by Berserks. A flip side. The location flip side, rather than the player, is going to be checked here by Vasova. And flip side is happy to hang out in the clouds. On Cloud9, baby. And the Cloud9 is kind of green. The tracer bullets here are going to be quite an issue as Flipsider moves on. Actually, he's just going to step in this. They just walk into the snake bite. And now the Birdle just tries their best to survive. Blaze throws in bullet after bullet. Dive on in with the classic. The right click connect. And this is exactly what I wanted to see from Boom. They identified that this is a break point in rounds, Kremer. And they doubled down hard by using that Viper's Pit.
They just heavily abused Kingsman there. The fact that they're able to get that sight, more importantly, they get that sight off the back of no expenditure whatsoever. They just walk in. Flipside, yeah, he takes a very enthusiastic stroll through the woods, apparently, because well, every time he does so, he's earned himself a bomb site. For now, Blaze, one away from getting his ult up. Rizza, 2 from his. A lot of ults to be expended on either side, so we may just see another just big dump of them. But for the time being, the Marshal on the Doctor is going to have to be that point of contact, as this time, Boom, they truly are looking at the safe side.
Nomfu spot the Blaze Storm to control B long. They refuse to allow Flipside of this for free again, but Flipside is taking lives for free instead on A site. The brand new entry, the Emperor's new groove. That goes well. They're covered by the wall. And now they're just going to try and take a cheeky peek, but they know that Zeke might well be staring down here. Nomfu's decided to activate. They've taken out Tobodal in the back, and that means there will be no long-range snake fights. The post-plant utility is going to be limited, but so too will the teammates of Kingsman. As Flipsider continues to tear through multiple people, Nomfu's still alive, so there's always a chance, but Berserk says absolutely not. I refuse to allow it, and the duelists claim all the kills here for Boom.
It's all you need to, isn't it? Get up in your face and then just win it from there. A bit of an unorthodox plant spot, considering they were pushing the defender's spawn. Though, of course, that wall is spammable. You can just shoot through it. So there is a level of comfort there because, of course, against pistols, you're always going to have the advantage when throwing bullets through walls with automatic weapons. For Rizza and Blaze, both one away from the Hunter's Furies. Not much of an expenditure in that last round, bar the knives out on Nomfu. But again, you know, that was more quality of life rather than a round-altering investment. For now, I love this split in mid, though. Tebodal going so aggressive now into the Killjoy.
And Flipside has conditioned them, Kremer. Now they have to put people on B long bodily for a while. That's a cheeky little turret right there. It's identified that Tebodal is going to be able to move on through, but will Nomfu expect it? Tebodal's just going to start camping out here. You know what? This is my area now. And even while I have earned this presence on B, my team push forward onto A. A quick frag from Zeke means that that's no longer going to be a worry, so everyone is going to coalesce their attentions over towards the A site. A resurrection brings Blaze back into the midst of the battle, and the plant will be forthcoming. An exchange of resurrections to try and keep the numbers at least vaguely even, as Kingsman need all 3 of these players, and they need the lockdown as well. That's what Zeke has brought to the party.
Hunter's Fury.
Berserks. It's a tasty angle, but the aim ain't quite as delicious. The long-range Hunter's Fury. They didn't use it to break down the lockdown. Instead, they'll use it to try and stop any attempts at defusing. Nomfu's looking to stick it. Flipsider, they are not fast enough, but Blaze from the other side is able to get one in the back of their heads. Beautiful angle control there. And suddenly, Boomer back.
One apiece from both attacking members gives them a wonderful round. A really, really solid play from both sides. And what's interesting to look at is that Kingsman, their economy is taking a battering with such a heavy ability usage in that last round. You're going to see a bit of downtime now where it comes down to aim. I mean, sure, there is that pit on the Doctor, which is going to be the one you have to watch out for, but yeah, it's accompanied by marshals, sheriffs. It's not what you want when your opponents are battling for match points.
Boom, the pride of Indonesia when it comes to Valorant, some would say. On the precipice of at least guaranteeing a draw here. In comes the aggressive Hunter's Fury. Or the defensive one, actually. Nomfu with a beautiful spin there. Takes that one, but Tobodal's already done too much damage. A 3k out of nowhere. I'm controlling mid, baby. I just spray and I pray. And you know what? I think Hades will thank me for a couple more souls.
Blink and you'll miss it, Harry. An incredible round from Boom there, and it's everyone pulls their weight. And something that Boom do really effectively is they make one player seem like an army. We've seen time and time again, it'd be a single player faking in both mid or pushing on B, and that lone player has single-handedly just distracted an entire team. And Kingsman, it's not that they're overreacting, you know, they just get so much ground individually that they seriously look like they're more than they actually are. We're going to see it again now by Flipsider, who's going to try and single-handedly pull the whole team away from B.
Oh, already they're listing away. You can see Ivan. Do I commit to this? We see the presence of the drone, at least for Sova, is on B. The wall has come up, and the wall has been committed as well from both sides. That's going to be a ping, but do they expect Nomfu? Do they expect the operator over here? Well, it doesn't matter if they expect it. Now they know Nomfu's taken damage. They head up on top of this box. It's a cheeky angle, and it needs to be leveraged.
Let's look at Flipsider. That's the site.
They've opened up A in the meantime, so it's time to leave. Flipsider, this could be the winning round. Flipsider, use an ult challenge. Open brackets, very hard. Close brackets. Still, the Empress hasn't been used as they're about to meet multiple rotations. But it seems like they're going to opt into going up the catwalk instead of going through this primary area. There it is. The Empress is out, Kremer. I've built it up so much. If they instantly die, I'm going to be very upset. That's a good start. The dismiss has identified Nomfu. And there it is. The duelists once again combine in classic fashion to dominate Icebox, and Boom walk away with our first map.
An incredible game from both teams. However, Boom, it's that sway of just making one man look like an army that works beautifully from them. An incredible performance, and more importantly, a schooling when it comes to Icebox. A very, very well-versed Boom there, and honestly for me the MVP has to be Flipsider. Even though he didn't have an insane kill game, the fact that he single-handedly pulls teams away from sites, more importantly he can single-handedly be relied upon to take a 1v1 and get that entry time and time again. Sure, he doesn't use the Empress, but hey Harry, he doesn't need it.
Ryan is a pretty poggers lurker, I've heard, and I think that Flipside is definitely embodying that. Just huge amounts of space gained, and we saw the conditioning it made occur, right? Like, Nomfu and Ivan continuously on the defense had to double stack on B long just to stop Flipsider from getting this space for free, because other people were not wanting to either take the duel with Flipsider or were rotating away from A too long. And I loved Tobodal choosing to use the Viper Split when they did. I hoped that they would, because that caused an economic breakpoint. And after that, it was eco full buy, eco full buy, eco full buy. They continually left Kingsman with nothing in the bank, and they were just going paycheck to paycheck.
KGM, they also have some pretty good plays of their own. I love that fake that came out from Zeke, expending the Killjoy ult just to pull the entirety of Boom away. That was, for me, one of the rounds of the tournament, because we rarely see that heavy an investment into a fake, and it's because we rarely see that heavy an investment into a fake. Boom, they took it hook, line, and sinker. A really, really strong round from them. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to outpower the remaining members of Boom. With that, we're going to go to a short little break. Remember, this is only map 1 of 2. We're going to go to Haven in about 5-10 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere.
your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
we lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let me keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know.
Right, hello, hello, hello. I know what you're thinking. We've got a new game ahead. Should start in a second now, but we're going to look at something else. These are stats from the last game. Now, who was it who wanted to see them? It was little CAA. Here you go, lad. Here are the stats from the last game. I do apologise for not showing them. As I said in the chat, we're doing like 40 things at once right now, so we're going to miss stuff occasionally. Don't get angry. Just let us know in the chat, and we'll do our best to accommodate. Those are the stats from the last game. As you can see, Todak and Flipside has an incredible game. Same for Berserks on the entries, but what was interesting, me and Harry pointed out, was that Frostbite and Ivan, a lot of bomb plots on those stages, and that was really how they were generating their ults, because they were so far into the back line, they never really got both the ult orbs, and more importantly, they never really got kills, so the bomb plant allowed them to keep up quite a lot. But, without further ado, we're now moving straight to Haven. That one was for you, little CAA.
This is the pick, Kremer, of Kingsman. However, yesterday we had our fastest map in the tournament yet. And it was Boom absolutely slapping Todak on Haven.
Yes, it was.
And
Boom.
Flipsider, we talked about their swap around. We've seen both Zeke and Flipsider dominate Haven on Cyphers yesterday. These guys have some real Nats feels to them. And I'm really looking forward to the Cypher duel.
I'm interested. We're seeing breaches. Breach has really become quite common over these last couple of series, hasn't he? I mean, first day of the event, we didn't really see him. I think it may have been Kingsman, actually, who played him first. And since then, everyone has been playing Breach. Right now, the Doctor, of course, he has been so effective on the Viper. So having a character, same sort of premise, a bit more of utilitarian usage. You've got those aftershocks. More importantly, though, you've got those flashes. The RZA Doctor combo, they've got so many flashes to use on this side. I suspect we're going to see a very, very aggressive Kingsman here, fighting for control, as particularly on A long, where we've seen Nomthu just peak again and again and again.
So many flashes. Eyes were always optional if you're the Kingsman. Very much looking forward to seeing Tobodal return to this breach. We saw it on the first day on Fracture, used to great effect. Tobodal, I believe, was actually the top fragger in that map, and that's where we really noticed that this newer player on Boom was recruited for a reason. We talked to Meow before day 2. They talked about recruiting a super team for Indonesia, grabbing some of the best players from loads of different teams and combining them into a singular force.
You're absolutely right. It looks like they have. Look at this aggression on C long, though. I love this. Flipside and Berserks. They're here for some kills. They're here for some fights. Blaze, he's going to be the one who's pressured a little bit, no, but instead, Berserks may be the one fighting for first blood here.
Berserks with a ghost in hand. Oh my goodness, Flipsider was so on top of that, and the Doctor was throwing out things elsewhere. They know the breach is here because of the delivery of that flash. Can the Doctor win this one? No, the wall bangs are too good. Don't know if they got vision on this one. I have to assume that they did. Meanwhile, it's a mad dash onto the seaside to try and wrap around the back. RZA trying their best to get something here with the bird. The flash. It can be surrounded from multiple angles, so that's a great way to take out Berserks. It's down to a 2 versus 2, despite the early advantage gained by Boom on their aggressive handling of the defense.
For Ivan now. Point of contact against Frostmine, and I love how KGM have just gone quiet. Look at the rotation it's caused from Blaze. He's on the polar opposite side of the map. This puts so much pressure onto Frostmine. Unarmored, he has that frenzy to wield, but with only 13 bullets, is it enough to kill 2 very, very hungry players? And I tell you what, both RZA and Ivan, they, while we're a bit quiet on that first map, they're here for the vengeance, and for Blaze, it's going to be called to action.
Can they do much here? They've already brought Ivan low. That's going to be the connection. One more headshot will do it, and they'll deliver. RZA finds the business end of the ghost, and it's so important that Blaze won that, because Frostmine, in the paranoia, in the worries, where could they be? They used their last star. They were going to be useless utility-wise when it came to a retake, so they had to stop them in their tracks. And that's where Blaze is at their best.
Really, really strong round on his part. And as you mentioned, the business end of the ghost, that was some dirty, underhand business if ever I've seen it. Slings out 1 bullet to finish off that final player. That's all he needs. He ended up finishing that with ruthless efficiency. A bit of a kind of abandonment of B here. I think we do have the Boto sort of like shoulder peeking it, hoping for a bit of info. But the reality is the push from Berserks here is the main dosage of info.
Okay, Veto could definitely do a lot with that aftershock here if they put it onto the default plant site. Nomfu's going to get that just in time and then move away from his area. Cleared out, and now post-plant positions are pretty solid. But you've got to worry about the obfuscation. Stopping people looking forward into mid. Just spam into the Cypher cage. What could possibly go wrong? We'll beat them by sheer number of bullets. And the Doctor here is going to catch some hands from Flipsider. Thanks for the upgrade, mate. It's an easy defuse. It's one lost Spectre. But once again, it feels like Boom, when it comes to pistol rounds, they've won every single one.
Yeah, they have. They've been so strong, and I like how they win. Their ability to win pistol rounds means that a lot of the time for KGM, their only real way to come back in halves is to come back. And we saw on Icebox, you know, it was the kind of latter stages of the first half. They ended up going, I think it was 8-4 up. A really nice way to end, but that was off the back of going 4-0 down after Boom won the pistol round. Going to the second half, Boom win the pistol, and this time KGM couldn't quite bring it back. And it's that sort of constant hammering post-pistol round, which is where Boom was so effective. Once again, aggression on C long here, a peek from Blaze over on A. He even gets that orb single-handedly. I mean, that's ballsy if ever I've seen it. But it's Frostmind on the Astra, who may be tested.
They still have a frenzy. This is for frenzy from round 1. Actually, it might not be. I think we might have died in the last one. Oh. Okay. An attempt here to try and take the garage. We destroy the tripwire, but will they commit to this? Look at how much space has been gained here by Flipsider. Doubled up here of the tripwires. What happens if we let our tripwires touch on C long, Papa?
They're across tripwires. So we've got Nomfu. Garage control is looking pretty damn strong, and because Blaze isn't really leaving this off angle, little do KGM know, but right now Boomer seriously choked them. But that is up until Blaze is now going to try and finish them off now. This is going to be a really tall order for him.
Oh, the friendly Cyphercation. No, it's actually the enemy one.
No.
They do plenty of damage with a singular dink, but unfortunately, it won't be enough to claim any lives. And what was a very enclosed Kingsman now have space to move on to A site. Nomfu dashes on forward and doesn't stop with the speed when it comes to the aim as well. I picked up Spectre here. We'll give a little bit of reinforcement over to Frostmind, but you're still going up against greater armaments. They need to get rid of some of these rifles, and Frostmind finds a good start. Plenty of assists given over as Flipsider wraps around the back, but I think you need to be have a little bit more pace here, son. Maybe you could find some exit frags, and potentially we don't think that this is winnable in terms of the retake. I wouldn't mind pinching in a little bit further. Frostmind playing from heaven, waiting till people reveal themselves. A little bit of blinding given over to Berserks, and that's easy headshots now. So Flipside is going to look for these exits, try and catch people unawares. Already a stun's given over. They know that someone is remaining, and they know where they would likely be. The combination of fire proves too much, and I kind of wish it was a more concerted effort to get 3 people in for that retake, Kremer.
I'd have liked to have seen a bit more aggression from Boom. They're on a full buy next round anyway. You might as well try and drag some KGM members with you. You've got rifles regardless of the outcome here, and saving us, you don't want to save a Spectre when you're on rifle anyway. Frostmind, he is down to Spectre purely because he needs to invest in all those stars, and that shows these last couple of rounds have been so close that Boom, despite winning this round, haven't really been able to build much of an economy. Ult's going to start coming online this round. Rizza and Berserk are the main ones to watch out for. We'd have to see if they're able to get these ult orbs, though. It's the Doctor going to try and cover his teammate as it's achieved.
Oh, you make me nervous. You make me nervous, Doctor. That's why no one wants to get an appointment, man. It's dangerous.
Lots of aggression from Berserks.
They love to claim this A long space.
Yeah,
They're doing it alone now. I would love to see this be in a trade scenario, try and get some refrags. They hear the, they know the Cypher's present, they heard that tripwire go out. And now Berserks needs to make decisions. If I'm going to push up A, now I've got reinforcements as well, am I willing to... What a setup. What a beautiful little bounce right there. The tripwire's gone, Kremer. So now Ivan has to hold this physically.
For now, you may not have to. You've got Frostbite on such a close angle. More importantly, though, Flipsider, he doesn't really want anything to do with showing himself on C. He's got his cam, that's enough. All he needs is the early warning gun. With 35 seconds left, KGM, they've run down the clock a fair bit. Spits are out, they'll be quickly eradicated, as will an attempt on the life of the sky, but no, they've all been caught out.
Flipsider dives out of the smoke, and now it's going to be a bunch of bodies piling up on C. Tabertles managed to make their way in. They could try and leverage for high ground on the platform. There will be no pings forthcoming, but Zeke is easily caught, making sure that Astral Form remains safe as Ivan. They put up yet another smoke, but they put themselves into a corner here. They could easily be surrounded and taken out. They need to swing now onto Rizra, and they'll be able to do that. Predator just wildly fires into the smoke, hoping to find something. They need to adjust, but Ivan is quicker. Excellent guerrilla warfare right there from the Astra.
How the Astra survived that, I do not know. That was Boom's round to lose.
Neo, dude, matrixing it.
He actually did, in his own smoke. No, bullets don't affect him in my world. As he dodges everything. But more importantly, that was a massive whiff on Blaze's part to be unable to trade after his teammate falls. Ivan, he kills one, he hits a player behind him, and he tries to turn and fight, hides back in the smoke. That's a good second and a half in which Blaze should have converted that kill. A bit of a whiff means that Ivan's able to capitalize, and of course with the 1v1s he shuts out his own smoke. Beautiful play on Ivan's parts, but that was only possible due to the mistakes of Boom. A lot of ults available for Boom now. We instantly see the knives come out from Berserk, who has had a fairly quiet game so far, which he's going to look to try and remedy.
Oh, they've been trying to control A long, but it's been rare that anyone's come in to really meet them unless it was in a pack of 5. Berserks now wants a tad of mid control, but any moment now they could be caught by this camera. Out comes... That could be a touch of friendly fire. And they're just going to be chased into the path of Flipsider. Yes, that's it, boys. We're herding Kingsmen.
You get the hell out of there. Berserk's having to get rid of that dart. The camera's been dealt with, but nonetheless, it's not quite the aggression he wanted to achieve. Rizza pushing into Tebotol. Breach needs to be clear. He does have the aftershock ready.
This an ult?
Maybe. It's going the wrong way, though.
Have they caught a false positive here?
Oh, no. He can be shot in the back
they're going to be taken out from behind, surely. Look at all of these people coalescing on the... Hey, guys. Where were you coming from? Oh, they just didn't have the information. Flipsider caught while still bringing out the Sheriff, and Ivan's just going to rack on through them. The information simply was not good enough. Berserks runs out of knives. They tried to make it happen with a classic instead, but Ivan is indomitable when it comes to these positions. 20 HP, and little more is needed. Admittedly, it was a telegraphed conversion given the economy that Boom had moving into that, but still, I don't know what was happening in the comms that they convinced themselves they were going to A.
Yeah, that was a... I don't actually think there was any fake from KGM. I think it was just a complete miscom. Maybe Boom, they wanted to gamble because they were a man up anyway. Just wanted to keep their pistols in one place, and they were just unlucky with the timing. But regardless, that was a really big blunder on their part. And Ivan, he's admitting himself to having quite a strong game at the moment. He isn't a player we've been saying much, and usually he is kind of overshadowed by Nonfu or the Doctor, even yesterday Zeke. But no, now maybe it's Nivan's turn for the limelight. Dogs go out, looking for a kill. Flipsider, unfortunately, doesn't want to oblige. He's backing off. He doesn't want anything to do with the races. He'll sit back on A, and with that, AGM are going to get a bit of control.
One of the things I love about Valorant, grammar anyone can pop off. It's everybody's game. All you've got to do is hit the shots. And finally, there's going to be some real aggression on A. Out comes the ultimate. And there's the counter as well. Stuns for everybody. There will be no survivors when it comes to the consciousness. Concussions are given out freely, as are the flashes. But Flipside, it just does not have the aim to convert this. Despite a better ultimate, in my opinion, coming through second from Tebodal. It's going to be a plant and a numbers advantage. And this has been Boom once again buying down to a bottom of a barrel. They needed to convert this. Now they're looking once again, if they can't clutch this, at that terrible eco buy spiral of misfortune. Oh, one shot's all it takes. The Doctor gives over the medicine. Berserk thinks that maybe they can make something happen here with 33 HP. The gravity well will draw them in. The peak from the Astra, it's as easy as that, and Ivan stays on top.
The Rolling Thunder is so damn strong, and honestly, that for me just shows how effective a Breach is as comparative to a Sky. It's that ult. when we see breaches, their kind of pulse doesn't work very well, but it's the flashes that are just so effective. We saw that as a flash with a breach, it's sort of used as a reaction. You can't use it to take control, unlike a sky flash, which is kind of designed for aggression. The breach flash is designed as a defensive way to react to someone you already know the presence of, and in doing it on an execution, he blinded the entire team twice there. Total incredible utility usage. It's just a shame we didn't see the aim back it up and capitalize on what was completely blinded enemies.
It's interesting they double up some reconnaissance. Yep. Run away! Run away, Blaze! Flipsider, staying in this camera to see if it's going to be chased up. They see one person, but that's all before the camera goes down. Will this once again be a positive called? Is it going to be a full retreat and a little bit of breach utility sent out just to try and make Taybodal really lean over towards A? Look at this position from Bursa. Oh, it's not going to be great with the Sheriff to get multiple kills, but they could grab themselves one or two.
He isn't really working with a bait and switch either. This is one and done. One kill's good. Can he achieve it?
Oh, what great movement there from Rizza. They were covered on one side and they knew exactly where they were going to be. Frostmind is going to be revealed in this corner, but Nomfu is taking the shot. The blind is good, and Rizza falls down, but Nomfu on top of that high ground just has 360 degrees of killing vision, baby.
Harry, Taybodal is so good with these flashes. Another kill just given on a silver platter because of a breach flash, and it's a shame that they're not able to have any follow-up. You know, KGM, they mitigate the damage of these flashes beautifully. Well, Blaze and Predator, or Blaze and Flipsider, sorry, that was quickly cleaned up, but it's about getting it over and done with. KGM, they continue to build a lead, and it's all off the back of some incredible executions. The Astra Ivan doing so well, accompanied by Nomfu, who's also stepping up his game. But for me, the Doctor, he hasn't had the same impact as Taybodal, whose flashes have just consistently landed, and it's, yeah, as mentioned, yeah, it's soul crushing that there isn't any kill behind them. For KGM, they have a very good way. They don't so much play anti-flash, but they always have someone clearing another angle. So if they are full blinded, the guy clearing the angle just turns around, covers his teammates, and that's how they mitigate being picked off one at a time.
Poor Blaze. 50 credits short of being able to make the full buy happen.
Oh, that's so
I like that they're
crushing.
calling a tactical pause here, Kremer. Like, it's not too late to turn this half around, or at least leave it salvageable. But you can't allow for Kingsman to go on another tear like they did on Icebox. 8 rounds in a row they managed on the attack, because once they find the weaknesses in your defense, they will continuously probe in different places because they'll find multiple weaknesses, and then they'll rotate those, so you can't preempt where to put your defensive prowess too early.
You're absolutely right, and I like the op investment from Berserks. It's the first time in a while we've seen that op be used by Berserks, because of course their economy has been unable to get up its feet. KGM's done such a good job at choking, at least financially, this side. Now it's finally out. There isn't going to be one on Nomfu to try and duel him. Instead, it's rifles all around as they prepare for what looks like a very fast hit off the back of Nomfu here.
Nomfu's claimed so much space. They have to deal with defensive stars here, though. Will the Astra be called to action? Yet to be discovered. You can see the Cypher cam right now is just above. This is going to catch Nomfu on the entry if they decide to move on forward. But the rest of their team starting to list away. Nomfu can get a huge amount of information and potentially attention here, but the Trailblazers made some noise, so that starts to drag away Blaze and Taybodal. Blaze needs to get some counter intel, and while they deal with this, guess what, boys? I think it's going to be A. Nomfu might be spotted here. The camera's going to get a glimpse of their barrel, so now they know that the jig is up. Will it call in for rotations is the question. They're so patient, Kremer. They're so patient. Flipside is already gone. Taybodal needs to get out of there for a moment so that maybe they can facilitate a retake with their utility. Blaze is going to be the next one up when it comes to heaven. Out goes a shock dart. It's perfectly placed to do some damage, but they're unable to convert it into a frag. Nomfu is undeterred by the damage taken by the teammates. And so, Blaze might back off here. And with the operator also currently in use, it might be time. Oh, they can't even win the 1v1s, Kremer. Right now, it's looking so dire for Boom. Nothing's going right.
This is really getting worrisome. I mean, sure, Berserks has his op, and that, an op is a hero gun. So there's chance, right? There is a chance.
This is not a great place for Berserks to be able to move away from, actually. When it comes to that dash out, if they miss a shot, it's going to be troublesome. Lovely adjustment. They kill Nomfu. That's a start. The right click with the classic, unfortunately, not quite going to be enough here, and Berserks just hides out in the cubby. Good adjustment from Berserks. It does allow them to keep the operator, but the rest of their team are going to be on hand cannons.
This isn't where you want to be, is it, Harry? You're already 6-2 down. You can't keep dropping down to hand cannons, as you mentioned. Sheriffs, I mean, yeah, they're good, but not in the way
that was after attack as well.
Yeah,
that was their full buy on attack. You can't win that.
Yeah.
How do you turn this around?
They planned so hard in that attack, and it just hasn't worked. Kingsman, they look like the aim looks relatively similar, but they just seem more prepared than Boom, categorically. Divide comes out, and it's just placed beautifully. Frostmind, what can he do in response? There are ults, there is Hunter's Fury, but to what avail?
A far more forceful hit. Does Nomfu penetrate through the barrier? They're going to give it a go. They win. So if you want to have a second, they can't keep getting away with it, Kremer.
This is about as bad as it gets for Boom. There's only 2 ults expended in there. There's the Seekers, which, I mean, they're effective, but they're more like a distraction, if anything. That Divide, though, was the big ult that was thrown into this, and it just completely catches out Boom. Their timings by the push through the wall, and for Blaze, I mean, the fact he has to consider saving a Sheriff, I mean, you don't want to do that. Not that he'll even be able to. Finishes him off. The main weapon, though, is this op on Berserks. 1 kill, though, alerts the rest of the team.
Look at the wrap. Look at the pinch.
They cascade onto his position now.
Public enemy #1, baby. It's going to be Berserks. And they need to watch every single angle. They're going to be meeting Nomfu first. Nomfu goes high. Will the shot connect? It will. Berserks is still a dangerous duelist, even by themselves. They could find themselves an ace here, potentially. Does Ivan want to step up to the challenge is the question. The timing could be good for Berserks. They managed to get away. They're going to have to rebuy a shield if they want to be fully laden up. But for now, it's all about hiding and surviving. The op slays again and survives. But still, 2-7, and Nomfu's getting away with murder.
I'm sure that he's getting away with murder, but Berserk being able to save the op, it's a confidence builder, isn't it? Being able to kill people like that when they hunt you. And sure, confidence certainly helps your Jet. When you have a confident Jet, it's very easy to get a confident team behind it. 4 ults ready to throw into this round. If Boom commits a lot, if they commit kind of 1 or 2 ults into this, and to lose the op, and lose the rounds, I think, it's kind of irreconcilable. But if they can convert it, they can just put a stop to this KGM momentum, then there's hope for them.
I mean, we love a confident Jet, Kremer. But can the confident Jet get a fight before the round is lost is the question.
That's true. I like how KGM have just gone silent. They've completely stagnated. It's like they're in the minds of Boom. There's that push, there's the opening, and I mean, they're just slowly getting map control. There's not much Boom can really do about it, purely because of the effective util usage.
When you're this far in the lead, sometimes the greatest weapon you have is your enemy's fear.
Yep.
Movement here from Rizza. It's a double-stacked B-site. Uncanny, some would say. But this is the kind of gambit you need when you're this far behind. So Bodal is prepared for either a fault line or a flashpoint. There is going to be a bit of tracking. What will the breach do? That's multiple concussions. Frostmind starts off well, but it's a good escape from Nomfu. Despite a well-laid plan and a well-triggered trap, it's only going to be 1 frag. But hey, now you've come into my city, baby. Out comes Rolling Thunder. Blaze can't quite avoid it, but they're going to be the only one affected right now. Flipside is still alive on this point, trying their best to avoid the aftershocks. They hear Nomfu up above them. The trap wire has been triggered, and so Flipside will emerge from the smoke. And in a flawless fashion, finally, Boom, return to Haven.
That was an incredible shot by Flipsiders to catch out Nomfu out of mid-air. That's the stop. Kingsman, they finally lose a round after 7 in a row. Boom. They've crafted themselves I don't think it's a death rattle, but yeah, it's not far off it. They finally find a round at the ending stages of this half. If they can at least make it 4, maybe 5 rounds, then it's not the end of the world. Haven, arguably, is slightly attacker-sided. It's not by much, though. It's probably the most even-splitted map I think there is. But 7-3, yeah, that's too far.
3 signs are difficult to manage. It's interesting that there's just this tap fire here. I think they're trying to bait out a counter peek so that Berserks can get the op shot off. Or at least if Berserks dies, that there will be a viable trade. But once again, the Kingsman, it's all about breeding that paranoia.
Aggression, trying to come through.
They smoked their Trailblazer across. That's so interesting.
I love that. They get a lot of info off the back of it. Berserks, what can he do? He finally gets some action, Harry.
Finally, Berserks will be called to the quick. There's a good counter flash play right here as well. It's well done by Blaze, but they're instantly checked. And now Berserks needs to be the one to pick up the slack. They see the sky, they miss the sky. Actually, they managed to get him through a wall. Huge amounts of damage done. But hey, if I'm alive, I'm still here to fight. And Zeke falling down. Now it's 4-4. Berserks brings out the blades. They need to be a little bit more dynamic when it comes to this movement. That's going to be the identification of movement. Flipsider moves into their own smoke now. The Cypher Cage, they're looking to try and stop this plant. They're right behind Nomfu's head, and they get checked by the Doctor as they do so. 2 versus multiple people, but now it comes down to a 2v2. Riz has only got a tiny amount of health to work with, and now Berserks needs to just try and stay alive while blinded, but Bodal, we were asking for you to return after a huge performance on Fracture. You did it on Icebox, and now you're doing it again on Haven as well.
Alright, so welcome to the game. How you doing, lad? It took you a while to start off here, but we finally have a round which is looking a lot more boom-oriented. They seem to have found their rhythm in these latter stages, and a 7-5 half really isn't bad regardless of what way it swings. Kingsman, I think they're going to be a little bit angry that these last couple of rounds haven't gone their way, and that's purely because Boom, they've started being a lot slower on their rotations. We saw that round, I believe it was Flipsider, he just didn't move until that spike was planted, and of course, it wasn't planted because they ended up turning back to his site. So, really nice decision making on his behalf, and more importantly, it means that for Kingsman, they now have to put an even bigger emphasis on getting a first map pick rather than map control.
Oh, I think they smell the Ivan's in the astral form, and they're like, you mind if I just grab a free pick here, boys? And a free pick it is. Now without smokes, these executes are going to be so much harder. They're going to be heavily reliant on the flashes of both the sky and the breach, and so they begin to stack up outside of C.
Not not quite called to action here, but look at this angle from Berserks. He's got so much control on A. I mean, the cage it helps a little, but
they can jump over this.
They don't need to. They just kill it. That's the C site. A retake now required. The Rolling Thunder onto Bozal is going to make it very easy. As well as the divide, I suspect this is going to be very tall order.
Oh my goodness!
Did he hit that?
What stun, Kremer? Concussed again, and finally they will be put down by Blaze, but the damage has already been done. They send out the shot dart. That's going to do huge amounts of damage to the Doctor, but they actually get healed through it by Rizza. A clutch heal is something that I don't usually get to say in Valorant, but that is the case. Could it be the ace from Blaze? Could Vasova be the one to make things happen? Could they rescue this half? It's 2 versus 1. They're playing together. Berserks manages to find Rizza, and while the ace is denied, the half is rescued.
It took them a long time to do it, but boom, they have found their rhythm. They've shown up to the map, and it's in the second half, it's in the second stages of the half they're able to excel. I don't know how on earth the Nomfu was able to get that pick onto Flipsider, but he did. And honestly, for a lot of teams, losing your info ults, the instant start of a retake is, yeah, that's where you stagnate a bit. It's where you suddenly pause and go, oh, okay, we need to change how we approach this. But no, they just kept the pressure on, and Kingsman, they just eventually got caught out. They got overwhelmed and defeated. We now move into this pistol round, and I tell you what, boom, they seem pretty confident with this C hit.
They're feeling it. Remember, one place where Boom can be unabashedly confident is their pistol rounds. They're yet to lose one, and they always convert the anti-eco after. They don't drop those silly rounds. The silliness comes later, Kremer. The silliness comes later.
So, time and place. Not now, Casey.
Berserks. Oh, they can't afford to be caught in this, but they are. I believe they were sucked in by a gravity well, and so the Doctor has slain multiple members. Could this finally be the turnaround on the pistol round? The flashpoint moves out. It's 3 full blinds, and the Doctor just carves on through them. Chop them up for meat, chop them up for organs, and that's gonna be Kingsman claiming their first pistol round in the series.
That is a significant breach of the Hippocratic Oath. I think the Doctor may have to, have to reconsider his stance on that, because that was a naughty round on his
What
part.
was Hippocrates' view on Glocks?
I mean, it says they shall do no harm. Facilitating harm, though, that's, you know, those flashes, they were really
Trust me, I'm an eye doctor.
Yeah, it's for research. It's okay.
Can you read the 5th line down?
Yeah. Oh, I'm the aftershock you now. Try and read the first line.
Oh, Blaze going up against Nomfu. I believe that's a Marshall in their hands. A body shot will do. Okay. A little bit of pressure given over.
Okay, that was.
A little bit of pressure onto B. Flip side is going to be outside here, and you can see the Doctor is prepared to open up this angle. It pushes them into the hands of RZA, and it's just that easy, Grandma.
Crossmine course out by Ivan now. To Botol and Blaze. They can do. Oh, hold on,
Messy
Blaze.
spray, but it works.
So Botol, when he falls, I think Blaze will realise, yeah, so he can get a kill here. Messy few shots. And as he's finished off Zeke, he's going to bring Kingsman there. Now, I'll tell you what, Harry, that's the first time in a very long time we've seen a pistol round go in favour of Kingsman. More importantly, that is how Boom have been getting most of their rounds, off the back of a solid pistol round. The fact Kingsman have now stripped that from them makes me think that this could suddenly turn into a very, very one-sided half if Boom can't find a way to adapt quicker.
Maybe we'll get a Finland deja vu. You win the rifles, you start to convert, and then you start ruining the economy. But for now, it's an almost full bonus. I believe that someone was left with a ghost at the end of the last round, just having not bought in round 2 at all. An attempt here to just creep up on a long. Although it was just to cover the generation of the Seekers by the Sky. And Flipside is going to be forced to flee away from their attempt to control mid, as everyone seems to be coalescing towards A. Oh,
That's so weird.
versus very lucky. Berserk manages to survive this.
I like how he now doesn't push any further. He's like, oh, I don't want to do that again. I've used my lottery tickets for this one, but Nomfu, someone's got to peek him here, and he's ready for it.
All right, turns away from the flash, connects a body shot, I believe, and now has to move away from the aftershock, trying to make it happen with the ghost, and you bet that they will.
Ooh.
That's going to be another headshot. You can't get away with this versus a team that's full bought. You can't do it with the ghost. I refuse to allow it. It comes down to a 2-2. Both the defenders are flanking in from the backside, but there's no utility here to check them. Blaze is going to check it physically, but the timing just will not be there. They might not expect that both the Astra and the Cypher are going to be coming in from this off angle. Teburdle, at least, has a good idea of where Zeke is coming from. They're misaiming to begin with. They've lost out on their friend. Teburdle keeps their cool.
So that is a round you need to win, and I mean, hey, that was solid, but that was against the bonus, Harry. The fact that we saw Nomfu do that, frankly, ungodly bit of behaviour with a ghost is, you know, they're still happy, even though they lost that round. Both teams relatively same standpoint now, where you've gone for a full investment, you don't have any money in the bank, no ults yet, bar the Rolling Thunder on the Doctor, which in itself is going to be bloody frightening. But Tebotol only one away from his. These two breaches are going to dictate who wins this game. More importantly, who wins this round, which almost counts as double because of the economic stature.
The inferences are massive, Crema. And it's not a great buy from Boom. They took too much damage in that last round. RZA trying their best to make sure that A-Long is no longer palatable to an attacking team. Blinds given over, but Nomfu's already down. A skirmish in sewers did not go their way. And now who is all alone but RZA? Surrounded by enemies on all sides. A good spray transfer here could turn things around, but they're unable to connect even a single bullet. And that's A-Site if they want it.
Put out my
Flipsider.
That's worrisome now. Boom, they have made this a very one-sided round. And for Ivan, he doesn't know where to go.
how much do you try and save here? You could potentially find yourself a rifle. On the bought up members, will Frostmine be able to find one after planting is the question. If you could escape from this with 5 rifles, you will be super happy. But Flipsider, 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 Flipsider. Are they looking towards the back? They're so close to it. They're going to touch each other. They're just next to each other. I hear them breathing.
They're snuggled up for warmth, Harry. Yeah, we're going to see the winter months.
Why do I suddenly feel another person
twice?
Is this cubby haunted?
I worry that it's going to happen twice now. Both of them are really hard-carrying defenders spawn. It's nice if he's ready to go the scenic route, but flip side, bless him. All he wants to do is show a bit of mercy, and he's punished. He's betrayed, frankly, for doing so.
It was we'll just all agree to forget about that, huh? Yeah, chat. We'll 100% of the votes. Kramer and I both say yes, and this isn't a democracy.
Yeah. Yes. We want to hear your opinion, but don't think it means anything. Yes. Let's not confuse ourselves here.
Oh my. Is starting to look doable for Boom. They have themselves to Rolling Thunder, but they're going to be met by the Doctor. Remember, when that Rolling Thunder comes through, it designates a site you want to go to, barring a major fake, and so it's easier to get the second Rolling Thunder as a defender.
I think that's probably why they haven't expended it yet, because they know the second they do, a second one's coming, and that in itself is pretty bloody frightening. For Rizza, he doesn't even want to peek A-Long. He's just going to go for the jump spot, back sight, hope that maybe the odd player is a bit ambitious with their peek, and then he'll just relay the info back to his team. Over in mid, we do have some angles held by Flipsider. He's expecting the aggression of Nonfu with a shorty. I doubt Nonfu can fight any range other than point blank. But for now, Rizza needs to be called to action. Avoids the drone as well.
Yeah, Rizza, some great kiting there of the drone. He's going to be able to try and counter-rotate this aggression around the box. They're not looking in the correct direction to deal with Predator, though, who just burns through 2 people by holding it down on full auto. Up top right now is Zeke. They have a Phantom in hand. And they do have a little bit of money to play with, but I don't know if it's enough. They might consider a save here. There's no chance for Nonfu to save, though. All right, hero, show me what you can do with a shorty. All right, heroes. I want to see some clean Valorant. Get in there with a shorty.
Buckle up, because Nonfu's about to take
Buckle up, buckaroos.
I hope you had a wild lunch, because it's about to get hairy. Nonfu, he won't be able to use it. That's a shame.
Yeah.
He has a
looking
dash,
for an exit.
He has a dash bound to the L key for us. Let's see if he can use it. But no, he even gets an upgrade.
It makes sense, though, right? Like, Nonfu just wants to dice with a spike. They're denying an ult pit. They're going to try and take a... They've denied a rifle. That's better than we expected. Buckle up, buckaroos, because Nonfu means business.
Poor Blaze, man. He's had a great game as well. Just sort of... As a bit of a screw you. Kind of set across there. But, hey, you know, he's got money. Most of Boom have money, actually. These last couple of rounds, they've been accompanied by spike plants. So, they're thriving economically. They've got a higher ult management. Bear in mind that Rizza is only 1 away from the Seekers. But the Seekers, they feel like jet knives, where they're really effective in very certain circumstances, whereas Rolling Thunders, Viper's Pits, for instance, and sometimes Hunter's Furies as well, they're really, really strong at just single-handedly wiping teams. And the Berserks, he's going to try and use some momentum now over in Garage.
Oh, Zeke has got to be careful here. They're holding that camera. Now they can just try and spray on through these more penetrable walls, but simple suppressing fire will be more than enough to deter them for now.
Aggression.
Is with the op.
Oh, I think he is, Harry. I think he is.
Nonfu's built different, man. Nonfu's built different, and Nonfu delivers. Tay-Birdle is gone. The flashes are gone. Concussions, they're gone too. And that means no Rolling Thunder to try and get an easy side take. But B might be secure right now. Smoked off from multiple angles. Berserk's going to try their best to clear all of this, but the plant is delayed by a well-placed aftershock from the Doctor.
I love this angle from Berserk, but the Seeker's going to turn to him. Oh, they are. That's so sad. He had such a good angle on the flank, but now everyone's going to be stagnated. Nonfu, another clean kill. 4 on 2 now, and all of a sudden,
look at the spike on the floor. It's so sad. That's a great way to get rid of that operator. They turn away from the flash. Can Blaze do it by themselves? The answer is no, because who's coming around the back but Rizza? Just needed a couple of seconds, boys. Sorry, I had to lace up my shoes.
Solid round from Kingsman, and it's just at the moment they need it as well. They're about to run out of money. More importantly as well, they're about to lose their lead. In winning this, they keep it up at 10. 2 rounds separate them and their opponents. Sure, it's not a pretty lead, but it's something to work with. Blaze and Co have all the ults they could possibly need. Knives aren't out for the Jet, but it shouldn't matter too much when you have literally everyone else ready to use theirs. Over on Kingsman, it's only the defensive Rolling Thunder and Knives on the Jet. For the most part, that Rolling Thunder is going to have to be used as a reaction to what may be a massive commitment of everything in what I assume will be the C site.
Look at this constellation of stars, and Ivan, beautiful recall on that one, on potentially an active smoke, stops them from getting spotted. So they're not sure if that's open. Out comes the Rolling Thunder. I'm not sure how many people are going to be able to avoid it, but at least pushes 3 people off the site. A backup here from the Hunter's Fury. Tries to clear so many angles, but no one's going to be found. It looks like they're opting in for the retake instead. And Flipside has found themselves a little cubby in which to operate. They'd be going up against an operator if they do go versus Nomfu. But now they've played down their cyber cages, and that's going to make pushing through this area quite difficult to do. Aggression's the name of the game, though. They want to move on forward, but then by aggression in kind, Frostmine gets to Flipside and claims the next. Rizza, on their peak, was met by 3 separate rifles, and now Zeke is all alone, having been pinged previously. And boom, keep it tight.
We spoke about earlier as well, we spoke about how effective breaches are and how the breaches have been the MVP of this game. What on earth was that from Tabotol? We spoke about how the Doctor on his attacking side definitely had more of a impact. Tabotol, that was some incredible flashes on his work. Catching out 3 people twice instantly allows him to wipe the floor with anyone in CT. A 3-man advantage, there's nothing that KGen could do when you're 3 players down in an afterplant in a retake. I mean, sure, that was a 3 ult commitment, and maybe the Hunter's Fury wasn't needed, but you know, it's still got them around, and honestly, for momentum's sake, that may have made it worth it.
Might well be workable. Little off angles cleared there by the recon dart. Look how close right now Flipside is playing for this. That's a concussion, but who even needs their senses? My brain wasn't working to begin with, mate.
It's actually kickstarted it. It helps. A flashbang gives me a jump start. But now,
just a bit of a roam here from the Doctor.
Yeah, a bit of a pilgrimage.
Oh, they have to clear through Garage. They don't want Nomfu to be flanked upon right now, but they have found a headshot at least with those knives. That's going to refill them. Down to 4 now, and it's going to be Rizza who takes the next bit of contact. They could be caught with a bird in the hand. There we go. Sends out the blind, but is unable to connect any shots, even blinding themselves for a moment. A double down here, and Predator. Blaze has just fed yet another kill, and I think this one's going to be evening it up, bar some absolute miracles from Nomfu.
I love that from Blaze. Not only does he get 2 kills off some really strong aim, more importantly, he even falls back. He doesn't get too greedy when he saw the final player. A well-earned 3k, and now for Nomfu, sure, he's got some knives to use, but they're only toys when faded in front of Boom. Frostmine, 1 bullet, that's all he needs. Straight to the dome of his opponents, bringing the equalizer for Boom, 10 to 10. Took him a while to get here, but now they finally have Kennedy stopped. Nomfu with an op is going to try and do just that.
Crosshair placement, baby. And, well, after that streak of 7, I'm not sure if I anticipated Boom being able to tie up this easily. But hey, 7-5 is how the half ended, and now 10 to 10 is how the score is settled. Nomfu has resummoned the power of the large caliber sniper rifle. The operator's good to go. Are you?
The Astra Ivan. I don't think he wants anything to do with it. He's in the back off Ivan very much. He had a solid start to this game. He's really quietened down these last couple of rounds. In fact, for the most of the second half, he's stagnated a fair bit post the pistol round. And while Frostmind, his counterpart, isn't doing much better, luckily, there are some divides ready to be used. But Nomfu, he's going aggressive here, Harry. This is very ballsy.
Oh, they hear the drone. I'm out, boys.
Yeah. Actually, let's get a grip of this. Hang on a moment. It'll go off and high.
What's all this then?
I've got a license for that drone.
You're going to need a drone license for that, mate. Nomfu. I got my yacht license and the doctor's in. Flipsider's out. Oh, no, I'm not going to be able to shake the Brit now, am I?
That is going to be permanently ingrained in your voice now.
No. Don't you worry. Nomfu has just blasted it out of me as they've blasted the life from so many of their opponents. Who's next? Oh, Frostmine, step on up. Roll up, roll up, roll up. It's Nomfu's Operator Circus.
Blaze just dancing around this angle, realizing how tough this position will be for him if he can't kill some of these members. Tag down, he avoids the op shot, he doesn't avoid the rest of it though. And Nomfu doesn't even need to fight.
Hello.
He lets his teammate do the work. Harry, I'm really liking how KGM have played these last couple of rounds. It's been aggression, but it's like aggression from someone who's really shy. Like, yeah,
National aggression.
Yeah, exactly. They go aggression, they see someone and go, actually, never mind, and they back off. And it's exactly what
Bleeding emoji. Maybe can I have C-Long, please?
Yeah. Exactly. And it's actually worked, like, inadvertently it's worked really well because they've had so much info that gets gathered off the back of it, and they survive in doing so because of how passive they're being now that they know players are about. Nomfu gonna try and use this op in mid now. On the flip side, at least a charge against him.
The spike's been left behind for now, just in a safe location to make sure that anyone who gets caught by this operator is not going to be giving over the spike in an easy area. It's interesting that Bursa as well. Oh, they are pre-aiming towards B. They anticipate a duel here. Neither of them are going to connect, though. Will they double dip on this is the question. I think that for now, both these jets just want to survive and camp their respective angles. Revealed is Flipsider. They will exit garage, but the rest of their teammates will be less quick in doing so.
They've made a bit of noise as they've done so as well. I suspect this was heard by Ivan. So for now, Berserk's up in hand. Can he catch out Zeke?
Nope.
Oh, that's that.
Nope. Now it's the Bodal's turn. What can you do with the op, my son? This is a family heirloom of a weapon, and that is a well-placed fault line still. No one who can follow up on it now. It's mostly a warning at this point and swarming towards C of a defender, so it's time to op, skip, and jump over to B, boys. You're going to be meeting the Doctor. You're going to be meeting the Rolling Thunder. It's so good. Everyone is stunned on up. Add me a blind on top of that, but Frostmine doesn't care. Senses are for losers. Gunplay is for winners. And Zeke is caught as they try and wrap around the outside. Now Nomfu can hear the approach. Will they be quick enough? You bet that they will. The Cosmic Divide came up just in time. Nomfu grabs yet another, and that is match point for Kingsman.
Nomfu, he has woken up and he has delivered big both in-game and at a game. This man, a literal behemoth right now. 25-16 he sits, up in hands, and honestly, while he may not have the ult advantage, right now, Boom, they need to rely on these aforementioned ults because against the Jet who's feeling it, we mentioned how confident Jet's a good Jet, the Doctor and Bottle, both of these players have been insane as well, but it's just the Doctor who's been able to get that bit more impact when it comes to the firepower behind the ability usage.
Bursa's got big beliefs. Bursa's got the blades out. Zeke, will they try to escape right now? It's a barrage of utility that's been put forth by multiple people. Oh, that's easy kills, easy clap. Zeke was hit with... Oh my goodness, Ivan's down as well. A double kill on the Hunter's Fury. It only took one shot to destroy Zeke because they were hit with a vulnerable. Twice as much damage. And now, down go Fresh Smokes. Berserk's moving away to try and play from a longer range where easily snipe away at anyone who would dare try and peek on that spike. Nomfu, though, the operator here, this is the range that they like. They tap the defuse. Will forthcoming be any of the interruptions? They get hit with the vulnerable. Will they just be able to hold it? Potentially they can win the round here. The bravery that works. They were the last one surviving. But Nomfu's just built different, baby.
Balls of steel that man has. What a way to win a map. More importantly, what a way to convert it as well. 25-16 he finishes that game. More importantly, he does so having gone huge in that final half of the map. And well, for Blaze, soul crushing, frankly. That double kill with the Hunter's Fury, that should have all but guaranteed the round. But no, the double flashes, and that's where it's the final round we see the effectiveness of the Sky and Breach. Both of them bombarding their flashbangs gives so much time for Nonfu to just sit on that bomb, stick that defuse, and bring a victory for KGM.
As we came into this match, Kremer, these teams were tied with 3 map wins and 1 map loss each. And as we exit, they shall remain tied. 4 map wins and 2 map losses each. A tie between 2 of our top teams here, but we're not done showcasing some of the best of what Southeast Asia has to offer in Valorant.
You're absolutely right. We're going to be back with our next game in about 5 or 10 minutes or so. Hopefully a bit sooner than that. We're going to have to see if everyone's ready also. But trust me, it is one you do not want to miss. We have got the best of each group playing today. We've got the sharper game next. Don't go anywhere.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Bring that beat back.
ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you also misery, it's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
Find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right.
To get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, all the dreams, playing all the games, and getting high on love. They can chase us down, but we will always win. Leading every dance, feeling every touch, and getting high on love. We're invincible. Trust in me. We're invincible. Don't you see? We're invincible.
Gave you too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you. Oh, oh. Let me bleed. Let me just stay one more night. I'll be by your side. We'll live for a new day. We live life the hard way, but not today. Just stay. Just stay. Just stay. One more We found our way again. We found our way again. We found our way. A new place.
So fragile, like it was built to break off the handle. How'd we get to this place? We're leaving everything behind for new and exciting feelings, but I won't leave you. Will everything we know be lost and changed for something new? Only time will tell, but I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you. I'll be holding you.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome at long last to our second series of the day. We've got Sharper taking on Louvre. We have got a clash of titans. Both of these teams are doing very bloody well in their group. Louvre currently sitting at the first place position, Sharper in fourth. However, Sharper, despite having only tied their last two games, they still post a positive round difference. This is going to be a close one, despite the split in teams in terms of placement in the group. You need to remember, though, that Louvre have been bloody strong. Yesterday against DXG, they messed them about a bit. I think 13-8, 13-9. Fairly close games, but Louvre were dominant all the way through. For DXG, a lot of their rounds came off the back of gimmicks and sort of Hail Marys that just kept working. Louvre, dominant as ever. Of course, you've got the kind of young prodigy of Juicy, and this time you've got the TSM, I think IGL of TSM, here as their coach, instead of, I believe they had someone else yesterday.
All right. The Thai team have been tying it up 1-1 on both counts, but to be honest, Kremer, we couldn't have a more different approach in terms of opponent's power that both of these teams have had. Sharper started off going up against Boom and then Kingsman, and now they've got Sharper. This is the toughest gauntlet you'd have to take day after day for any of these teams, I think. Whereas Louvre, they started off with some of our presumably easier opponents in Todak and DXG, who are currently sitting at the bottom of the group, both 0-0 and 2.
You're absolutely right, and I suspect that this game is going to really set the tone for our next game, where Todak and co are going to realise, yeah, this is the quality they have to beat. For now, we move to Icebox, a map that both teams have played before, but a map that both teams are happy on, and ones that, they, I think Icebox is sort of the default map for Asian Valorant. For kind of UK and most EU teams,
they love it.
Yeah, a lot of UK teams, they prefer Ascent. You see that all the time. Over in Asia, it looks like Icebox. Nifty has an insanely high sensitivity. I don't know what on earth that was, but hey, on a jet, you may need it. So he's going aggressive, Harry.
Oh, brand new, terrible crosshair on Lena. Feels like it's a different war crime every week with this guy.
Let's see if we can find
Remember, Louvre are 100% win rate on Icebox in this tournament. 2-0 at the moment, and already the Sage Wall has been placed on down. This seems to be a penetrated pass, but Darion is starting to get a little bit frisky. Already moving up onto this high ground. If they smell any whiff of opportunity, they will be blasting down upon people. In comes the shock dart, but Pinocchio dies before it can even detonate. The second, the C6 relieves themselves from that wall. They are filled with lead, and only a couple of members remain. It's going to be a late rotation over from a Viper, so Alert moves in alone with a classic in hand. They catch a whiff of Darion here, and they send the turret through the wall. Lennon knows what's up. Just gives him the old right click to the face, and now Beta all alone, sad.
He's still in Beta. Unfortunately, it's not enough. With that, Darion able to deliver the killing blow. And Darion, he was one of our highlight players yesterday. On the Reyna, he was the one delivering. He was the one leading the kill count, as opposed to Juicy, who usually was our star fragger. Yesterday he had a fairly quiet day, but Darion, you know, he made up for where that lack was. Darion is at least the more consistent of the two, but I think Juicy, he could definitely have a higher skill ceiling when he pops off. That being said, go on.
I want to talk non-duelist on the side of Sharper, though, because they are a much less duelist-centric team.
Yes.
They like...
Alerts is so strong.
Beta and Alert are some of their top fraggers. They really have a reliable backline when it comes to winning trading out duels.
Yep, you're absolutely right. For Beta, he may live up to his name now, so he goes so aggressive behind his own wall here.
Sigma Male grind set. Take all the space, they would say. Redco falls on down, but Darion with the Van... They've taken out two of the big hitters on Sharper. And this looks like it should be an easy conversion here, Kremer. Pinocchio's barely even got a chance to register that Leno was there before they were ripped apart. And now Niffy with a classic and a dash. Hello, that's a good start. The dash, the right click. No, they're unable to move quickly enough, and Juicy with the ghost in hand will be able to pick up a Spectre here. Lovely stuff.
Finds himself quickly dealt with. 2-0 the scoreline for Sharper, with a couple of rifles going to be thrown into this. The adult management is starting to come online. Niffy, a successful few rounds means that he's only moments away from bringing out knives. Not that it really matters. More importantly for Louvre, because they went fairly rifle heavy into the last round, it's not much of a bonus coming out here. The Bulldog is something that Lene seems to use as his sort of signature weapon, isn't it? We don't really see anyone else sort of hold on to this rifle. And what it means as well is that it's kind of counts as an SMG on the Force. On the full buy, it has the same output as a rifle. Really nice pick. Again, well for Juicy, that's an opening.
Good refrag there, though, from Pinocchio's. The A site has been softened up significantly, but Pinocchio's is still alive, and the wall is still here to try and deny the default plant spot. Hit with a tracking dart. Pinocchio's is going to have to steed away this space and then maybe look to refrag into Darion. The re-entry comes through. The conversion is good, but they do get reflected by the vulnerable. And this is an ideal trading for the rifle buy. Still alive is flaring with a rifle in hand.
I think for a moment Redco, he wanted to flank through mid and then catch out one of these members. However, as his teammates all fall, as flaring as well, he's been spotted. I suspect he thinks, okay, I've got to stick with my teammate, at least trade. That way, if the spike is quelled, he can at least support them. Low HP on the Sova on CTX means that this is still a very winnable circumstance. There's limited utility flaring with only a single bit of acid to work with. But we're going to have to see if Redco can get this opening with his aim and aim alone.
Very doable. Alert forced to move. They heard the step. They know they've been able to move someone away. A C6 falls down, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. May look for a plant, but no, they hear the snake bite come on in. The vulnerable. They back off into it, but Redco gets 2 at once. Just line on up and catch my bullets. Listen, I've only got a few left in the clip, so you're going to have to share.
Oh, sure they do. I love how calm he was about that as well. Little 3-round burst. Stops, rests, 3-round burst. Right, he's not actually at the trigger, son, so Sergeant will be happy. As we've got a 3-0 lead now, and for Sharper, they're sort of put on the back foot. Not significantly so, bearing in mind that they do have a couple of weapons to bring out here. Marshals, Sheriffs. It's all a matter of building your ults up. Bear in mind, Niffy is 1 away from his, and then just getting your rifles out next round, and then use that to try and win off the back. Bear in mind, the rifles, bear in mind that the abilities is where it really matters.
Was that... Yeah, that was a combination of a snake bite and a shock dart. Double damage. Big frag. Niffy and Juicy have both fallen. The Jets are gone, but so too is Beta. Now it's Alert that you have to worry about. The main stalwart defender with a Sheriff in hand will be the one to stop the push onto B. We know that Alert can do magical things with this Killjoy, but will they be able to take out this many rifles? Will they be able to win out on the reaction test? Darion stands on the other side. They reveal their location now. And Alert's just waiting for some reinforcements. All 3 of them will try to retake at once. It doesn't seem overly winnable, but they can make it painful, at least economically. A great recon dart reveals multiple people. Valia's just going to be LOS'd here by Alert. They keep their cool, and they take off Darion's head. Beautiful stuff there from Alert. What can these defenders combine into doing now? The Marshal in the hands of Pinocchio's is going to be difficult to get some real value out of. Alert's got themselves yet another one. A magician. A wizard. The Gandalf of small arms. The pistol you never saw coming. Flaring grabs their 3rd. But hey, not bad for an eco, boys.
Not bad at all, actually. For an eco, that was perfect. You get 3 kills. You've forced your opponents to sweat a bit. You've damaged the survivors, meaning they have to reinvest the armor. And they've also committed a lot of utility into keeping you at bay there. I mean, that was about as good as it gets for an eco. Ults up on either side, a bit of an advantage for Sharper, but Flaring only 1 away from his is going to level that playing field very, very quickly. For now, Louvre, this is where it matters. They win this, they can start themselves with a very, very dominant half.
Louvre, remember, they picked Icebox, and they've been picking a lot of Icebox these last few days. They've played it every single series. Beta, I'm afraid you might be in trouble, mate. Can you escape the 2nd burst? The answer is no. Lena denies this, but even more Juicy will be denied further life. Let's get towards that next Hunter's Fury, thinks Lena, as they join Darion on this foray up through B. But look, the Spike's still back in spawn at the moment in the capable hands of Flaring.
We saw this earlier from Boom. They are very, very effective at pulling rotations. For this side of Sharper, they seem to not react at all. They are really, really good at keeping their players in position, and more importantly, having a defense prepped for an attack. Now, still a minute to toy with here, so they can be very slow on Louvre, but Niffy, he's got knives to play with, and he's going for a very close angle.
Niffy needs to go big here. And that's going to be as big as it gets. Redco falls down even more. Niffy refuses to lose. Headshots after headshots, and that's suddenly an advantage for the defenders in terms of the numbers. Acetix is evened up, but Niffy, they are just an absolute terror when it comes to this cutlery. Out comes the Viper's pit, because Flaring does not want to feel this. They remove themselves from the pit, so the refrag is easy. Niffy's resurrected just to bring another Vandal back into circulation.
That's so smart.
But hey, they turn it around.
I love the fact that they go for the res on Niffy there, just so he brings the Vandal into the next round. It's, you know, they put some value. You actually put a monetary value on a Sage ult, and it's less than a Vandal. A really, really smart way of playing. And for Sharper, it's, yeah, every team in this tournament has got better and better as it's gone on. We saw that fake earlier from KGM. Now we see the res from Sharper. I'm loving this, and these are mental games that are really going to help the psyche, especially when Pinocchio is now able to use the ability of a bonus Vandal. It's got a bit aggressive on A.
And if he's handed it off, the operator in hand now, they're going to have to duck away. They take a tight angle to the corner to try and not be detected by that drone, and it's going to be taken out by their compatriots. So now Niffy has a little bit more freedom to work with. From on top of the screams, they'll steal Darion, move on in, and welcome to my world, baby. Niffy's still fragging. Niffy ain't stopping, but Pinocchio's may well be. Still, they hear the plant. And so the lockdown is placed. It's a miss to the head, and Juicy knows that they need to quickly vacate that spot. There will be little forgiveness here as everyone will move away from the plant. However, what can be done to stop this defuse? There's likely plenty of lineups forthcoming from flaring. Oh, the nerds. You can see them lining it on up now. Ooh. If anyone dares to peek, though, Niffy is ready to answer. The spike begins to tick faster and faster. Flaring's won the duel when it comes to the Vipers. Now all alone is Niffy, and as much as you got to save last round, you will be denied in the next. Louvre walk away once again with the dub.
Really strong round from Louvre, and I love the way that they play that retake there. They completely leave the site, but more importantly, they leave to their afterplant positions, so they're able to still drop their utility regardless of the position, and more importantly, that when they end up swinging, they actually decide about halfway through that defuse, they don't need the afterplant utility. They just swing with the rifles, they take the Angels together rather than risking taking the fight one at a time, and it gives them a perfect man advantage. Aggression once again from Niffy just to get that ult point and then get the hell out of there on just these classics.
I mean, Niffy's filling it with Finage today. Why not invest in trying to get them a little bit more? It's almost classics across the board right now. Darion does not feel like stopping. It's a bit ropes. This will be an easy plant. Ooh, Beta. Just a little bit different, ain't ya? Spicy meatball of a name.
That's a very clean aim, and well, for alerts, he may try and mimic that success. I don't know to what degree, but he'll certainly try. As for the time being, it's just silence from this side of Louvre. They know the bombs now. They know that it's going to go off regardless, and they just get a bit of an extra injection to their economy. Bearing in mind, they have been losing players in the rounds they've been winning, so their economy is not great, but the rounds like this will make it definitely a lot more comfortable, a lot more palatable.
Beta wants the rifle. I've earned this.
Yeah.
I have earned this Vandal. Give it to me.
Oh, they're buying next round anyway, so he'll have one regardless, and he may actually die to the bomb here.
Oh,
that's
no.
a big blunder.
Oh, that's a shame. You know that Alert was going in to die to... He had a classic. But Beta had a Sheriff and a Vandal, and those will both be lost. I'm not overly happy with that, Kremer. Not an happy boy.
No, that was a unique decision. I think he must have assumed that they were just being camped, but they just weren't.
We don't care. Have the Vandal.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good reason behind it. They've said that they said full well that, yeah, they're on an investment next round. If they get the Vandal, awesome. We'll see a Vandal regardless. This means nothing to us. Why risk losing weapons of our own? And for Juicy, looks like we may see some aggression from him.
Juicy? Is he Lucy? That's the question. Lined up on the ropes, could follow in the drone if they wish. They see where Beta is. They get a good idea of the sound. That's a good little bit of utility thrown their way, but a C6 is ahead of the curve when it comes to this Hunter's Fury. Many of the attackers have fallen already. A numbers advantage to the defenders as they pour on to this A site. Pinocchio's ponytail has been spotted. A little bit of damage is sent out as Juicy tries to contemplate alternate angles and alternate approaches. And then Pinocchio falling evens up the numbers. Juicy's going to walk the smoke, but they're moving into two. Beta's the one who claims the killing blow, but flaring is far from done just yet. Caught reloading means that Redco ends up in the 1 versus 1, but we know that Alert, when it comes to the killjoys, very few people can hold a candle to this Thai superstar. They know where the spike is. They don't know where Redco is. The timing could be great here for Redco if they can just get a few extra centimeters. It's do-si-do. Time is not on the side of Alert, but the timing might well be.
That is a solid round from Alert there, and I mean, it's just what's needed. Takes a 1v1, you're happily put in a 1v1 any day. Hey, there are, as you mentioned, very few killjoys who can match with him. It's weird to think how there are, some of the best aimers in Java are on these supporting roles. And I quite like it. I think, to me, it shows that there's a side of Niffy that we haven't seen yet. One where he can just wake up and just tear through his opponents. And I wait to see that. I suspect that, also bear in mind, for Sharper, I'm fairly confident they're going to get out of this group. So once they do, if he shows up in playoffs, then he's going to catch everyone by surprise. There's really quite a large amount of strategy behind this.
Strategy deployed. So too is Juicy. Heading up towards A. A lineup of a recon dart? Maybe I was just kidding myself, Kramer. I'm hearing things. I'm seeing shadows in the night. Ghost stories everywhere. Juicy right above Niffy. The battle of the cute named Jets. And Niffy's gonna win.
The cute named Juicy and Niffy. I suppose they're relatively cute names, aren't they?
Yeah, it's like what you'd name like a cuddly toy, just add a Y to the end. Like, it's a cuddly toy of a duck? Ducky. Sorted, mate. Nailed that one.
I once won a unicorn at a shooting competition. I named it Steven.
Oh, not unicorny.
I think, unicorny has too many vowels.
Oh, well, Beta, they've been revealed. Will you be able to move around this snakebite is the question. Darion has the Empress active, but remember, the time's running out. They need to get a kill, and they need to get one fast. They see Niffy, and the combination of a snakebite and nanostorm just absolutely destroys the hiding Viper. Darion just moves out of a dismiss in front of the rifle. Don't worry, get down, Mr. President. I'll block the bullets for you. Not sure if I'd recommend it, and Sharper pick themselves up yet another round.
Really strong defense on Sharper's behalf there, actually. They hear the Empress being thrown out, and rather than run and hide, which is what you usually do, and try and wait for it to expire, they just go for a really strong backline of 3 players. They bounce off one another, they trade beautifully, and they get a third round, and I don't even think there was a plant achieved there. There wasn't. So Louvre, they're going to feel that in the wallet, and we look at their investment, Flaring, he's down to 0, you've got Lenny down to 150, Juicy on 100, this is a do or die round for them, but they do it with 4 ults available, so they have the utility, a lot of utility at that. The Beta, the Viper's Pit being thrown out instantly is going to throw a spanner in the works.
Beta, they're going to say, you know what, I'd rather you didn't, mate. But it's interesting that we have still 2 people on A here. And only really a sole defender committed entirely to B in Niffy, while the Viper's Pit is up.
Really slow round. I love this. That's the way to zone the Viper's ult. Beta, he's got to get the hell out of there. There's nothing much he can do. Perfect counterplay from the Killjoy. And with that, they hightail it. They've got to leave.
Can they escape in time? It's going to be very close. So they will.
Oh,
no, they are going to detain the Viper. She won't be able to return to the pit because she's going to be slowed down. Beta falls nonetheless as they're caught out by the Hunter's Fury. But Darion falls in the meantime. So this is by no means guaranteed for the attackers. Their own Viper's Pit here is going to make moving in even more difficult. And it's going to force the Viper to play close to this spike.
The flank of alert's everything here. The flank of alert and Niffy. That is what decides this round. They can get first blood.
Redco's barrel. They know where one of the players is. The process of elimination needs to work out. But Redco still wins, even with the aforementioned information that was given over to Niffy. It's a good flank from alert, but I think it might be too little, too late. Diving into the pit now, Pinocchios, and they're going to fall on just trying to shepherd people in to die to the spike, but they'll face their own fate as Lena carves them up.
An incredible round there from Louvre, and I love that counter utility. Pit goes down, instant reaction to Redco's ult, and it shows why you see a lot of teams saving these ults. It's purely not because they want to use them on cooldown, it's because they're playing it reactionary. Niffy, these knives being held on to, probably going to be expended this round because of the financial crisis Sharper find themselves in, but we've got Juicy with his as well. Again, it's like their eco ult that they hold on to. Flaring his pit, it's the counter and after plan. We've got Hunter's Fury for anyone who's locked in the lockdown. It's really nice bit of synergy that comes out now, and for Pinocchios, he's got a tall order to try and stop this very fast play.
Pinocchios has created a couple of choke points. Can the people force through them? Feel the wrath of the Marshal. The law potentially laid down by Pinocchios. I tell no lies when I say that I mean to exact my justice, but they are going to be pinged by recon bolts. They can't stand behind that wall. It's just so unfair when it comes to these lineups. Now it's down to Niffy. I believe they've ran out of knives. that hero play could be gone. They swap over to the Sheriff instead, hoping for the one-tap. They have an idea where Juicy is, and a dink is delivered, but no more than that. And flawless is this next round from Louvre as they move in looking for a 9-3 half.
It's weird to think how one-sided this scoreline is looking. Bearing in mind that, for the most part, this has been close. These have come down to sort of final executions, tidbit mistakes that are being punished so significantly. Louvre, they've not run any crazy strap. They have just been running in with their ults, with their aim, and then just making sure they trade off one another. And it's that ability to trade that always leaves them in the upper hand regardless of the fight that has ensued. Knives out instantly. Let's see what Juicy could do with them.
Juicy's feeling a little bit frisky. The knives are mostly just being used because there's no way to save them. Still got the Vandal here as well to play with if they so wish. They fake out on the ropes and that forces Niffy to take the peek, but guess who was waiting if not flaring? A bait and switch for the ages, and that's meant that 2 players were already dead on the side of the defenders. Both these sites are feeling the pinch. Both sides feel like as if they're almost vulnerable, but Beta reinforces here. Getting rid of Juicy and Lenifors as well. Suddenly it's a 3-3.
That's a spike he got.
And the spike is down.
Oh, son, look how split up this side of Louvre is as well. If anyone falls, there's no trade whatsoever. Acetix, he suspects the Reina. He wants this duel with Darion before his teammates come, but Darion, he won't oblige him just yet.
Redco's in a mad weird position. Look at this.
Is that a technical term? The technical term's mad weird.
The technical term is weird, champ. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm using my terminology. I'm not quite used to the Valorant jargon yet, but
Yeah.
this dead win position might actually work out for him as well.
Ooh, Beta falling down in the Viper duel, and now Acetix is feeling somewhat isolated until Alert can come on in. Down
perfect.
goes the lockdown, and up comes the wall to try and split up these areas. There will be a little bit of safety here behind yellow box, but there's no safety when Acetix is coming for you. Redco comes around the back, down goes the Nano Swarm. The defuse is being stuck, but Alert, you're too brave, my son. Get him, Nano Swarm, and get him bullets. Redco gets everything they need out of the and that's 9-3 for Louvre.
For a moment, that looked very doable for Sharper. That was just moments away from a converted defuse. Unfortunately, they're not quite able to follow through. Louvre, they go 9-3 up on their attacking side of Icebox. They're going to move into this defender's side feeling pretty damn confident. I suspect we will see some very aggressive plays off the back of both Juicy and Darion, purely because why not? Yeah, everyone's having fun. It's been a relatively good game for them, and more importantly, it allows you to try and push the matter with Sharper, who might start feeling slightly tilted, having lost these last couple.
Pretty standard approach here. The duelist defending A. Sova reinforcing them is something a bit new, but it might be indicative of some aggression that could be facilitated by a Sonic Arrow. And so that's why Darion has moved up so quickly. And upon seeing nobody, it's a quick dash over to mid here. Juicy is keen to get a fight done, but unfortunately they're walled away, so it won't be forthcoming when it comes to the exchange of fire. Niffy, that's not the regular planting site, and it's completely exposed to Redco. 3 members have already fallen, and
wow.
Sometimes you just right-click better. And in that case, Lena did right-click better.
That's one powerful right-click. However, that was a round which Sharper, you can't lose like that. You really can't. Bear in mind that you want to be able to at least convert your momentum from your pistol to be able to go, okay, yeah, whatever. This was behind us. It was close. We can move on to our full spy. If you're stomped that badly, you're kind of left thinking what to do next. With hardly any kills. Yeah, what do? With hardly, I forgot. Without any abilities, without any kills, without a spike plant, you've just got a eco when, well, this is where Juicy thrives.
It's the duelists who have decided
both
to
with
stick
ghosts
to
and nothing
their
else.
guns with the ghosts, hoping that maybe they could find some trades. But then again, if they're up against classics, so not too much to worry about. They can win the longer range duels. It's the close range with the right clicks that they're bound to be worried about. It's just a shock dart being lined up here by Lene. Oh, you dirty boy. Where's that going, huh? A little bit of damage done, but no frag off the back of it. Going across the ropes right now. Acetix speed is the name of the game. Moving in close to Juicy. Can they grab even more? The duel didn't buy anything because all ghosts, baby. I'm haunted by the past, but it haunts you presently.
How on earth did Juicy survive that? He stared down the barrel of a classic that was as it was being right clicked. He looked at it and he just survives. And that is insane. I'll be fair play to him for surviving that. And well, this is turning out to be a very one-sided affair, especially if Sharper can't convert this rifle round. For Redco, having a great game so far on the Killjoy. Usually it's Alert we see top fracking with the Killjoy. In this case, no. Redco wants a piece of that. As for now, only SMGs on a couple of members, but the contact's made in mid.
Oh, trades and skirmishes, trades and skirmishes. That's a couple of lootable rifles. Come in, my friends. Find some high-caliber weapons. It's my treat to you, I promise. And now, what can flaring do? They've already picked up one. Everything is going wrong for Sharper. On this map pick of Louvre, as we wondered, would they do better against higher tier competition like this Thai team? And it seems like they are unperturbed by the caliber that's put before them.
Pinocchio's dislocation, it's known instantly by Lenny, and sure, he loses the drone in the process, but all he has to do is wait.
Lenny's just camping, man.
Oh, get him over, man.
And this was the buy round. Remember, if a C6 can't clutch this, they're going into match point with pistols.
This is the
best. Oh, there's the shot.
Oh,
there it is. It's just a better Sova.
The Sova diff. It's huge. Lenny, what are you doing? He's toying with them. What I love as well, 5 kills separate the bottom and top fragger of Louvre. Like, they're all doing well. This isn't like a one-man army-esque sort of style. Oh, no. 12-3 the scoreline, and with only pistols, SMGs, the sort of hollow husk of an appearance, Guardians have to be relied upon and called upon for Sharper to at least try and make it 4.
9-3 curse, they said. I'm going to go with no, mate. It's the ramshackle buy. But it's doable. A trio of Guardians. What can you do?
Oh, they're tempting fate, aren't they? They're tempting fate.
Oh, Juicy. Leave them alone. They're just itty-bitty babies. Oh, here we go again. Same peak 6-pack.
Ooh, that's a clean shot from Alert. Fortunately, may not matter. Juicy, he's just going for it again and again. Why not? Darion, he's getting kills as well. They're just getting mobbed. They're getting bullied.
One shot and move,
flaring.
not if you're Juicy. They don't care. Flaring.
That timing is so sad.
Here. Do they know that they don't have this space? They could get a good drop on Beta or on a C6. They've caught a little bit, but no. Beta catches the other angle. A good trade here. 3-3. Not dead yet are Sharper. But here come the duelists. Darion and Juicy, who've done so much so far to make this so dominant for Louvre. Down goes the wall. Juicy sees a rifle. And they saw the ponytail. You've been betrayed by your hair, my friend. The knives, come on out. Bates has got no idea what hit them. It's 2 versus 1, and again, a C6 is demanded to clutch. A Phantom in hand, a pair of shock darts are up against Lenny, and they're up against Juicy too. They get themselves the defuser, a quick headshot there, and still Juicy's low, so any bullet will do. Can it be converted? Juicy is just built different.
The juice is loose, Harry. What a round from him, and what a game from Louvre. 13-3. They decimate Sharper, showing them exactly why Icebox is not only their map pick, but their playground.
And that means Louvre are going to continue exacerbating their lead in our group. They are 5-0 in maps at the moment. And when we looked at this group, Kremer, we anticipated that Louvre were probably going to be one of, like, mid-table guys. Like, if we had to separate the teams into tiers, it would be like Boom and Sharper at the top, then Kingsman and Louvre, and then DXG and Todak towards the bottom. But Louvre, they have come to play today.
They have. I think play is one term. I think bully is another. They have
dominates.
Yeah, this is like sending SEAL Team 6 to paintballing. Like, they are looking so damn strong right now. And for Louvre, all they have to do is rinse and repeat. If they can make this consistent, they've won the tournament. Unless someone like Paper Rex can find a way to overthrow them, or Boom can find a way to shut them down. If that doesn't happen, I think Louvre are really looking dominant. We're going to have to see if they can mimic that success over on our next map of, I believe, Haven. We're going to go to a quick 5-10 minute break. When we return, the action will continue.
smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I.
Hello. Welcome back. We've got Louvre versus Sharper. We just saw Louvre do something frankly despicable to Sharper over on Icebox. We now move to Haven, where they're going to try and mimic that success. I'm Newcastle Kramer 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Leg Day. Harry, how are you feeling about this one?
Chief, we've piled up some evidence. There was a moider on Icebox.
A moider.
There was a moider on Icebox.
There's a series
Well, the
of
question
moiders.
is, will Sharper, the tie team, continue their tirade of ties and go 1-1? I didn't anticipate that many ties in that sentence.
That was a lot of ties. I mean, my hands are tied here, as right now we've got a very, very strong
Have I ever
Louvre.
told you I hate you?
We're meant to be liked by this, aren't we? Louvre, they're looking really damn strong. Oh, we're going to see him. We're going to see a KO. I would love to see a KO. He's been very effective.
I demand it. The best flash, some would say.
Oh,
Never
blue
mind.
balls. We've been left.
That makes more. Did you just say that on?
Yeah, it just came out. Sharper. Sharper. Just move past it. Sharper. The breaches. I like the fact that we see Pinocchio on a breach. He loves breach. He plays it all the time. Breach on Pinocchio is strong. Louvre not going for a breach though is really, really ballsy. It's kind of, we're at a stage now with Haven where a breach, it's not mandatory, but it's definitely getting there.
I think that just like with Icebox, SCA has a love affair with breach, right?
Yeah.
They probably play it a little bit more than other regions. And it's interesting, they might actually share some scrim time with Oceania teams, because they like a little bit of breach as well. So maybe there's a bit of cross-pollination of tactics here as well. After day one, I thought that Pinocchio might even be a breach main.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. Bear in mind that the response to the breach is the Reyna on Darion, and Darion, he has been sick on Reyna recently. It also gives you that extra flash, which, I mean, compared to the breach flash, I kind of prefer it. It's a bit more free, a bit more easy to use, but for the body of it, I would rather have the breach purely for that rolling thunder.
It is a bloody good alternate, especially on this point. You can see that the A hit is already starting to be fading away because of the pressure on C, so a lot of the defenders are going to be waiting here. Speaking of which, Flaring was waiting, and the trap was sprung. They've got themselves two, and they need to reload, but can they get themselves another? The answer's no, but guess what? Len is back. The Dumbledore of the archery continues to throw out bolt after bolt. So many shock dart kills. It's frankly, it's a bit reprehensible, to be honest. Their energy bill must be massive.
I once turned our radiator on for about half an hour, so I really understand
solar
its pain.
panels then.
Yeah, I understand its pain right now, because this is tough, that's for sure. And also, you need to remember, Louvre, considering how dominant they were on Icebox, you don't want to see you don't want your pistol round to go this badly. You need something to go your way, just so you have that confidence to go, yeah, it was just the map, it wasn't us. But when you're dominated like that, look how aggressive Juicy's being. He wants to savor that.
Oh my god. Absolutely topped.
Oh my god.
Absolutely topped. Juicy gets stunned. They don't care. I'll just keep shooting. I've got my own magic. Some nerd darts come out. At this point, they're just bullying Beta. Please spare me, sire. There is no mercy for you here.
Oh, Harry, this is a disaster. When rounds are one-sided, you need them to be, yeah, you're against an eco, whatever. But those were two pistols in the hands of Darion and Juicy, and they just run into them. They take an aim duel wherever they can. It's an instant shutdown, and more importantly, not only is it an instant shutdown, but it leaves this side of Sharper with... yeah, they go to their full investment, but Juicy, he's got the op. This is a round 3 op, and he's going to be able to use it on a...
They're going to meet him as well. They're going to be backed up by the recon dart. Will Juicy be able to make it happen? Out comes the stun. Out comes the op. It's a miss on the first, but they don't dash away yet. They continue to hold the angle of the smoke. It's going to be a miss just about. And now the op needs to be abandoned. Nifty could grab that if they so desire, but there's plenty of defenders here to continue plugging the holes on A.
That was a bit of a mistake from Juicy. Maybe overstaying his welcome just a little bit there. One shot is usually when you fall back, two if you're feeling greedy. To go for three, yeah, just isn't what you want to see. An exchange in drones, one of which survives. Redco, though, is forced away because, of course, well, when they know he's coming, his effectiveness isn't quite palatable. For Flaring, in a moment, he's going to be called to action. I mean, he's had a very, very strong game over on Icebox. Let's see what he can do on Haven.
I mean, I'm considering myself a Flaring fan, to be honest. Are they going to use the gravity here? Oh, they are. Will they be able to fire on through? They're down to 16 health already. A single bullet will get it done. You can see them sailing past. Just one to a toes. And Beta's the one to deliver it. Redco now on the entry. A full blind is given over. And the dismissed grants a touch of safety. But no more than that will be given over as Beta claims 3. And a bonus plant is claimed on the buy that they needed and disqualifying the op. Sharper are back in business.
This is just what Sharper needed, just so they can regain some confidence and sort of say to their opponents, okay, this isn't Icebox. This is a new map. It's a new chance for us to go with renewed vigor. They now have a very, very convincing buy against Louvre, who are down to just sheriffs. That investment of the op on Juicy, sure, it was effective to see it third round, but now it's got a financial kickback, and left with just sheriffs, for Sharper, this should be their equalizer.
Leonard just decides to hold their ground for a while. Man, that's a dirty knife. Not a fan of that color scheme for the foil, I'm not going to lie to you. Even more warnings sent out, and the drone could be next, but they need... Oh, Niffy here. If they see the drone, they could just dash on forward. They could try and kill Lena while they're piloting it. Niffy's going to give it a go, but no, instead they decide to send in the aftershock, and elsewhere, Darion's made a skirmish work. These duelists work in tandem, and they work so well. Darion claims an uneven altitude, and it allows for the better usage of the rifle. Out comes the gravity well, and so much space has been taken away from these attackers. They're getting boxed in. They need to defeat Lena to relieve some of the pressure.
Hey, what on earth is happening? These are just sheriffs. You should not even be considering losing this round, but Juicy, caught out, gives a glimmer of hope, but Flaring, he backs out.
All right. Once again, a little bit more comfortable. 3-3 is okay, especially as attackers when you're up against three sides.
Ooh.
Niffy's just so good, dude. Just slow walk, hit the shot you need to. Darion is still a problem. There's never going to be a world where Darion with a Phantom and an Empress on top of that is not going to be a problem. They believe this is clutchable. And you know what? I'm inclined to believe them. Out comes the drone already. Does Nifty swing on this? They do. And they shut down the Empress. Flaring now, going up against Pinocchio's. But Pinocchio's pre-aim is too strong. That was a little bit of a heart pounding against my frail ribs for a couple of sheriffs. I'm not going to lie.
It was well recovered by Sharper. That could have gone catastrophically bad. However, it's like when you're on a horse, you lose one hand, you're thrown back, but you still got one hanging on. So they adjust themselves. They look a bit embarrassed, but after brushing the dirt off, they're okay. All right, it's an equalizer. Full investment on either side. Juicy, once again, having a crack with this off. It looks like he's going to aggress through sewers, and this position, this A kind of peak has worked so effectively for Louvre in the past. However, the grab well, that'll put an end to that pretty quickly.
A pair of grab wells, in fact. There was one given out by Flaring in A long. But Juicy daren't move this again. It's Darion now who takes point with the Vandal. They catch a whiff of head, and that's all they need to take down Niffy. Pinocchio tries to take the swing off the back of a flashpoint, but look at the assorted guns that are here. Such a dangerous peak for a C6 to take if they decide to do so. The recon arrows down. They haven't heard the operator yet. Do they know about Juicy's presence? They expect only a Vandal. They did not expect the operator. And so the Juice gets their man.
For a second, I thought Juicy was going to push into sewers as well. Let's try and hunt the breach. Like, okay,
Keep going.
Too much juice, But no, he's backed off for now.
Lost in the sauce.
Flaring a Beta this duel on C.
Look at Beta. They've made their way onto B. Oh, that's the gravity well. You're done, mate. You're done. Wait,
trade.
Alert with the refrag though. They're cut off by the cyber cage, and Redco's going to just cut off their head as well. And now it's just a breach with a spike in hand, but surprising inroads made there by some of the attackers. Just making their way onto C.
Pinocchio.
Random shots, keep them on notice, you know? Oh my goodness. That could be a full blind if it's delivered properly. For now, do you want to try and save this weapon? They've got 4.8k. Economic damage here might be more important, but it's not going to be viable.
It keeps their money low. Yeah, that's what matters if you're Louvre. Now, for Louvre, that was a really strong round from both Redco and Flaring. Bear in mind that Juicy, he's killing people on A. They're seeing people on A. They've got an engagement, 2 engagements. They hear the Astra. They realize that it's probably going to be an A hit. But it's not. Alert, he shifts up alongside, I believe, Pinocchio's to try and take C. The fact that Flaring and, I believe it was Redco as well, just don't even, they don't shift, they don't move, they static as anything. It gives them an instant shutdown and a sight health purely off the back of some incredible patience.
Juicy and Darion, I rarely see duelists on the defense play this closely together, but they're making it work as a duo. And right now, the tip of a spear even seems to be alert. The entry killjoy.
Danny, you'll see some players in mid. Yes, there's 1 or 2 there, even gets the ping, which should harass them, at least for the time being. But it's a default ping held from Sharper. They realise that because of how aggressive these duelers are being, you just need to see where they are and then move around that. With a hit coming to C, Niffy, knives out, ready to lead the party with a bit of a shortcut.
Niffy could be a real hero here, but the rest of the team do have rifles, so we're not relying too heavily upon these knives. We just want Niffy to make the entrance. Oh, the op rings out. The jig is up for Juicy, but they maintain the angle. They maintain the peep. Will they be rewarded for their brazenness? There's the stun. It's an avoidance. It's a good shot. Goodbye to the blades, but that was the most expendable player on Sharper. And so Juicy just going to come back for a cuddle and a biscuit.
A flank of alerts everything, but look, Lenny, he's read it beautifully. What a call on his part. Juicy. Now, it's him and players on this side. Can he kill them? His crosshair's almost in the right place, but no. No adjustment required.
Rolling Thunder mostly avoided. Oh, the ping stopped just in time, and Beta will survive the onslaught of the operator. But Juicy from up top is going to be so difficult to deal with. They know exactly where a C6 is on the other side of this. And oh, the AC-130 jet is a rare approach, but one that I can appreciate.
I really like how they used the divide there from the Astra, despite being what really should have been an ineffable round. I mean, yeah, it's, well, 4 on 1. There's not much that could have been done from Sharper, but that wall, that extra commitment, is just an extra layer of kind of security in the round. And it shows that Louvre, despite having such a dominant Icebox, despite being in the lead now, they are still treating Sharper as if they're, well, as if they're them, as professional, and as giving them as much respect as possible, even when just walking all over them with these duelists. And again, this ragtag team of Juicy and Darion, you don't often see it, but my god, it's working, and they're going to try it again in mid here.
Double up on the duelists. Up against some pistols here, it's a mishmash by Ramshack Crema, a pair of Vandals, but they're not accompanied by full shields, so a little bit fragile. And you can see right now that Pinocchio's is trying to make sure that Juicy can't play out of those sewers again. We have a rat problem, and I'm the exterminator. This
exterminator. He's one who loves his job as well, so he's staying after hours.
I'm enthusiastic about that.
He's bringing his own traps. He'll even charge a discount when he finds this infestation. Like, you don't want this guy as your rat infestation, man. Because he'll take your dog as well. That's how eager he is.
Just looks at your dog like, you're going to finish that? Oh, Juicy!
Oh, that's quick.
Unbreakable, but Niffy much more so. Alert's good to connect those headshots, but Darion, the second attempt, they get just demolished here. It doesn't matter that Acetix claims 2 headshots because Lena's still on the ball. We've seen a lot of Hunter's Fury kills today. I tell you what, when it comes to utility usage, Lena's a bit of a nerd when it comes to the Sova. Some great shock darts and some beautiful lineups with the Hunter's Fury as well. As a Sova player myself, I'm Myron.
I feel like nerd is a compliment in this case.
Very much a compliment.
Very much a compliment. He is really looking to deliver, and I mean he has been. for now, this sort of setup from Louvre, the whole premise is to just go aggressive and kill people. You see, once again, this setup, Juicy and Daryl, this time pushing C, this time the Astra's call to action. We're going to see this first blood. Can I even catch you off in Astral form?
There you go. They have not pushed up C long yet. This is not something that's been claimed, but Beta seems to be prepared. It's a good check, and Beta has removed one of the duelists. Now Juicy is alone, and they have to move over to C to make sure that this C long area is going to be checked. And this leaves a pretty vulnerable A site to try and penetrate.
Holding this angle, Beta gonna try and help with some stars over on the safe site, but because he's so far away, because that spike is still by attacker spawn, the option's there to cancel, but they don't want to cancel, Harry. They want to double down. This A site, now that Juicy's out the equation, now that Darion's out the equation, now Juicy's on C, you know, maybe A might finally fall to them.
Nifty's gonna have trouble entering here, though. If they don't updraft before they use their dash, they could be caught in double tripwires. Nifty moves on forward. That's the first tripwire. They get dragged back. The yo-yo is too strong. Redco was waiting, and Redco slays on through. It's so easy for the Cypher. They catch one, and they've seen Pinocchio as well. They know that one's in hell. Alert was pinged. Pinocchio needs to win a series of duels here, and they win the first, taking out Juicy. They're going to be wrapped from two sides. They keep giving him what he wants. You need to peek together, my boys. But who would expect Beta's current approach from the back?
No time.
I think they've heard from approaching. The time is too low. They need to win on frags because the plant is untenable. But surely Louvre will just hide away here and guarantee themselves a round and claim 6-2.
Really strong round from Louvre. Really strong round from Redco there. That was a great spot of decision making to not only commit to just hiding in his own smoke, but more importantly, that setup there with the cam, with the tripwires, with the cage, beautifully positioned. And considering how common it is to see his tripwires now deployed on B, the fact he's now turned his attention, put him on A, it completely catches Sharper off guard, and it gives them a very clean round, one of which they went into. That execution they went into with a man disadvantage, they leave it with 2 players up. What a commitment, what a trade, and more importantly, for Darion and Juicy, they're going to continue this hit squad. They push A, but the reality is, the main man tested here will be flaring.
Oh, yep. Flaring already takes the jump peak. They see multiple people moving on in, but do they know that he's already in sight? The shock dart comes on through. Niffy's danger close, and Flaring survives for now with a little bit of HP left. D-Tick removes that from the fray. Redco, the next one, calls to action. They go into alert, and that's going to be 4. Can they get themselves the ace? Beta's going to deny it, but in a 3 versus 1, so much is asked of this Astra. They're surrounded from every side, but it's the duel that they're ready for that they can't quite win.
Incredible round from Redco there, and I mean, Flaring, he was tested, he gets his utility, he delays, that's all he had to do. He bought time for the rotation of Redco. Redco, 2 quick kills, he even gets his ult out instantly on the first one, and that's exactly what you want to see. He gains his ult, then uses it as he gets it off that first kill. That decision making, that split-second action gives so much information for Louvre. It allows Juicy and Darion to continue their flank through attacker spawn, seeing no one's there anyway. So even if we did see Redco fall, the flank would have followed it up and given them another round. Such a strong bit of teamwork from Louvre, and again, they're pushing through A long.
The dynamic duo, the Diabolus duo. Devils down A long. And it may well be a hit to B here, or at least they want to give the impression of a hit to B. Redco very safe at the moment in the back, and the spike is going to travel at least through mid and towards this garage. They know that Flaring usually plays here alone, but Flaring's got a penchant for guerrilla warfare. They can do it by themselves. Out comes... That's not going to hit anyone. It's telegraphed. No one gets stunned. Redco needs to be worried here about Niffy trying to come on. I'm going to... Are going to get concussed, but who can follow up on it? Flaring's fallen on the site, but Redco's got themselves some room to work with. The Hunter's Fury is going to do plenty of damage. Smoke is going to be the real problem. Needs to be dealt with. Darion has a chance to make this work. The Devour re-ups their health pool. It's a 1 versus 1, and the C6 fumbles the first advantage, but does not second. A bonus plant for a touch more money. And this half is getting a little bit more bearable.
It's pinch of salt, isn't it? There's still a couple rounds left, and if we see a 7-5, then Sharper, they're grand. They've recovered it. But if Icebox was anything to go by, even, you know, moving off 3 rounds was tough for them. In fact, they couldn't move off 3 rounds. For Sharper, I would love to see that round sort of attempted again, but without the usage of abilities through Garage. I could have got the element of surprise there if they just pushed, but for now, there's now a massive ult advantage for Louvre. Bear in mind that there is the Divide and Lockdown available for Sharper, which are 2 very, very important ults, used instantly. Let's see what the response is.
Big telegraph. Can Niffy be taken down? No. Their adjustment is just perfect, and Juicy's been caught out by the lurk of Alert. They've got both of the duelists. Alert is not alarmed by the movement that was taken. Many will be revealed. Deciding to try and play off the back of the information gained. It forces repositions, but the spike is in such a safe site for everyone to just back off and freely throw themselves into trying to hit. However, Niffy loses the duel. Redco thirsty for more. They could try and clear out this cubby. They go in, but Beta grabs 2 headshots in quick succession. And you know what, Sharper, if they can turn this half into 7-5 Kramer, that would be an uncanny comeback.
It would also be one that gives them that confidence that they haven't really had all game. You know, the sort of confidence we see on Juicy and Darion, just to push, just to pick an angle and go, right, we're taking that. That's something that Sharper haven't really had. When they go somewhere, they do it as a team. They do it as like a mob, like a gang. But if they are starting to feel a bit more confident, we might see some solo plays. We might see Niffy trying to go for picks a bit more often. We might even see him bring out the Yop. But for the time being, it's still down to Rifles. Louvre, their economy's fairly pressed as we move into this. And for Darion, he's hit by the utility early on.
Oh, they're unable to destroy the recon bot before the first pulse comes out. Beta, you double down and try and make that work? They've taken Beta so low, and there's no ability to heal. All damage taken, Kremer, is permanent. Darion versus Pinocchio, and Darion wins those everything up through sewers now. The rats will rise, and the kingdom of the Skaven shall potentially take over. That gravity well needs to try and be avoided, but while you're looking at looking out for frags, Lenner gonna fall. Well, Niffy knows nothing but pace, speed, and power. Juicy from the top. What can they find? Those stars are no longer active. 3 versus 2. Sharper want this 5-7, and they might well get it. 2 excellent frags. All they need to do is wait. They know where flaring is. They come together, but Acetix manages to clean it up nevertheless. And Sharper, hello there, boy. You been?
Certainly their attacks are looking a bit more coordinated, aren't they? We see that Killjoy ult go down, and they actually trap most of Louvre's players on a long. What I don't like is how Louvre, they sort of both had different thoughts there. Half the players stayed on long, half of them fell back to try and defend A, and then go to CT. And it meant that the players who did so, they both got isolated, they both got killed, rather than sort of stacking together and then doing a bit of a 2-pronged retake with the rotating players from C and B. It is a mistake, and it was kind of punished for it. And for Sharper, that's their opening. That's what brings them back into this game. We move to the pistol round. If Louvre fail this, if Sharper are able to take it, then this could be a very close game indeed.
I want that, Kramer. I want that close game. I hunger for it. Even when they're attacking, flaring's preferential to a little bit of C. Putting down some smokes here to allow for safe passage for the pinch. Garage is officially the territory of LVR. And flaring here. Dare they move through the smoke? They will indeed, and they get the drop on Beta. They turn on a dime and deliver even more shots. The spike needs to be planted at some point, but there's plenty of time to play with at the moment. Oh my goodness, the shock darts from Acetix. Those were lined up from the defender spawn. Kind of nasty with it, but you know who else is nasty? Darion.
That is a naughty round on his part. And what I really like about Darion there is he heard the flash get thrown from the breach. So he knows full well that Pinocchio's has tried to get to backside without his team. So he just pushes straight through it, takes the Angel with him. If he dies, his teammate can push, get the kill, it goes to a 2-on-2. If he wins it, which he does, it's 3-on-2, an easy upper part for them to take. Bear in mind that they know where they are, because they know the shock dart, it had to have come from the defender's spawn, from the trajectory it went on. Now, for Louvre, they're sort of left with they're left of an opportunity. Do they go for a mass ghost spy? Yes, they do. Darion and Lenny, so confident. I love it. However, this time Juicy, being a bit more disciplined, playing like an adult with this Phantom. Oh, that's an opening.
Juicy gets some real value out of that Phantom. Goodbye to the smokes. Goodbye to the stuns.
All the
Look
flank.
at this wrap, though, from the breach. They need to be identified. Pinocchio.
No!
Oh, not this. Not in my 100-acre wood, son. Alert finds Darion. And this is plenty of damage taken here to deny the bonus. How have they done this? A Phantom could be looted here by Niffy. And Flaring desperately needs to try and get this plant. It's 1 versus 2, and it will be checked. Okay, it's a mad sprint. Let's pick up some rifles, boys. Try and figure out what we lost along the way. But for Louvre, that was nowhere near as clean as it should have been.
It wasn't clean at all, but here's where their investment now makes a bit more sense. Darion and Lenny, they went into that with ghosts. They didn't buy anything, so they only, at least economically, lost 1 player's worth of equipment. So that's actually a really smart round by Louvre to just win it. Now that they have matching buys, it's still a little bit of a bonus. Flaring, he's still only on a ghost against the Phantoms and the Vandals now of Sharper. No ults are up on either team, and for Redco, going to go 17-6. He's going into this with just a Spectre.
Niffy knows their plan here. Oh my goodness. That's Vanova possibly managed to dodge the concussion potentially, but they might have moved into yet a... Todak just holds down the trap.
Oh, no.
Oh no. The blind fade all 3 at the precise wrong moment. And so drowned in a hail of... was the Jet.
Oh, this is being held, though. Really nice setup from Sharper on the flip side. Pinocchio's. Oh.
They bring out the flash as well. That could be a full blind, but Leonard just holds down the trigger. That's fine. I can go full auto, bro. No dramas. 67 HP remaining. Base is surely going to be revealed by this. But Leonard's busy checking the corner, looking for a wallbang. It's Flaring. Look at me. Look at me. That was a really cool peek there as well from Beta. Continue looking towards this so that you do not pay attention to a flank coming through from Alert. Sharper are playing well off each other right now.
Yeah, fair bit of teamwork, and I actually like how they're starting to show a bit more confidence. That push from Pinocchio's to go into sewers, knowing full well that your opponents will show themselves on long, knowing full well you risk running into a player in doing this, it pays off. He gets a lot of map control. He's even able to get a man advantage momentarily when they even consider pushing into sewers. So that little just success there is going to help them, at least psychologically. For Redco, he sees that ult, or that util usage on long, goes, nah, I'm good. Let's head back to C. As you see, he's going for a fast play now.
Veto looking to try and play retake here instead of defend it on the site. The Aftershock's going to clear out a little bit of space for the defenders to be able to re-aggress into for now. And they have to figure out what kind of pathing they'll want to take. They don't have anyone towards the back. More presence in Garage at the moment, and of course coming from Defender Spawn as well. Beta sends out a couple of sound cues for penetration of the cyber cage, keeps attention towards that area. A full blind is given. Redco needs to win against Niffy, and Niffy's unable to connect. But Pinocchio does slightly better.
1v3 for him. Pretty tough, but he just cleaned up. Really, really strong round from Louvre there. And I actually like how when you go to a full buy, your team expects you to try a default. So start probing at them, get a feel for how your rifle versus rifle setup is, because that's how you're going to be predominantly playing this half. Nah, Louvre, they want nothing of it. Just straight gut it to the C site, get in position, go for the commitment, and that's exactly what Redco was doing on A-Long. Once he sees the util usage from Pinocchio, he sees an Astra Star committed, and then he sees a Shock Dart, he knows full well that there are 3 players whose attention is over on A. That just encourages his teammates to push up C long, they catch off their enemy off guard, and now they move into this buy round, not only with a better buy, but with a massive ult advantage.
Juicy, juicy, juicy. The knives in the hand. Will they expect a CTX to be around this box? A right click could spell their doom. Pinocchio is already looking down this angle, I believe, with a Marshall. And Juicy here going to make their entry. They move on up. They're trying to use the high ground. I think they may want the Sova, but they just throw a random knife into the smoke and hit a headshot. That's a vac. That's a vac. Ban him. Ban him now.
Volvo, where are you? Wait, this isn't a Volvo. this is a new mod. This is the sleek newer model. We've got 11-6 the scoreline. And
wait, did they just throw away their ghost? I didn't want to throw that one away. I want to Marshall away.
Give it back. I don't want it.
Oh no, give me that back. They spent an updraft to recover the ghost. They may be good at aiming, but they ain't good at inventory.
Yeah, I think Juicy, he may realize just how that This is like basic economics. It's like destroyed them. Oh no. I fear no man, but that thing. Economics that scares me.
Oh my. Niffy's down. Juicy is up. Yet another kill. And A. I'm in danger.
Absolutely is. No one cares either. Like, basically, he's still in spawn. Oh, it's in so much danger. That spike's going to go down. And sure, there are ults to throw, but there are ults to throw on both sides. There's the Hunter's Fury. It gets nothing done with it. The Empress ready to be expended as well as... Oh, Darion. He wants to fight. Go on, give it to me. Fight me.
Fight me! And Pinocchio does so. The potential here. Oh my goodness, the combination of the Rolling Thunder and the cost destroyed right here, and then it gets that. The Hunter's Fury gets so much, and Juicy gets even more. No alert, there will be no escape. There will be no mercy because Juicy is on the hunt, and Juicy is hungry, but Alert is faster when it comes to the draw. This is going to be 12.
Look at the hunt from Lenny as well.
Unavoidably.
He's not going to survive.
It's going to be 12. Alert's looking in the wrong direction.
Oh, no!
No! Is that Soulcast on my screen? What a fumble from Lena. No. That is a hoisted by your own petard, sir.
Oh, my heart. Alert, at least he holds on to the sheriff. Yeah, he gets to hold on to it. To the Phantom, sorry, that works. I think he's probably about as confused as we are. Oh, that's what you get for BMing. It's over to 6 the scoreline, Louvre. I don't think they're going to sweat very hard regardless here. As they're going to get ready for... Hey, it's the old reliable. Go hit this ace site. They do have the Sova ready in the form of a C-Tix. More importantly, Niffy on the high ground might be able to use the Spectre to catch out Juicy.
Oh, Niffy up high, though. This could be a great angle to try and play it from. The Juicy takes some damage. Both jets battered and bruised. A big blind onto 3 people, and they hear the drum, the rum for rifles, but C-Tix just carves on through with a Spectre. I don't need a big rifle. I've got my little buddy.
That worked really well. That's surprisingly well for Sharper. That they just line everyone up. They take one duel at a time. They swing together. The flashes from Pinocchio there were absolutely perfect, and it speaks to the effectiveness of the absolute effectiveness of that breach. And while we have rarely seen kind of a breach versus a comp without a breach, usually it's a mirror matchup. I'm glad to see how it plays out against the Reyna. Now, well, the Reyna Killjoy, that is. For Reyna, the flashes are a bit more tempo oriented. They're a bit more for fighting up. We've already seen them. For breach, it's early fight. It really slows him down, and Darion, he just has to tank that shock dart off the bat.
One spicy boy. Juicy once again leads the way to A. For those of you who remember day 1, hitting A on Haven, probably 9. But Juicy's already down. Niffy's got 2 now. Niffy's come alive, and a C-Tix. The top fragger for their team. This over has done so much, and they continue to do even more. Can a C-Tix finish it? You bet that they can. This over is made of gold. It's gold.
Oh, Harry.
Not in rank, but just valuable.
This is a very high value target. Right now, for Sharper, this could be their comeback. I mean, they've pummeled the economy of Louvre. Juicy is going to have to put out the knives this round. He's the only one who's even going to have some kind of hollow chance of having an economy next round. For Sharper, this could count as double. Dare I say it, Harry? They could be mounting a little bit of a comeback.
You're a dreamer, Kremer.
I am a dreamer.
A dreamer and a fool.
I would love to see it. I would love to see it from Sharper. It'll make me so very happy.
I want to see Sharper get 1-1s all the way down.
Qualify without winning a series.
Get out of my way.
Sometimes all you need to do is draw. It's the artist's career path. They are going to meet this drone, but how many will be identified? For now, it's all about stealth, and maybe we've seen a little bit of Juicy with those knives out.
For now, aggression comes in. No one's been able to take a fight just yet, though. It looks like the only man who can try and stop them now is the C-Tix. He's got something lined up.
If they get pings here, they could use their Hunter's Fury, but no, it's destroyed too early. Flaring has to move away. They know that these shock darts are going to be set up to murder anyone who tries to plant in default. The enemy's position being compromised, and so out comes the Hunter's Fury, desperate to deny this plant once more. And to be fair, Flaring has been stopped for a while here, but still undermanned is the retake. The Cosmic Divide will bisect the site, and now you have to choose. Do you play behind or in front of it? Sucked into the gravity well is not enough to stop Flaring, and Juicy throws out knife after knife. A refresh on the left click as they move behind the cover. They swap targets midway through, and that might actually destroy them. They've got about a thimble of blood between them, enough to fill a biro, but Alert is just better when it comes to delivering the bullets. And you were a believer, and I called you a fool. But here we stand, Kremer. One round closer to overtime.
Alert's he's my hero. What a round that was. He just tears through his opposition. One aim duel at a time. Kill after kill after kill. It's all that's needed for Sharper to get that site, reset Louvre. And Louvre, this is brave. They're skimping on a little bit of utility, purely so that they can get the full investment. And more importantly, with that full of... Never mind, they seem to have changed their mind. There, yeah, that's more like it. Down to Sheriffs. Yeah, I think the IGL's gone, wow.
No ego buy.
Well, that's calm for a second, lads. They go back down to some pistols, and this is what you want. This is the bonus for Sharper.
Juicy with the hero rifle, though. They can score a headshot. It could become a looting round. They don't know about Niffy, though, and Niffy reveals their location. That's going to be 3 frags in quick succession. Niffy grabs a third, and Niffy has come alive. And now they're dead. Redco, what? No, surely Redco cannot clutch this. I refuse for it to be real. They're going to be flanked on 2 separate sides here. They're going to be pinged, surely, by the drone. And while they're busy fighting that, Beta takes the swing. Oh, you worry me. You worry me.
It could be happening, Harry. It absolutely could be happening. Sharper, they're getting closer and closer. They've got the momentum. The ults are about average, but they still have the lockdown. They have the knives ready for the jet just in case. But Flurry, the Divide, and the Empress are about same levels of utility for either side. I'm interested to see if Louvre, bearing in mind that they could get that Hunter's Fury up if Lenning's able to get an all-bandit kill. If they are, then this could be a very, very strong round for them. Or better still, an ult orb and then a spike plant. And then they go into an after plant Louvre. That's where the stars would align for them. But for Alert and Co, positioned on C, it looks like for Louvre, they're running into a stack.
Look at the pace on these duelists, though. Juicy and Darion have already claimed so much space, and they've drawn rotations over to this site. They know that they can't adjust quickly enough, and Juicy's going to double dip there and take down Alert.
Rotation.
Very crucial to remove.
Strong.
Now we just go. All of your defensive utility was put down on C, and now you have to race us to A.
Oh, that Divide is so damn strong as well. That's just what was needed. And with that, we're going to an after plant. There's nothing that can be done. For now, we're going to see that plant from Flaring rather than from the Sober. So Lennox, he still won't have his ult there. Maybe a bit of a misplay, arguably.
Cedix is again the hero, stopping that plant for a second longer. This gives Flaring more time to move around they will deal with that tripwire, so their presence will be announced. The Cosmic Divide falls on down, so all's fair in love and war now as Pinot trade out, but the refrag is good. Redco's come alive. The Sentinel needs to make sure that this is tracked. And Flare Beta, what can they do from the back? They've brought in the Gravity Well. They've brought out the Nova Pulse. The swing from Acetix can't find anything at the moment, though. Everyone's tucked away, playing the time, and Beta is down. This could be it for Sharper. Perfect tournament run of Louvre. Going to be stopped by the Titans of Thailand. They continue, and they are 6-0.
What a game that was from Louvre. I mean, hey, towards the end there, Sharper, they made us sweat a little bit. The comeback, it was certainly considered. As Cetix, he had an incredible game there. Unfortunately, it just was not enough. Louvre, they go above and beyond. Redcoat with the girlfriend buff doing very damn well. But for Darion and Juicy, for me, the amount of control they were able to get off the back of pushing as a duo, just shutting down every single member. A really, really strong piece of teamwork from them. And honestly, that may be the counter to the breach over on Haven.
And I'm glad we got to see Lena and Acetix here both show off how good they are at Sova.
Yes.
Because Lena, well, they had been very reliable as a utility member of their team. We haven't really seen a huge amount of pop-offs yet, but there's been some excellent gunfighting from both themselves and Redco. And while Juicy is often the object of adoration on Louvre, evidently this supporting cast is not just second fiddle. They are just as important to Louvre's 6-0 record.
You're absolutely right. With that, we're going to be going to a quick little break. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes with our final matchup of the day. We have Todak playing, Harry. Looking forward to that.
Todak versus DivisionX Gaming.
Yep, it's going to be a very, very close game as they'll be battling to make sure that they can stay alive in this tournament. Trust me, it's one you do not want to miss. We'll be back soon.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you Wherever love goes, there is also misery. It's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy. When we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll take till the finish line. I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
Hello, 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 welcome as DivisionX Gaming take on Todak. We have got a hell of a game ahead in which the winner will be able to fight for survival, but the loser will bid themselves goodbye from the tournament. It's a fight for survival, Harry. Who's going to be eliminated?
Well, this is eliminated for playoff contention, that is, Kramer. They still have a couple days to play. They still will be required to play out the rest of the
just
group.
Don't show up for the rest of the day.
But both of these teams are, yes, 0-4 in maps, 0-2 in series. At the end of today, Kremer, one or both of these teams will have won a map. And that is good news for DivisionX and Todak fans.
That is very good news for Todak
Wait,
fans.
that's a Yoru locked in. What? Hold up.
Whoa,
Oh,
the phone. What
a
is
Vietnamese Yoru.
We finally see it. A Yoru comes out, and on bind, it's not too bad a decision. Jin as well. A really, really effective usage of Yoru is you can send his footsteps into those teleporters and really start messing with your opponents to make it sound like you've gone to different areas of the map. So I love the thought process behind the Yoru. My worry, though, my slight little worry, is the Raze is a bit more orthodox. And Kale, he has proven that he has a very good Raze. I think he's one of the few players in the tournament who have played Raze other than on bind. So we're going to have to see how it matches up against the Yoru here. Personally, I do favour the Raze, but what I quite like about this composition over on DXG is they have both the Sky and the Breach. That is a lot of flashes.
The Sky, the Breach, and the Yoru has a pop flash of their own.
That's true. Yeah, you're not going to see.
We forget what Yoru's kit is because we never see them.
Yeah, and I think both Yoru and KO right now, they have the fastest popping flashes in the game. And that's including just like insta-bursting a Hawk in front of you as a Sky. So you can't turn away from them if they're at point blank. That's how fast these Yoru flashbangs can be. So this is a really nice bit of decision making from DivisionX Gaming here. And for Todak, they are going to have to find a way to, really going to have to try and find a way to mitigate this usage of him. Now, looking at the buy, yes, I can bring that Frenzy. We don't usually see Frenzies on pistol rounds, but every now and then it's sort of thrown into the mix to try and catch a player off guard. Buying has quite a few close angles, so I understand the thought process behind it. But for Todak, kind of set up around mid, looking to try and take a little bit of a battle for A. We'll be able to see Jin stress tested on the Yoru fairly quickly now, because, well, he's the one at point blank. We do have a quick tech pause coming out with mouse issues from one of these players, which is why it's taking a moment to start.
Good news is, if Jin gets blinded, they can still use their gate crash.
Yeah.
I believe they've actually reset their gate crash now.
Oh, I like that decoy. Ready to go through.
Wait. Okay, yeah, but... No. It's just set up and they can send it through once maybe there's a confirmation of presence. Like if a Hawk is sent out here by their Sky, yes, I can. If they ping someone, if they get the Screech on the approach to B, they can send it through there and maybe cause some paranoia.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Jin, bear in mind, Jin has been a very heavy hitter for DXG. He has been their sort of star player. Heisey has had some very good rounds as well, despite being on the Astra for most of his tournament run. I really want to see if Jin could deliver similarly to how he was doing on pretty much every other game he's had. He has been that top fragger. So, for now, we move into Todak's lineup. Click, you know, he's the man to watch out for, isn't he? Click and Aduka. Aduka, when he has that op, he can be unstoppable. We've seen 35 plus kills from him, and he's just been playing out of his mind. For Click, he's been there, always supporting Aduka, helping with both the gravity wells to allow Aduka to get some free kills, and more importantly, his usage of the divides has been flawless.
I want to see more of Yes I Can. Yesterday, Yes I Can, especially on Icebox with a Viper, was such a power player. And for those of you who don't know, the script, I'm not sure exactly which alphabet that is translated as Yes I Can.
It took us a moment with that one. We were really struggling. I'm not sure if you can tell from our accents.
As Yes I Can on the roster sheet.
Yeah,
it looks like a lot of symbols for
very
6 letters.
We are very not Southeast Asian. Like, this is... like, we really struggle with names like that. Luckily, he's put his name in English on the on the roster sheet. Hopefully we can get going fairly soon.
Sudini, okay.
Have we lost Houdini?
Have we lost him? Are they having client trouble?
If he's having client, we may have to go through to a break. In a moment. I thought we did pretty well for that Filicon set as well. That was a good, like... We're approaching a few minutes of roster, of investment, utility, the positioning. Hope you're having a good day, Harry. It's been a good day for you?
Yes, it's been okay. I mean... Usually for esports, I'm awake on NA time, so waking up on Singaporean time has been a significant adjustment for me, and so there's more Red Bull than blood in my veins.
Yeah, I imagine that's not fun. I'm glad you're doing well, though. Granted, Red Bull, I have to stay off it. You're going to get the shakes fairly soon. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Where was that Yoru Great Crash? I think they sent it down towards B, but I no longer see it anymore.
I think it was on B. It would make sense to have the...
Yeah, they sent it down towards B elbow, but I no longer see it. It might well have been cancelled because it appears to be on cooldown. I'm just watching Jin right now. I'm just enjoying a little bit of Yoru.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, ping difference. That's me. That's not the players, don't worry. As I mentioned, I am very English. Like, so this is... They're quite a way away.
About 200 ping to these servers ourselves.
Yeah, luckily, the ping doesn't affect our viewing experience too badly.
That's true. I haven't noticed that much. I'll tell you what, Chroma, I have been kind of spoiled by being able to observe myself. I get to pick my own... my own viewpoint, although it does mean I don't know what you're observing, so I kind of guess as we go.
Yeah, you have made calls
on
stuff I haven't seen, but that's all right. Here we go. We're into it. There's the Jin using those steps just to try and do a bit of a fake. However, the Raze, he'll see it open. Kale, he's going to be acutely aware that it was just a fake.
Did that boombot just lock onto the steps?
I think it did. Well that's
value.
Opening. That's very much value, and now Todak, they're going to be forced to this A site. Jet ready to lead the charge. Let's see if they can actually win this Jet v Jet engagement against Nizzy.
Alright, Nizzy going to lose out on that one. The frenzy just works a little bit better for Aduka. Remember, the core of this Todak team has been together for so long. Icey just emerges from the smoke. You shall not pass, but you shall not stay either. Icey is caught and cornered in the cubby. And now Attacker 1 has to do what they may with the classic. The stun is readily delivered. Will the swing be forthcoming? Subby has to deal with other problems first and then finds their man. Almost flawless is the attack here from Todak, and an excellent execution onto A.
Really strong round from Todak. They get, their pedal to the metal, push in, quick few kills. Stubby, a really nice little 2k from him on the defense there. And for DXG, they're going to have to reconsider what to do next with only 1 kill. Going for a force buy here is a bit ambitious. It should all just be classics. There's the odd shorty on Jin, because why not? You'll have a shorty on Yoru. It's just here to enjoy himself, Harry.
Double shot with a shorty. Teleport away. No dramas, mate. They're going to be meeting multiple people here as well. Will they be fast enough on the teleport? Will they be fast enough on the shorty? Patience is the name of the game for old Jin here, and it's been a free claim of the ultimate orb in showers. They have to worry about this drone here. The defensive smokes, they see people move on past, but JD just racks through them. The second phase of shorties now activates, and Nizzy is forced to run away, but they straight into the arms of Kale. You either deal with the raise or you deal with the aftershock, and the raise is coming to you for your convenience. Oh my goodness, Kale's just running and gunning. There's no stopping him.
Yes, I can. He takes a moment to blink and sort of adjust himself. Well, where's the team? Where'd they go? I guess they're all dead. With a shorty, yeah, a kill, it's possible. But against a fairly high HP opposition, Aduka about halfway gone, so he may be the best player to fight. Unfortunately, for the looks of it, Todak, they're not planning on exiting through Defender's spawn. They're just back off the way they came. And the Stubby sees, yes I can, that should be him. Pretty much done and dusted here.
Stun given over. No one wants to challenge this, surely. Yeah, it's just an escape through the TP. And yes, I can is willingly going to sacrifice himself to the spike. Take me, but I may relieve myself of this shorty.
The atomized to buy that bomb he is there, as well as the shorty. Get that out my server, out my hands. But now,
disgusting weaponry.
Todak, they're left with a bit of a bonus to come out here. 4 Spectres and Ghosts is about as bonus as it gets, and with the rifles being brought out by DivisionX, this should be their chance to put themselves on the board. If they lose this, Todak, they get free upgrades, their economy is going to take a massive cash injection, and they're going to be really kind of riding the high of that for the next couple of rounds. So this is so important for DXG, despite how easy it may look on paper.
New angle here for the footsteps. And that's going to be a swap over to B, but I think it might have been a miscomm, to be honest. The gate crash has come on through, but there wasn't really that much of a real utility usage on B. Maybe just a touch of Astra Star laid down, and suddenly Jin's like, guys, where's the enemy? Hello? Hi?
It's just going to head back now and go, oh, well, that was anticlimactic. He'll join his team before the execution comes, though, so he will be there for the defense. A drone seen, and that may invigor this Todak side to push.
Nizzy. Can they win the duel against Subby? They will see the shotgun coming through. They know Vesova's proximal. You want to come in here with your bow, mate. A flawless it will be. The bonus is eviscerated. And Jin grabs themselves a pair of kills, getting ever closer to that Dimensional Drift. I've even forgotten the name of the ultimate. I think it's Dimensional Drift, but whenever I'm studying Valorant, Yoru is never a concern.
It's nice. It puts the boat out. And what I quite like, actually, he's using his steps to constantly almost condition Todak to hearing that teleporter go off at the start of the round. One day, he's just going to go through that, and there's not really going to be much to stop him. He's got that...
Oh, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Steps, boys.
Exactly. He's got that teleport ready to be as well. So he is really quite a multi-site piece of defense right now.
Kale saw those footsteps cross. This time will not be expending a boom bot. In fact, it may have already been used here. It's a pretty lazy default at the moment from Todak. They don't want to lose out on this round, knowing that they could be scraping the bottom of the barrel and allowing for DXG to claim the initiative if they are haphazard in their entry.
Now, slow attack prepared for Hookah and Aduka. He'll be ready to lead this charge, accompanied by the Rays. Yoru just playing the info game now. Deploys another jump in case he needs it. Going back to way. Realises the first time was a false positive. Stop calling me over here. Nothing's happening.
Can you guys stop this?
Yeah, it's like the boy who cried wolf, but now Attacker's going, okay, they may actually be here. He sees the Astra smokes.
Next time I'm not coming.
Yeah. Attacker, ready for this utility to be used. 30 seconds left, and Todak have really run down this clock. We'll see if Stubby can sell a bit of a fake here on A.
Jin sulked their way back to A, and that gate crash won't be available for a while. Attacker sees multiple people, sends out the fault line and pushes themselves into the cubby. Now they're going to be right up against the Duca, but they've got a sixth sense for these kind of things. Yes, I can. He's going to try and make sure the plant can't happen. They know that could be the win condition, but instead they are forced to move through the teleporter. Click's going to get the plant right here. And Subby, who needs to sell a fake when you can actually get the frags? 3 versus 3. And a fresh timer has begun. The teleport is very much real this time with Yoru dead. Nizzy, what kind of entry can you make? One through the smoke is going to be desperate and desolate indeed.
Yes,
I can. They're going to meet JD rather soon, but they'll reveal which area they're coming from with that bird. They've confirmed presence, but they've also confirmed their own. Sets of footsteps, and that's going to be 2 frags at once. They need to clear elbow, and they're going to be able to do beautiful double peaks given there. Nizzy may well have fallen, but there's more than enough for gunplay to finish that one out.
Really, really strong piece of work there from Heisey on that take, and in the process, he's been able to bring up that divide. Now, I want to give you a bit of history, Harry, and I'm also going to
I like history.
I know you like history. Did you know that the first ever sort of sentry gun that's ever been known was the Phalanx CIWS, and the idea is that it's a close range thing, locks onto something coming and kills it. It's very good for like anti-missile defense. It's really cool. That's wrong, because the first ever sentry gun wasn't a Phalanx CIWS, it was Heisey. He's done it first. He's like the OG the sentry gun right now, and unfortunately a lot of these players of Todak haven't really found a solution for him. Granted, the aftershock is a bit of a solution, like temporary.
Nizzy. They're going to spot her. They're going to spot that. I believe that might well have been a leg there. And Jin, you've softened them up for me, but allow me to collect a trio of headshots, and such a beautiful trio that it is assembled before me. Could I show you a painting? And it's done in the blood of my enemies.
Here's Stubby. Here's a bit of damage. Flashes out. A bit of a blind on himself there, but it doesn't matter. You see how quickly that flash pops, and that's the effectiveness.
Dude, look
of the
at
orange.
where Yes I Can is.
How's he got there?
Oh, this is free. This is so free. You never check this angle. You are never checking this. Oh, Subby. I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. It's just that easy. And Kale's not falling for it this time. I'm checking to make sure those aren't steps. Jin is down, and Kale is alone. But they know that Yes I Can is in a tricky position. Still, playing from outside the usual area become a boon for this Sky.
For now, at 3-2, we've got ults usage coming up on Todak here. They've got 3 available between Kale, Stubby, and Click. Bear in mind that Duke only 1 away from his knives, with Yes I Can, Nizzy, and Attacker a little bit of a distance from theirs as well. Luckily, both aftershocks are relatively in sync right now, so we're not going to see one expended before the other can be used to counter. As we saw in the aftershock game, essentially last match, where the second aftershock is always going to be more effective because you have the confirmation of presence. For now, though. Jin, there you go. There's the first positive. He's done the conditioning. Now he's ready to fight. Kale, he doesn't even consider it.
Kale has no idea. Jin, you got to take your move.
Oh, that's
Kale
fast.
has just finished reloading. Kale is too good at Valorant. What an opening. And now Attacker 1's down as well. Yep, B-site's free, boys. That belongs to us now.
That was an insane round.
Surely you don't retake this 2v5 with an operator.
They've got to go save. Unless Nizzy gets a kill, like, now.
I mean, they've got plenty of money, but if you give away this operator to a team that's kind of buying down to 0, that's worrying, you know? Aduka wouldn't mind having a little bit of summon.
I mean, we've seen how good Aduka is with the op as well. I would argue that in the whole tournament, Aduka is one of the best stoppers. Oppers? You have snipers, you could say. But, unfortunately, right now, he's been taking so much economic damage that he won't be able to bring one out unless he steals the one Nizzy has. But, because their economy's so bad, they can't hunt him. They just need to hold on, take this round and back off.
We've got a touch of time, Kramer. Let's talk about this tournament as a whole. We're currently 3 days into our group stage play here at Group A. The top 4 teams are going forward to playoffs, and both of these teams are trying their best to avoid elimination. 0-2 in terms of their matches so far, 0-4 in terms of maps both. And Group B, you guys aren't going to want to miss that either. It's stacked. We've got Paper Rex there. We've got Self-Built Esports, Big Bam, Beast, Bren Esports, and Bleed Esports. Group B might even be better than Group A. And you know what kind of play we've seen today.
I'm looking forward to seeing both of these teams battle out against each other in both groups. I want to see a Bren, I want to see a Paper X versus the likes of Boom, versus the likes of Louvre. I mean, I think Sharper, even though they haven't actually won a game yet, I think they will still compete with a lot of the teams in Group B here. I really can't emphasize how close this tournament's going to end up.
Oh, Nizzy's been stunned. They have to move out of there, going up high. Sniped differently. They just do it their own way, and they believe themselves to be unstoppable, and belief is the first port of call. Do you believe, Crummer? Because I believe in Aduka.
I do more than just believe, Harry. My heart's afire for this guy. He is so damn strong. We said he's one of the best stoppers in the tournament, but he doesn't need it. He's got those high-powered knives, that 1,000-folded steel, and my God, does it pack a punch.
The Nippon steel breaks skulls as if they were paper. The op turns away for a moment, so it's an easy peek here for Yes I Can. Oh no, the gravity well. Drags in Yes I Can. I think it might be time to save. And at this point, you've saved so many times. It's still 4.5k is in the bank for Yes I Can, but they're just losing so much on the entry that they have no choice.
I quite like the fact that they're saving so frequently. That definitely makes me quite happy because it means that not only are they also saving up their ult points to use alongside this investment because you are killing players when they try and hunt you, more importantly as well, as you mentioned, the economy thrives, and in a game that's this close, economy is everything. Your ability to be able to fight back is so strong. This round, if you include both ores being achieved, Nizzy and Yes I Can will be able to bring up theirs, equalizing out a 4-3 ult split. JT, though, one away from the Rolling Thunder means that they're going to have that advantage over Attacker. For now, though, let's see what can be done with this firepower. It's only rifles out on DXG. The op on Aduka is going to be that pivot point and that X factor for Todak.
Op versus op as well. Playing on B-Long, standard fare. Good avoidance there. Oh, Yes I Can might get a little bit too confident here. You can see them peeking down this long angle. Aduka had some really good management, but the other op is at short range in showers. But will the shots be clean? Will the soap be given? The shop ain't clean today, and Subby claims Attacker 1 off the back of that as well. The drone's flying low, and it'll deliver over. Nizzy now hoping that someone might try and peek into this. They're once again bullied. The cyberbullying is too strong. The updraft to attempt to dodge, but you just fallen into my trap. Yet another op has been flushed down the drain by the machinations of Subby.
Oh, the machinations and kind of preservations of its mind are really starting to weigh heavy on DXG. That's 10k worth of equipment they've lost instantly.
That's a good blind, but the follow-up is not there, and Click is just clean as a whistle. Still, you need to try and play this one out. You can't be saving again. A 3 versus 2 is doable. Yes I Can. It's actually going to directly touch Vasova here, potentially. They're literally touching each other. But Yes I Can realizes too late, backs off through that area. The Trailblazer now sent out, trying to establish sightlines, trying to gather information. It dies midway through the leap. A vet is required. Now they need to flush this over. Out goes the bird, but the blind is not forthcoming. And a cosmic divide here might make things a touch more difficult. You could get a much more free attempt at a defuse here, but time, as always, makes fools of us all. There's the Rolling Thunder, gives over concussions and denies the attempt to get this defuse now. Here's the tap, there's the movement, Izzy's got the cover, and finally DXG will be able to convert this in the nick of time. Did Sky just say a naughty word? Sky said a naughty word. Bad Australian, bad.
That is, I didn't realise.
I'm sorry, children.
From the deepest depths of my heart, I do apologise to everyone who had to hear that. For these remaining members of Todak, that round was going to leave quite a bitter taste. I mean, JD, they had the best angle possible. It's just a pre-fire millimetrically low, and it means all it took was one bullet. Unfortunately, that one bullet didn't quite land, and because of that, well, Aduka, without an op, going to be very sad about that, but more importantly, going to be very happy about the fact he now gets to have another duel with the enemy jet.
Nizzy thus far hasn't been the most inspiring operator user in this map. In fact, neither of the operators really has had a huge amount of viability given their way. Trying to yeah, that's good movement. Aduka going to be on one of these angles, and that's for one way being taken advantage of. Can't connect these shots. It's not a good day for Nizzy, but it's a good day for DXG when it comes to the frags.
Well, with the aggression coming now, Yes I Can. If he get a kill into Hookah, that can literally stagnate the entire push as one. Jin, though, he is this X Factor. Can he survive here? If he picks off a player, that's the round. They can't go 2 players down, especially with only 40 seconds left.
Last time they were here, KO got the drop on them. Jin sends the Dimensional Drift, in fact. For stun on multiple people, they exit from stealth, and Subby, even while concussed, is able to win out that duel. Attacker Wonder is like, no worries, mate. Just let Daddy Subby fall down to me. Attacker 1 is going to deal with it, and Nizzy, they will finally grab their frag, and it'll be a headshot of an operator, so I'll give you some style points there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just making sure a bit overkill, I think, to be headshot with an op, especially in a 1v3. But hey, they want to get the job done, they got to do it right. For now, Todak, I think they sort of abandoned going for the shower controls here. Losing 2 players like that, sort of unacceptable when you consider that that was the best buy they could really muster at the time. Down to rifles once again, no. And this time, rather than do that sort of showers presence, they've got a lurking Sova with everyone else turning their attention to B.
Huge amounts of presence given over here, and the Trailblazer is going to see so much potentially. They see at least 2, both the duelists. They know that entry is designed this way. In comes a concussion. They are going to be able to avoid the boombot though. That's going to make an assumption clear that Garden is vacated. Playing from this elbow. This is such a good position to leverage. Jin can be called in. The gate crash actually has been cancelled. They believe this might be a fake.
Out now, Radop reveals itself high. Z, gotta be very careful. Oh, he's good for one anyway.
Stay down, bud. Stay down. Get out of the sky. That's the territory of jets. The avatar of air is not going a second to think about it. You blast yourself, pop with a blast pack. I'll blast you right down with the op.
Harry, that was a very strong round from DXG on their defense. Now, bear in mind, I love the fact Todak going for a timeout here. The timeouts, that's what we haven't been seeing enough of this tournament. Now that Todak have called for the timeout, they need to figure out what to do next. They don't have too heavy a buy if they lose this one, but what's important to know, showers control has not worked. When they go for the hookah control, they always ended up being flanked. When we see the push from long, they end up in a lot of trouble as well. Now that they're relying entirely on what would either be a split through a short or a push through hookah just with a bit more speed, what's been the nuisance this entire time has been that Yoro. The Dimensional Drift didn't really work, but it bought time. And time is everything here. DXG have such a quick rotation that every time Todak try to get to a site, they've got to win. They've got to kill everyone before the site even opens up for them. Ults aren't available for Todak. Sure, Stubby 2 away, JD 1 away, maybe. But fighting for an ult orb against 3 ready and prepped ults of DXG is always going to be a tall order.
I was hoping that maybe we'd see a combo of the Dimensional Drift and the Rolling Thunder, just to give Attacker 1 a good idea of where everyone was, and to have a well-informed usage of the ultimate, but instead you'll be able to use it for your classic retake. Usual decoy is set up, the conditioning is strong here, you might as well call Jin Pavlov at this point.
Pavlov's steps, we're going to call them as.
Pavlov's footsteps.
Yeah, he gets ready for another default, but this time though, setting us attention to showers, where we have seen a fair bit of small arms fire, a fair bit of fighting these last couple of rounds. Stubby looking to be the one to lead that charge. Fakes the orb. Blasted. It's the attack on the Gravwell. It's perfect. It's
the Gravwell does not worry me. Turns up from the but hit with that vulnerable. Body shots are enough for Attacker 1. Oh, yes, I can. Takes away the space. Now you've got to worry about these angles. Will KO be able to win? You bet that they will, but it is not clean. And that means that they're down to only 27 HP, and suddenly the attackers are feeling a lot less confident.
Harry, I'm really starting to worry for them. I mean, they get ready for this rotation through mid, but they've got to run into Nizzy. Sure, that op has been effective for maybe 1 or 2 stray kills, but when you're in a 3-on-3, that 1 kill means everything. Plus, he has the knives as well, so he can play a 1-and-done angle and come out of the corner fighting. For the time being, slow, methodical control, but that star being called in, that's going to alert the entirety of the DXG as to what's coming.
They will not be able to check hookah. They have to look in this direction. The op rings out, but before they can even escape, Kale has removed them from contention. Do you invest the ultimates here? Is this the moment to make it work? It seems that it is going to be. One's already dead. They've actually stunned up their ally. Heisey walked ahead of the curve, but Attacker is unperturbed themselves. The Aftershock's going to clear out hookah, and Click's left with just a star or 2 to work with. They're playing in the garden. Do they know if elbow's clear? They've got to assume that's the case. The Cosmic Divide is going to make things so much easier, but hey, Sometimes it's not even needed. Click took the peek. Heisey took the shot. And that is going to be 7-4. And a guaranteed positive round on the defensive half.
7-4 the scoreline for Attacker. And right now, this is going to be a fairly nice game for Attacker. He hasn't had to use anything too wild in terms of ability usage. It's all been fairly comfort kind of deployments of his flashes, of his shocks. But what has been effective are his shocks into showers. Time and time again, we've seen DXG fight for shower control, and more times than not, they've won it. They sort of ruled that area of the map just off guard. You know, they're not allowed. Todak aren't allowed near there. Off limits for them. They don't want their kind hanging around here. And for Todak, as they prepare now a hit into B short, it feels like the only place they've been funneled into. That's a nice opening, though.
Just as well as it's traded off. Nizzy connects with the operator. Has been kind of wanting recently. They have the Bladestorm here, but no point in not using it. Duka's not going to give him a chance, and Bladestorm comes out on the other side. Duka's so bloody accurate when it comes to these, but Jin steps forth from the shadows. The Nazgul warrior is ready to once again send out some decoys. And look at this. Attacker 1. They were unnoticed. They held their fire on this one, seeing if they could grab any more. The knife is out. It's a free frag. They know where Subby is. It's going to be so difficult to take them out. The flash comes forth. The turn away is good. Attacker 1 is just taking so much focus right now. And Subby once more turns away, but they need Jin to quickly, and they need this to happen with some real pace. Attacker 1's been given some space to work. They've lined up one, but they need to read. Their clip was empty, Kremer, and Jin simply can't transfer the spray between two targets.
One around from Todak there. It's at long last they convert it, and that was really off the back of a fair few angels that have just gone their way. It wasn't a... There've been cleaner rounds for them, but what matters is they finally are able to, at least, even though it's the final round of the half, they're just able to win it and show to DXG that they're still alive. Move to the pistol round. If DXG win this, they're going to be trying to close out the map. If they lose it, Todak, this is their chance for a comeback. This is their signal to DXG that actually this will be a closer series than you expect.
This is Todak's map pick. They don't want to be down at the half. This could cause some serious problems when it comes to the overall mentality. It's difficult to play when you feel the weight of 0-5 maps on your shoulder. Oh, hello. That's a little bit cheeky. Couple of lineups.
Slow control from the side, and for the most part, DXG is having to hide for the time being on the shoulder peak. Can't commit anything just yet. As the
Is there anything they can do to force out those stars early?
Yeah, they're going to try to, but because they're being so slow with their control outside A, Clicky doesn't know to use them. They may just try and power through them here. Click on the jump spot. See some coming. Oh, he's being so patient with them.
Aduka. Oh no, that's the self-blind from Jin. That's not ideal at all. They will be able to fire the gravity well now. And deep in road been made. Jet. Right up close. The right click's just better, and Todak manages to win that one out. Still, Jin has the option to teleport under heaven if they so desire. And coming in from the back now is Aduka. They're not accurate enough with the ghost. The long-range frenzy works out in their stead. And Jin controls all of... I can't believe that teleport worked. They're behind the enemy lines, and they've taken out Kale. And now it's 3 versus 2. It doesn't matter how many people really are going to die here. All you have to do is make sure that the spike does not get defused. There's no point in saving weapons, and yes, I can. Who needs to reload? Who needs a bigger clip? I'll just run forward to the frenzy and shove it up your nose.
I tell you, a frenzy up your nose is not a pleasant experience. And, well, yeah, he's going to feel awful tomorrow as they're left with DXG now with a chance to really put some space between them and Todak. They get to play their bonus. They bring out the Spectres. There's no respect here, Harry. It's SMGs around the board. Nizzy, he may not even buy anything. Why should he? It's a full eco from Todak. It's a chance for DXG to walk all over their opponents, and most importantly, try to do so while building cash.
Nizzy actually ends up going for the Armorless Judge. Interesting choice here. May try to clear out Hookah. That'll be one of the greatest areas to use it, or of course U-Haul. Those tight areas. That's where you want your jet to be. But the approach given so far, There's a huge stack on B. They're outside the teleporter. They could catch Jin off guard here if they all move on through. All right, Jin is ready. What can they do? That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. Oh, Jin, you almost have the dimensional drift already. They just moved into the crosshairs, and all you had to do was hold down the trigger.
All on Stubby. 1 versus 5. I mean, what can he do? The kill onto the judge might help, sure.
There we go.
The judge, is it really what you want to save very much? He's going to be on Vandals next round. And in fact, he may not even be allowed to save the judge. They may be going for a hunt here.
Oh, judge in hand. It's going to be difficult to try and hunt into these tight 90-degree angles. Oh, I would not be surprised if we saw something like an aftershock. Maybe Jin picking up the Spectre here. And of course, Jin was given over the spike as well. So that plant got from a dimensional drift.
For now, aggression coming in. Izzy seeing what he can do. Fortunately, not much is to be done. That judge snaking into the next round. I don't like the fact Stubby's snaking this judge into the next round. Actually, he
nah, they're killing the judge.
That's the closest you can get to Seppuku in this game. As he dies, he gets rid of it. Vandals come out next round, and that is what you want to use against these Spectres. We have rarely seen a loss against the bonus, but if Todak do lose this, then it is their ticket out of this map. For DXG, I think they know that full well. And is he just not going to buy anything, go for the op on the 3rd or on the 4th? No, he goes for the Vandal. No, for a moment, Harry, my heart.
We dreamed a dream of ops on 3rd round, but the judge put a stop to that. Look at this dimensional drift. Already viable, and you can see that, yep, there's the willingness to use it straight away. The scouting begins. Hookah, it would appear, is clear. They look through garden. Smoke's put up here to try and obfuscate this. They're right next to Subby.
That's
Jin.
brave. That's
what was brave. That? That was... There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity, and I'm not sure where I put that.
I was stupidity. That was, to be honest. But Stabby, on a close angle now, has actually repositioned off the back of that kill. So he could be on for a multi here. There it is. There's the Astra. There's the first.
Wow. Okay, Kale. Okay. Goodbye to the rifles that may have been bought. Nizzy lost theirs. I'm afraid your dreams of Opdom are gone, unless it is going to be Yes I Can who would buy that up, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I can't believe Jin did that.
Yeah, he
just full on kamikaze.
That's brave, isn't it? So, yeah, right, enough's enough. Come here, as he reaches out the void.
Come here. Coming in for a cuddle.
Need 4 prod pause. We got a production pause.
Is drop bear okay?
Are we okay?
Are we all right? Are you feeling okay, Kramer?
Well, now you mention it. No, I think we're doing all right, aren't we?
Yeah. Must be drop bear.
Is it for us?
I'll ask.
Oh.
I'll find out myself. In the meantime, you keep holding that tab key, Kramer. Let the audience know. All of the stats, every single number, directly input into their skull.
I've actually found out what the pause is. Yeah, it is for us.
Is it for... for changing the title of a stream?
Yes. We're doing so much at once. It's going to happen eventually.
There you can stop baiting people into Louvre games now.
I've actually been doing that to milk viewers. That's the plan we've been doing. But no.
Dude, right. Heisy's ping's going whack.
Oh, it's been updated. I do apologize for that. Real good.
Heisy on the end of a DDoS train. Look at this. That ping's going mad.
So we're ready. Oops. I thought we were going to do that after the map, but no. That's nice of Houdini's give us a pause for it, but I don't know how the players are going to feel about that, to be honest.
I mean, they probably would have called it tech pause anyway. Like, Heisy's ping is just on a mad one right now.
Is it? Oh my god. Heisy. Yeah. He's got higher ping than us.
It's, that's going to need to be resolved. And I'm not sure what kind of time frame we have to resolve that, Kramer.
Well, that's our final game of the day. We can... Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, the only delay would be to ourselves.
That's true. We can set the scene as well. DXG are 4 rounds away from their first map win in this tournament, Kremer. It's incredibly important. They want every single advantage that they can possibly muster.
It would also guarantee their first series this tournament that they wouldn't have lost if they win this map. Which is... And so, I mean, you'd hope for it, right? But...
They can dream, but it would hurt for Todak as well. We know that Todak are fan favorite.
I'm interested as to what the motivation was behind the Jhin Yoru pick. I think Yoru as a pick was a great idea on the defensive side. I think they're still working with it. I think this is a very recent pick, I would assume. Because, you know, stuff like diving out of your rift when you could have just cancelled it, I suspect that was... that shows that maybe they're not quite familiar with Yoru. As you mentioned, we're both surprised by this. This isn't a common pick for DivisionX. So
the only thing I can possibly think of is that maybe there was some flank that destroyed their gate crash, but they put their gate crash basically
that wasn't. It was
in for a room by Hookah. Can I ping? No, I can't ping. I was going to start doing some telestration for you.
Ah, it'd be great. But no, it wasn't destroyed. So I don't know what the thought process was for it. I know he had a judge, so maybe the idea was to get point blank with it. But unfortunately, it just didn't work.
Right in front of them. They were trying to combine it with a concussion at least. So maybe they thought that a stun would be enough to give them time to get out of the form and ready their weapon. But hey... It's hard to get one over on Subby. Subby, Aduka, and Click, these guys are veteran competitors. These guys have been the core of Todak since late 2020 when they won one of the first iterations of First Strike. They happened all over the world, and in Malaysia, Todak took the crown.
You're absolutely right. And, I mean, it's been a bit of a fall from grace since then, but... Honestly, there are rounds where we see that sort of glimmer of what won it, you know? That round from Kale, for instance, a 3k spray down, like it's nothing. Or a Duka when he just runs out with his knives and just kills everyone. There's that showing that actually this is a very, very solid team. And it's just every now and then they get caught out by teams like DXG. And as they do sit 3 rounds down, they're off the back of a win. This is their chance to try and come back.
All right, Kremer. Heisy's disconnected while they're trying to fix their ping. So, highlights?
Highlights? I think we're going to do highlights. Hey, everybody.
Let's do highlights. Today's
been good, hasn't it? I've liked today. I know everyone else has liked today. But today wasn't all that's happened. We're going to go show our highlights from yesterday, where we can look at some very talented individuals. Whether or not it loops, I don't know. What we'll do is we'll just cut straight back to the game when it unpauses. So, whatever that is, we'll have to see.
Cam is populated and operated by Flipsider.
He's going to hear all these stars go off. He needs to be so damn careful here. There's the flash. There's the execution. The info's good. And oh, he's even able to get one off the back of that. That's wonderful. And oh, the info gathering is beautiful.
Oh, God. It's a massacre. Flipsider is going to catch a couple of tendrils from their friend. Predator. Blaze was like, changes everything. The jet duel is important, and Berserks has won that.
So
JD now can try and swing in. Click got 2 with the aftershock. You gotta be kidding me, mate. That's trolling. That's not real. Berserks ends up in potentially the cheat. It could be an ace. 22 HP versus very little on the side of Click as well. Time is on their side. Click gets their man, but unfortunately, time is just not tenable. I can't believe 2 people fell to an aftershock. What?
We're going to see Attacker and Heisey get their ults this
Hold
round
up,
as well.
Juicy. Hold up.
Juicy's had
Goodbye,
enough, though.
Nizzy.
Oh,
that's
my
another.
God.
Juicy, the juice might well be loose at this moment. They're reinforced with the racking tendrils of the Hunter's Fury. Attacker 1 has fallen down. Eco, they say. We have what we need. Lena grabs another. Juicy looks for the last. They've found Jhin.
Lord.
And, well, I know you've all been waiting for it. The juice is loose. Opponent yet. That's a full push there into Gardens. Darion's fallen on down, but Redco's so accurate when it comes to the classic. Playing within the bubble is Jhin. But will it be burst right here? They just randomly throw themselves out of there.
Oh my God.
Jhin just knows things differently. Who needs sight? Eyes are overrated. And that was actually a little bit of a... showing off of the hitboxes there, Valorant. You're just showing off now that triple went all the way around Jhin.
There's 35 seconds left. They're going to try and play for time. That's exactly what the Phoenix is doing now.
Presence confirmed on A, and so come down the smokes. Pinocchio tries to play within. That's great spray transfer. Can they get
perfect.
a third? A fourth, in fact. Pinocchio's got in. They just walked away and claim themselves an ace. Yes, my son, you can be a real boy. Bubble, toil and trouble. Brews up a potion of entry here, as they need to move in and try and take out Zeke. They're going to be facing the camera. Double Cypher cages right here. Will they decide to move on through? It's a flash coming through from Ivan that does so much.
Oh my
Zeke is
God.
able to work off the back of it into a 4K. Could it be? You bet.
What?
Off the back of the blind. They combine their f***s, and Kingsman finish in style.
What in the name of God was that, Harry? Zeke, he just tears through them.
Spycam is populated and operated by Flipsider.
He's going to hear all these stars go off. He needs to be so damn careful here. There's the flash. There's the execution. The info's good. And oh, he's even able to get one off the back of that. That's wonderful. And oh, the info gathering is beautiful.
Oh, God. It's a massacre. Flipsider, he's going to catch a couple of tendrils from their friend. Predator. Blaze was like, changes everything. The jet duel is important, and Berserks has won that.
So clear.
JD now can try and swing in. Click on 2 with the aftershock. You got to be kidding me, mate. That's trolling. That's not real. Berserks ends up in potentially the cheat. That could be an ace. 22 HP versus very little on the side of Click as well. Time is on their side. Click gets their man, but unfortunately time is...
Oh, after one tech pause, into another tech pause, into another tech pause, into another tech pause. We're back. We do apologise for that. Straight into the start of this game. One, I tell you what, Nizzy, he's up the antics.
Cooking a combo breaker for Todak. Gets stunned by the dog. Can they win out of the aftermath, though? Yes, I can. Is going to be forced to move away from this angle, but they are at least peeled for a little bit by the cloudburst from Maduka. Out come the Seekers, but they all head through showers, so no real information was gained there.
Let's see what can be done now as a slow but methodical push into this position of Hookah. The man's trying to stop him will be Kale.
It's a well-timed drone.
That's a really well-timed drone, but it's gone to the wrong position.
Oh, he's going to go through the TP as well. Oh my goodness. Subby. Wrong way with the drone, unfortunately, does stand out. That could actually ping the plant. Could it be easy? Attackers got themselves some cover, and we're going to have to send out a shock dart as an alternate means of damaging. Yes, I can. Waiting for this smoke to drop so that they can try and clear out elbow. Shot to the back of the head, and that was choreographed like it was done by a master ballerina.
I'm a master ballerina regardless. That was a great round from Todak. That'll be 7 off the back of some incredible bits of aim. And a retake sort of sprung like a bit of a mouse trap there. Bomb goes down, everyone's trapped on site. The players just wrap around and just get kill after kill. We're now left at 9-7 being the scoreline, but more importantly, DXG, they don't have any money, Harry. The Sheriff comes out on Jin. There are a few classics here or there, but for the most part, they ain't in a pretty spot.
It's not looking good. That much I can attest to. Jin at least can go for some cheeky stuff. Go for a Sheriff shot. Teleport away. We haven't seen many combat gate crashes for the moment.
Oh, I love that aggression that was initially shown on B long there by Kale and co. Makes me think that for Kale, they were literally just planning on getting a kill and then leaving. Instead, Click, now by process of elimination, is going to try and fight for showers.
Maduka with an elevated angle here. How does Attacker win that? A little bit of a choke from Maduka, I'm not going to lie, but also excellent aim from the breach. This eco is being converted into something brutal, and this is allowed for looted rifles as well. Nizzy's got one in hand, and despite the tuck in here from JD, this is not an enviable position. They're going to need to leverage this almost fully. An errant shot. Oh my goodness. JD gets unblinded, but not in time. Jin is connected shot after shot with the Sheriff. And while Jin is forced to move away using that gate crash, they will still survive for now. Nizzy makes it easy. And they walk away with more rifles than they started with. a looting round with 4 rifles gained. That's huge for DXG.
That's just what you want if you are DXG. An incredible round on their part. They get the follow-up kills with the pistols. We see a complete turnaround in that, catching off guard the player falling away from showers there. And for Aduka, that isn't the position you want to be in at all. Timeout called by the members of Todak, and hopefully it's just to try and get a grip of what to do next. They're like, oh, we weren't meant to win that, and now we have, what now? As rifles come up, sure, there's going to be that already on Nizzy as well, so you could really just ditch the Phantom entirely, go for the economic game, but the economic game's already been won when you won on your eco. For the remaining members, Attacker, just 2 away from his ult, same said for Jin, but the main man to watch out for is that showstopper from Kale, something we rarely saw used on Todak on their attacking side. Now they're on the defense, it may very well help with the retakes.
I'd love to see Heisey bought for here or dropped for by Nizzy so that they could just roll out.
Keep the economy consistent.
Yeah, keep the economy consistent, run with the Blade Storm instead, because 10 is close to the win, but it isn't guaranteed, Kremer.
Yeah.
Just keep it rolling forward. It's going to be a ramshackle buy of rifles and half shields from the side of Todak. They want to stop the train here.
Let's see if they can do just that for now. The breach in position, and it looks like for once again for DXG, just a matter of fanning out, going into this default. The duel for showers is not even going to be contested.
Non-existent.
Yeah, non-existent. Aduka. This will be a free ult orb, and more importantly, the lack of presence is going to give a big indicator as to where DXG have positioned themselves.
Jin yet to use any of her utility. The gate crash still going to be available. They're going to send it over towards Fountain, and it is going to be readily protected here by 4 members. A quadruple peek coming in here, and Jin's fallen down to Kale. Control of Hookah's not going to be coming easily, and Nizzy now needs to win multiple duels to make up for this, but Attacker 1 has got their back. Should be an easy plant as the breach moves on over, and this is going to gain them their rolling thunder as well. They need to be careful about their backside. All 3 have gone through the teleporter. All 3 are in Hookah. They actually reconsider a spike plant, and they have to reconsider it again to dodge the aftershocks. Yes, I can. Wins a couple of gunfights, and now it's not looking good for the defending Todak side, and they have to make the difficult call. Do we save?
This is a bad position to be in for Todak. Like, the reality is, for Todak, they've got this position where they had a flank, they had a perfect position to be in. However, they get a bit too cocky. They peak before DXG have committed to the fight. When they end up peaking, DXG, they're able to punish it instantly, and off the back of that, it means that this side really are going to be struggling. Now, looking at the investment as well, there's no money left on Todak. They seriously needed to win that round, and the fact they haven't been able to really means that at least these next couple of rounds are going to look very, very scary indeed. Now, scary is subjective because they do have the safe weapons. We can see Aduka drop. Stubby can buy for himself. JD could probably drop something if he doesn't have to get too much utility. And in terms of ult management, they're about level with the XG. But their momentum, it isn't there at all, Harry. DXG, they seem to have found a weak spot in the Todak defense on this B site, and they're just looking to exploit it over and over again.
They've cobbled another buy together. Todak ain't dead yet, but DXG, they're hungry for match point. They're hungry for that first map win to show that Vietnam are serious competitors in the Royal SEA Challenge. It's going to be a battle in sewers, and Nizzy's won it by default. Can they get the second? No. Click on the refrag. Is hot to trot, good with the aim, and Attacker 1 now. Afflicted with a vulnerable. It's dangerous to take these duels, but they're not taking it alone, because Yes I Can is at the back. Here we go with the rolling thunder potentially. This is going to miss, however, on JD. If they try and charge in after this, JD on the contact. Will they be checked? They haven't looked for JD. What a play from the corner. The spike's down on the floor, and that might be exactly what Todak needed to stop this in its tracks.
The bait and switch just perfect now. Hazy, he's got to do something huge, especially with the flank from heaven as well.
Oh, Heisey's been identified. The spike has been collected by Jin. And this time, they win out.
Oh my
God!
God!
That's a lovely flash. It's a bit of Yoru magic. And the magician is in.
That's sorcery. Really well placed smoke as well. Heisey catches cuts. Oh my god. What on earth was that from Jin? A round they had no business in winning, and we questioned earlier Jin's mastery when it comes to Yoru, but honestly, I don't think it's in question anymore now. That man has just ruined Todak off the back of some extremely well-placed abilities, the supremacy of aim, and more importantly, a very, very crucial round, giving them match points against a broken economy. I mean, on your opponent's map pick as well.
This broken economy needs to be reinforced by the claiming of an ult orb. But where is it that it will be claimed? It's on B long. This will give over Blade Storm and it's instantly popped. No messing about here for Aduka. They've done so much with these blades beforehand, but at the moment there's no information, Crema. Everyone's on B, but there is no idea.
Push coming. Jin. I mean, he's been pretty scary. I would hate to fight him right now, but Nizzy, he's the one leading the charge. He can just turn from the flashes as the push comes in.
Subby sends up multiple darts right here, and Kale playing from behind. They're able to grab... Swallowed up by the cloud of bullets, and now Jin. It all falls to them to control this entry. They move to control the flank instead. The Rolling Thunder stuns multiple people, including friends and allies. JD thinks that they can open it up, and they're damn right with the Guardian. The accuracy is there, but the spike's gone walkabouts to A.
Again,
nice retake,
insane.
boys. We never took the site, though.
Yeah, insane decision-making from DXG there. They called that rotation instantly. The Astra ult goes down, and the reason it was placed is purely to give them that audio mask for when they dive through it. Teleporter's not heard, it's a free bomb plant, and now it's going to be about a quarter, maybe a third of the way done before Todak even consider going for this retake.
Heisey, I don't want to see them take first contact, to be honest. They still have the Cosmic Divide to play with. They could go through so many people. They just hold down the trigger, and that'll be 3. Yes, I can. Grabs for love. And the Vietnamese side of DXG will claim their first map, Crema, in the Royal SEA Challenge, and it's been a long time coming.
It's been our first game of blind today, but I tell you what, it was absolutely worth it. An incredible matchup between these two sides, Jin and Heisey. An incredible game. That round from Jin, just breathtaking. And at 13-7, they're going to be feeling very damn happy as we move to our second map. We're going to go to a quick little break. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. When we return, the action will continue.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
We lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Let them keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Of things we know. misery, it's no mystery. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Wherever love flows, there is also tragedy when we're in too deep. And you and I, we got history, yeah. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain. Go look in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sorry for all the pain. I'm sorry for all the pain.
I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll take till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See you again. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, gravity pulls you straight down, down. Clear sky.
Hello, 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 welcome back. We've got DXG versus Todak. We're here on our final map of the day. This will decide if either of these teams are going to be eliminated. Now, I'm not a bracket maths man. You know that very well, Harry.
You're just not a maths man.
I'm not a maths man.
Regardless of whether a bracket is involved or not.
Yeah, steady on, Harry. I suspect if they draw this, both are still going to go out. I think Todak go out on round difference if this ends up being a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think that sounds appropriate, but I'm not willing to confirm.
It sounds appropriate. I think there's like a weird world where Sharper lose every game since now, or past now, and they end up being eliminated instead. But I don't see that happening. So. Yeah, if this is a draw, then it goes down to round difference as to who gets eliminated. Right now, you really, really need to win this if you're Todak, and pray you do it convincingly. Because looking at the round difference currently, 5 rounds separate you from DivisionX.
It's not great. And this is the map pick of DivisionX. We questioned Todak when we saw this map draw, Kremer, because... Well, Todak picked Bind, but the last time they played Bind, they went 0-13 versus Kingsman. Like, well,
yes.
they must have been power scrimming it since then. It was back in August, and seems like DXG were also prepping it quite well as just in tandem. And now this is where DXG believe they have the... Statistically, I believe they are correct.
For now, we go into this with a bit of a chip on Todak's shoulder. They need to win this. There is no other option. There's no other way to go about it. They need to win this. Looking at the hero selection, I like the fact we see the Killjoy out. I love the fact we see the Breach out on JD. For DXG, a bit more meta to see the Reyna and Jet kind of double duelist, followed by the Astra. So much information. And then another Killjoy for just a lot of utility to deploy. We see Attacker placing it now. Just really preparing for a B rush. Luckily for him, the main focus is going to be on both A and, more importantly, on mid.
Right here. Potential foray out here from Nizzy. Oh my god. Both the duelists. Shades of Juicy and Darion, but that's less Darion and more Dedion. Nizzy going to go in for the second, and they will win on the... means they can also claim out this orb. However, mid has been seeded away in all of this confusion. And now
so
Attacker 1 is isolated. All alone in a 1 versus 3. Oh, the flash is good. The nano swarm is too late, and this will be a plant.
We spoke about the pressure being on. Unfortunately, Attacker's not quite able to hold it out. Instead, Heisey going into mid, going to quickly pick up the Sova, puts it down to a 3-on-3, makes it very winnable for DXG, but they need to get a wiggle on it. They need to try and get this retake underway as quick as humanly possible. Low HP on Aduka means he is going to be hiding, but with everyone on this site, it's just one big old crossfire.
So many angles that need to be cleared. Oh!
Ooh.
That ban him. Ban him, ban him, ban him, ban him, ban him, ban him, ban him. Looking for more here. Nizzy needs to avoid this aftershock, and they'll be able to. They just walk into it again. Just a love tap from the breach. I cannot believe that Nizzy got that through the wall. Just a lucky shot, a gambit done, and a just reward is given. Still banning him, though.
I tell you what, if absolutely you said they needed something, they need to get a wiggle on it, they need to get this retake underway quickly. They just don't start moving. Quick bullet through the wall. That's goodbye to the old subby. We'll see you in the next round, and well, for the XG, I'm pretty chuffed with that one. Around there, no business in winning at all, is snatched away from them. Now, pistols come out from Todak. There's the odd frenzy there. Sure, I mean, there may be the odd bit of utility, but this isn't a big investment. Heisey, he's going to see them all coming. He's going to get the hell out of there. He's going to call for the rotation. And for Todak, they're just going to have to hope they can kill him so they can get the spotlight.
I've asked Heisey, how much can you get from a singular clip of a Spectre, I do ask? as you're approached by all 5 members of Todak, and bloodthirsty, each and every one of them. They're going to have to move through the smoke here, and Aduka's ready for their entry. Most of the clip is gone, but they do have some backup in the form of Jin. They're surrounded on all sides, so the conflux of pistol fire will claim lives unknown. Nizzy swapped over from a Vandal onto a Marshal. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to get through this door now. They're going to spend most of their clip and then move through with the Ghost. They managed to connect the headshot that they wanted. And the Shock Dart just proves too much for Subby to provide. And well, they do survive with 3 Spectres, but I would have liked to have seen 4.
I also would have liked to have seen a spike plant there. I mean, 2 players being chasing as casualty. Without a spike plant, it's about as even as losing 1 and then getting the defuse. So, DXG, it's nothing too wild yet. Heisey reinvesting a Marshal is really interesting to see without armor. So, this bonus for DXG feels more like they're buying down to 2k, meaning this is being played kind of uniquely from Heisey here. In mid, not a call to action just yet though, sees the turret, just doesn't want anything to do with it. A default being held by Todak right now, hoping to catch out an old player, hoping to work with a man advantage, and as they slowly shift into mid, Stubby's looking to achieve just that.
With no armor, that turret does poke a little bit. Does do a little bit something nasty. And continually Heisey is just triggering that turret, wondering if someone's going to peek out alongside it. 1 headshot from this Marshal is all that's needed. Heisey knows that even if they lose and gain nothing else, they'll have just over 3.9k, so they'll be able to buy up at least a Vandal and some full armor. Pinged out by that Recon. Oh my goodness. Oh, Click is merciless. Dude just racks through. There's no one left in Garden. Apart from yes, I can. Doubles down, but JD. No. You will fast, love. There's a speed limit around here.
Well, 20 is plenty.
Do you have any idea how fast you were walking, sir?
Yeah, 20 is plenty. Do you know how fast you're going? 22. That's with 3 points on your license and a disqualification from this round. Nizzy in a 1 versus 4, Spectre in hand. A kill would be nice. Maybe for the sake of Vandal would be nicer. But unfortunately, that's definitely not going to happen. Swings out, caught out by Aduka. Clean as anything as Todak make themselves fairly comfortable with their first round. But for Click, that is definitely a way to start your game. I think he wasn't even aiming for the second player. He just killed the first. The bullet went straight through. And well, he's not going to complain if he gets 2 for the price of 1. As Jin, also with Empress ready, means that these early ults started to come online. It's a full buy from either side, and this is really where we see the tempo of this game sets. Another fairly heavy position outside A. Todak seem to have found their favoured site. However, this time, looks like Attacker, or not Attacker, sorry, it looks like Heisey might consider a fight with him.
Bob Ross would call that a happy little accident. But know that Heisey now has spent all of their utility already in the early round to go away. And the gravity well. It's all about the gunplay now for Heisey. And they're going to make sure that Aduka isn't too confident in being able to parkour up on there. Jin has positioned themselves in wine. That's a dink onto Heisey. No utility and 10 HP. It's a dire time to be that Astra.
Jin caught out, puts it all onto Heisey now when... Well, as you mentioned with low HP, this suddenly becomes very dire for DXG on this defense. I mean, they've called for a rotation, so yes, I can will be there to support them. But as he goes for this support, my worry is that it may not be enough. He doesn't have his recon drone either, so it's entirely reactionary as to what's coming.
Nizzy needs to win this versus Subby. Bring up the numbers. This is so important.
Ooh,
the Cosmic Divide works out. They see the Killjoy. Do they know about Subby? JD has been pinged, but now they're surrounded on so many sides, and Kale is just so fast when it comes to the draw. They're traded out, but this is still a disadvantage, and a spike will still be planted. I love the little shock dart right there. Will deliver the damage, but they're unable to convert. Subby keeps their cool. There's ice in their veins. And guess who's still alive if not Heisey? Wait a second. Clicks ahead of a curve. Give me a chance to cast it, mate. I'm just trying my best here, Click. I'm trying my best, and so too is Attacker 1. Man.
Just trying to do a job. Trying to make ends meet. Yes, Todak. They are able to pull through a really strong round on their part. And for DXG, I already know what they could have done there. That was a really strong use of that wall from Click. And bear in mind, he got the ult orb and a plant. He's already on his way to getting it back. So a really nice expenditure. Knowing full well as well, DXG won't have any ults to stop him. So it puts it down. Sure, the round was kind of won at that point, but putting that wall down just guarantees it. Aggression now in B from Yes I Can.
JD can call upon that Rolling Thunder if it's needed, if they confirm presence here, but it doesn't matter. Everyone's already dead. They're up against an eco. It's only Sheriffs that stand in their way. A couple of errant headshots could cause some problems. And has Jin been able to move on through? They have. Nizzy stays on the other side of this smoke with a Sheriff in hand. Sieging in here is going to be so difficult, and they've already taken some poke. Oh, the turret is going to be blasted down. And this gives Nizzy a little bit more room to work with. The Nanoswarm stop their teammates from moving on into the site, and they don't care about dying right now to the spike. However, the utility is just so oppressive, they can't find themselves a fight that's fair, even if they did have even guns.
Aggression out for the time being. Jenny's got to be so damn careful. As he falls, and just like that, Harry is looking really dying after the XG.
Oh, it's not looking good at all. Heisey needs to die with the Sheriff and won't be able to take anybody with them. It's just a dive into the explosion. Take me, oh darling blackness, that I may escape this mortal coil. And that's a flawless round. Look at the numbers. Those are bigger numbers than I've ever seen.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? As
what do they mean, Crowder? What do they mean?
They mean that Todak have an incredible economy right now. Having won the last couple of rounds without really taking casualties and having planted in all of them, this is a perfect position. And as they have ults up on both Kale and JD, Aduka's about to find his. Subby, if he gets this ult orb, is entirely likely to find his this round. The only thing that could possibly stop them is this op on Nizzy.
They want mid control, but no one's willing to fight for it. Heisey, once again, will be drawn into battle. They want the advantage of catching people within a gravity well. Oh my goodness, in comes the Rolling Thunder. Heisey has no choice but to hide. Brings out the gravity well to try and stop the forward movement. But this overwhelming power of ults could prove too much. Still, this Killjoy is channeling the lockdown. Anyone caught within is to be detained, including Nizzy. They do have a protection here of the door. Surely they won't break through this to try and hunt for Nizzy. The safety is reaffirmed. Trying to blast through this door with an operator leaves a lot to be desired, and they have to move away from a breach utility as well. It's a great execution from Todak, but so many of them have been laying low. Attacker 1 falls away. Nizzy pinged multiple times. They can smell the operator from Garden, so it's best just not to peek. Yes, I can. Can you find anything here? That's a good start. Click goes down. The Sonic Arrow doesn't ping anyone at this moment. They managed to avoid it, but Nizzy is exposed. Yes, I can's become such a fragger, though. Nizzy's going to hold this cross. Subby gets the first. Can Subby get the second? Picking away at the diffuser is able to make it work, and they will escape with their weapon as well.
That must have been pretty scary to see that black mass of nothingness come at you, but he's able to escape it. He isn't able to save the op, though, so that's gone. But he knows full well DXG won't have money. When you invest in an op, it's a massive financial commitment, and being unable to convert it, more importantly, not really getting a kill with it, means that Nizzy is going to be always shaken next time he tries to invest in one. For Todak, the rifles are out. Aduka going to hold on to the Sheriff because it means we're going to see some knives being used by him. You know what they say, don't run with knives, let alone throw knives, but hey, he's ignoring that as the shaky buy of DXG is going to look to be punished.
Oh, that's unfortunate. The turret's there, so Jin rotates around to be able to take that out for them. You don't want to expend the knives on those non-personnel enemies. And look at this, just a little bit of control in mid. It's taken down by the Guardian. Nizzy's going on a bit of a here. If there's a pace on this attack, Nizzy's going to be arriving very for the party.
Trying to hold for now. With only a Marshal, there's not much you can do here. The utility's ready. The execution comes out. So this shot.
Hunter's Fury activated, and Jin has fallen down. Kale has decided that your party is over. I refuse to allow any of these continued transgressions. Your shenanigans are finished. And the attacker one here with a sheriff to play with could get a lucky headshot into hell potentially. 2 people are down there. Unfortunately, up against 4 fully equipped members, or at least 4 nearly fully equipped members of Todak, this is going to prove incredibly difficult. Turret pulled in, the turret is fragged out, and Aduka is done with your nonsense.
Another kill for Aduka, and he's going to hear Heisey and Osaka realize that we can't fight this. Dash out the way, it's all to get away. As they fade off though, maybe the knives get a bit more. That they do. Not quite the 4K. Heisey finishes the job, but he'll fall to the bomb. Another death to the bomb from Heisey. As we see a 5-2 lead being established for Todak, as they really start putting some distance between them and their counterparts over on DXG. Rifles out on either side though, and with ults ready to be expended from both Stubby and Heisey, being accompanied by both clicks and attackers should they find these ult orbs. I suspect this round may be very damn close. Once again, Todak, they sit outside A, but here's the thing. Why fix what isn't broken? They've been consistently going A, and it's more importantly, it's been working for them.
We're gonna go A until you prove you can defend it. Dummies. Heisey. They want to invest heavily in this. Will that be a counter, though, on A? Just a record star. A little bit of obfuscation for a tiny bit of time.
Stubby, gotta be so careful. He knows full well that Nizzy's on an angle he's got to worry about. Can't seen anyone yet, though. His presence in mid may actually completely bait everyone into fighting Kale here. It's all on the Astra. It's all alone to Heisey. What can he really do on A here against what will be 3 members all fighting him at once?
Heisey still has plenty of stars to work with, though. But the 5 versus 1, you're right. It's not ideal. They have to bring up the other star because they're starting to feel nervous. And Nizzy's trying to make some inroads here. Will they use the updraft to get a jump peek is the question. Multiple people. They heard someone drop. They hear the turret as well. They know that the Killjoy is at least proximal to that turret because it is still active. They can hide from the drone. And now Nizzy, will they take the swing? They will. They've lined up the second one, but they're traded out in good time. Excellent response from the Astra to get that done.
This is where we need to see ult start getting to be used. There's a massive commitment from this side of DXG. They know full well what's happening. There's the divide. Is it enough to stop them, though? Kale, oh, he doubles down, Harry.
Kale moves and Kale frags, but attacker ones all by themselves. They're only good for 1. Flick puts them in the grave. And once again, Heisey, I'm not sure if they're gonna be happy with what happened with this cosmic divide. They're forced to just look into the areas that they themselves have locked off. Everyone's in the boathouse right now. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of these post-plant positions from Todak, but in a 3 versus 1, at least you can guarantee a double peak. The Gravity Well drags them in, and Subby puts them down.
Solid round once again from Todak. They run into a stack, but still they come out on top, purely off the back of some heroic plays by Kale. I'll tell you what, eat your greens, you may be as strong as him, because right now, at 3-1 in terms of ult usage, Todak, they go into this at a massive advantage. There's only going to be pistols out on DXG anyway. With about 3k, they can't risk going for the full buy. And so for Todak, they're going to be so damn happy with this position. A chance to go 7-2 up, having lost your previous map pick, going to your opponents now. And they're feeling pretty damn strong.
The map draft has been a very interesting beast over the course of this tournament, Kramer. I feel like people are less likely to win on the maps they pick over the course of this in general. Oh, that accuracy on the Classic. It's not all that, is it?
Oh, Duke, such a strong angle to have there. All the way back, almost in his own spawn. Sees Heisey. Heisey, surprised he's still alive. So he sort of hovers just kind of piercing insults away from death. He's on 1 HP exactly.
Breathe on him and you will die. Maybe a spam through the smoke here will be enough. Oh my god, he gets a kill off 1 HP. And just a sheriff. That's mad value for that little Byro's worth of blood you had within you. Yes, I can. Identifies potentially incoming danger and then just backs off for a moment.
The abilities being thrown in as well, just to try and help out. But Jin getting a pick as well, and Todak, they're being way too slow. They're being caught out by these sheriffs, and more importantly, they're being picked off 1 at a time. This is exactly what Todak or DXG want here.
Nizzy only has the classic. They are the least dangerous member of their team right now. Attacker 1, on the other hand, has got plenty of firepower. A movement here. Look around the back. Jin has managed to loot themselves a Vandal, and they are undetected thus far. If the rest of their team can keep these players occupied, then Jin can line up an easy double. They take the swing, but already they're dead. Attacker 1 converts the Sheriff into 3, and that's a couple of looted rifles. This is exactly what DXG needed. A shot in the arm.
Harry, this is... You mentioned it being exactly what they needed. It is. Winning off the back of an eco gives them such a huge, huge economic standpoint to work with. They almost get 2 investments on them off the bat. That's nuked by Nizzy, who goes into an op instantly. But hey, his effectiveness with the op has definitely been shown. It's been pronounced throughout this first half. And for Todak, the Duker, preferring to go for rifles, actually, is, well, don't let they fall on the unreliable. Go hit A, go kill on A, go make Heizy hate himself as they continue to prove to be a menace at A main.
DXG are hoping that their economy isn't the only thing that's going to be nuked by Nizzy. However, Nizzy's going to be left alone and wanting here on B. I'm surprised they've got 3 players here, given they also have the operator. Only 2 on A, and they hear the jumps. However, not coming yet are the reinforcements. For now, it is just Heizy and Jin.
Now, more aggression has been shown. Heizy has got to be very damn careful. He hasn't risked anything too much yet. Still hiding in cover, waiting for his team to call for a rotation. And surprisingly, there is no rotation yet.
All the ult's ready. JD's
deployed.
Good to go with the Rolling Thunder. It might only hit 2 people. No, it will only get Heizy to survive this onslaught. It's going to be difficult to do so, and JD makes sure that's not going to be the case. But Jin, who avoided the incoming Icebox waves, is making waves of it, moving through the attacking side. There's so much chance to use these ultimates for great post plants. The first on the docket is going to be a pair of lockdown, and the next will be destroyed. That's going to be so much damage done now by the Sova, but they're all alone against 4, and they can't survive the hail of bullets. They drown in a sea of lead. DXG with a swift retake here, and that was a huge expenditure of ultimates. 4 of them, I believe, were used.
There's 3 ults being used by Todak there. I don't know what they were thinking. That was a ludicrous investment. Bear in mind that Sova ult did nothing. That Hunter 3 didn't even tag one of the opponents they were after. And, yeah, 4 of them were stacked up on heaven there. A JD using the ult to get in, sure that works. Instant shutdown on a Duka, who is just finished off before the knives are even thrown. A solid round from DXG, and they get so much impact out of limited investment from Attacker, and that's it. All they threw out was 1 Killjoy ult, and that ruined the Todak 4 ult commitment to a site take. Click sure as the divide is something to use, but you know, 3 rounds left of the half, and honestly, I'm starting to favour DXG here.
If DXG end up going 6-6 here after being 6-2,
yeah,
that would be manic. Especially considering that, hey, this is DXG's map pick, and they might have been a little bit shaken by how anemic their defense was the second that the rifle began to come out. I don't think Nizzy has been able to take contact yet with the operator, though.
No, you're absolutely right. With Jin in Gardens, considering an approach, I mean, he's got a few players to worry about. It looks like mid-control maybe thought of, and maybe, you know, maybe Todak set their gaze on it, but for the most part, DXG have been really kind of passive. They haven't really gone for map control. They've gone for flanks, sure, but they haven't taken positions off of Todak, and well, Todak, they seem to be exploiting that now, knowing that there could be someone deep line. They instead turn their attention to mid, where they're just going to keep pushing their way through every inch at a time.
It's going to be alarm bot here. It's going to be the first port of call to give over any information that mid has been penetrated. Out goes the drone, and this will be spotted by Attacker 1. Actually, the drone's a little bit low. The full blind is low, so Attacker 1 has to move off of this area, and now they have to cede away that space. Nizzy manages to win with the operator, and every single gunfight goes the way of DXG. Duel after duel, and nothing can be found for Todak. All the bullets are going to all the wrong places. Can JD turn the tide? You bet that they can. They take down Jin. Out goes the fault line, but the concussion is not going to be delivered to the correct place. They need to move together now. They need to look for trades. There's no point in splitting up in a 2 versus 4 because you'll only ever find yourself outnumbered.
30
Nizzy, good for the first. He knows there'll be a second there. They do stack up. And unfortunately for Todak, this has been a really shaky round. I mean, going for mid-control definitely works. And more importantly, it gave them a lot of control to work with. But the issue is you need mid-control and something else. You either go mid to A, mid to B. You either have A main control, B main control. You can't hit a site off of pushing mid. And they sort of found that out the hard way there. They go in, there's one player lurking in B main, he's instantly shut down, and with that collapse, it means the entire defense can just shift their attention to the narrow doorway in connector and in gardens, and that's just how you lose a site take instantly. Really, really strong stuff from DXG to hold firm there and keep their positions. We move to the final round of this half. Even ult splits, the ops out on Nizzy, of course, and for Heisey, 1 away from the divide means that a retake looks very, very favourable for them.
An aggressive gravity well here warns Heisey off of trying to populate this area for too
Dual
long.
off as well.
But now coming in, Subby, look at the aggression that they have here. They've already been hit once, and they're going to be joined on the site by Aduka, of course. Trying their best to open this up, and they're going to be able to connect thus far. Aduka now knows that Yes I Can is hiding elsewhere. That operator's not going to be able to ring out a single shot before Aduka claims the space for themselves. Down comes the attacking Cosmic Divide, Heaven and Hell. The Christian Afterlife is of no consequence to Todak at this moment, and Attacker 1 has to weigh up their options when it comes to engaging here. Out goes the turret. They push themselves down into Hell, but now they're isolated, a prisoner in a cell of their own making. And the second that they're revealed, Aduka is able to convert into a 4K. What a performance here from Jet.
Todak, that round was really badly needed. These kind of the latter stages of this first half, the last 3 rounds that went to DXG, it showed the signs of a comeback. The fact they're able to just win that last round means that they can sort of mitigate losing the pistol round, because it goes pistol, eco, that's just an equalizer, rather than some distance being put between them and their opponents. Now with that safety net, they're on their defensive side, the favoured side of this map. Let's see what they can do with it. Now, there's a fairly heavy commitment to B from DXG here. 30 players have stacked up, and honestly, B rushes for a pistol round. They're 50-50. They're either going to work beautifully, you're going to kill everyone, all your aim fails, and you just lose.
Kremer. JD's lining up a fault line for Aduka to go mental with this sheriff. They don't have a presence. So for now, they won't commit. Attacker 1, they could be caught in an absolute torrent. A maelstrom of utility. There's the turret. This should be it. This should be the go sign, but still they don't commit. The patience of a saint on JD, but the longer you wait, them going to give up. And now it's alerted to so many members of the Todak defense that mid isn't as safe as it once was. They need to shut the door. Oh, if they all go through B. Oh, Kremer. I'm apprehensive.
Oh, Aduka. He's about to have the round of his life, or he's about to die instantly.
This needs to be it. JD needs to send out the fault line, but it's a touch too late. They didn't get the gravity. Connaissance not good enough. Aduka could just lose the sheriff out right here. They're going to die. Swarm, they're forced to move, but it's all misses all the time. Oops, all misses as DXG swarm onto B site. They get themselves to plants, and only 2 defenders will survive. The timing just wasn't there.
You really don't want this if you Todak, do you? I mean, this retake, it's a tall bloody order. KL, E-Fools. Oh, flick. He swarmed.
Free gun, by the way.
Shut down by Yes I Can. And for DXG, that was a perfect pistol round. I think it's safe to assume that there would have been a setup from your opposition because of how quiet they were for B main. Usually, for a pistol round, you see a bit of a probe for info. That didn't come, which means they were planning something. They go fast, the fault line misses, they just outran them. And for Aduka, I think he's on too wide an angle for that fault line to really work. I mean, he's on a corner, so the second he sees him, unless the reaction is instantaneous, then it misses because they just turn around the corner. So a bit of a miss setup there, but for the most part, the reaction will be a massive commitment in mid now from the ecoing Todak members, preparing to try and fight the exact pistol round that was run by Nizzy, hoping that they'll do it on the buy round.
Who's ready for an adventure in mid? What will Heisey identify? If they take a peek here, you will see a lot of bodies running down mid that aren't really welcome here, and will those in mid hear the rushing over towards A? Heisey, unable to identify people thus far. It looked like mid was clear, and that could be a critical bit of misinformation, Kremer.
Well, because they now think that they could split anywhere, they're going to use a lot of utility to hit the safe site. Because they make a lot of noise doing so, that instantly springs the rotation. And look at this commitment to both the flank and to gardens. Right now, attacker, if he's not careful, he's about to backstab very damn quickly.
This is such a huge wrap. Every single angle is going to have a defender on it, even if they best of guns to try and use. Attacker 1 done. The parkour from KO could prove superior when it comes to making this work, but Attacker 1's got themselves into a good position by Wine. And now I worry about those who are on the site. Remember, if you can force this team to all die to a spike, that's just as good as a win. You can deny them a bonus entirely as well. We just like kills, but it will hurt your ultimate economy. They begin to try and spill out. Aduka is waiting for them. Excellent usage of a Marshal. Anyone else moving through here will have to deal well. No one's going to be rolling this way until it's going to be Nizzy who shows their face. What about you? Yes, I can. Are you feeling lucky, punk? Not enough to get away from that spike. And the bonus is not going to be happening.
Really effective stuff from Todak there. It's such a financial impact that's hit by or onto DXG. And while you're right, there is no bonus to be played, that only levels the playing field. It doesn't give them an advantage. We're still at 7-7. An equal buy comes out, and that's what you expect to see anyway. So there's been, while it has helped that round, and sure it's kind of helped them from being on the back foot to being level playing, it hasn't given them an advantage. And as they move into this round, rifles on either side, no ults on the horizon just yet, so it is all down to aim here. Let's see where the attack comes.
This round, hypercritical. Whoever wins this is going to be able to convert it into maybe 1 or 2 rounds in the postscript as well, if they play their cards right. Subby. Oh, someone's in mid. I smell them there. They destroyed my recon bolt. Both of the duelists are going to blast through mid now. Hail. Good, but Subby playing out of that smoke hits a lucky headshot onto Yes I Can. The site will be claimed and the spike will make its way over. And look at that, the lurking market from Heisey got everything that they wanted until they just run into Aduka with their knife out. You know the site is populated. You can't be making that move for themselves. They get rushed at by the jet. Aduka saving it all by themselves, but Attacker 1 just holds their nerve. And DXG will survive once again with 1 player remaining. It's in of their teeth.
Todak, they're down to an eco, and for DXG, they're also going to have, more importantly for DXG as well, is for Jin. That was a confidence round. He hit some nutty shots there, and it means that for DXG, when they do start going aggressive, bear in mind that when you have the Reyna, Nizzy and Jin, they need to be very proactive with it to make it worth the lack of utility you're going to have for a retake that you would have on the breach. Because of that, we're going to see what looks like some very fast mid-control be established. They're going to try and figure out where these opponents are playing. More importantly, where the knives of Vakuda are.
Aduka wants to find some victims, and they'll be joined by Click some jump spots here. Rather loud, so yes I can. Is happy to remain here. Just tucked behind the box with a phantom in hand. That's easy. That's easy, Clap. Now will they check upon... No, they will not. Oh, they were so fastidious in checking everything else, but they just got lazy towards that last angle right there. The breach is the next line of defense, and the blind is good, but the weapon simply is not good enough to be able to carve through multiple members. So escape is the best form of play. They say that discretion might be the better part of valor in this case. And onto the site they move. A plant will be forthcoming. Kale's getting plenty done, and Subby joins the fray. Subby's got so much done with the Marshall. That's a 3K! Hello! If it isn't the sniper we were promised.
Todak are better with bad weapons than they are with Vandals. Like, they're getting really good with these marshals, with these sheriffs, with these specters. Just go on poor buys every round. Like, Todak are really being really effective. And, yeah, we saw Stubby that round. Instant 3K. We saw a Duca with a marshal the round before, where they had to go on the eco poster pistol round. He got another 3K when retreating in mid. So they, right now, DXG, their sort of anti-ecos are awful. They treat them like buy rounds, and they just get fragmented and killed and picked off. Stubby going for an early shot, hoping to do a bit of damage, but there's Akuda. He strikes, and just like that, DXG, they're on the back foot.
My Marshall's bigger than yours, mate. Your Marshall does this. Pew! My Marshall does this. Bang!
Yeah. Oh, that's Kale.
1 HP on Nizzy. Oh, Kale just holds down the trigger. A spike is identified. The Marshall is grabbed, but there's nothing left in Nizzy right now, surely. They could get a good shot with that Marshall. Jin could hope to find something. A headshot with this Guardian, but Kale gets their third. Kale wants a fourth here. They smell Nizzy, and they have been identified. A little bit of their shoulder has been shown, and Nizzy has to make a decision. Moving out of this area is going to be difficult.
Ooh.
D.
That was a nice shot. That was a really nice shot, actually.
That was a spicy shot.
That was very spicy. They're now going to make it 9, and 9 to 8, they finally take the lead over on Todak. I feel pretty bad for DXG. They deserve that, absolutely, because that anti-eco was appalling, and because of such a shaky anti-eco, they're now left where they're just getting punished by Todak. Now they have their full buy. This is where they actually excel. Full buy versus full buy, DXD can sometimes be unstoppable. They beat some of the best teams on their full buys, and while they don't have a knock to fight Aduka, luckily Aduka's turned its attention to B, which is quite an isolated part of the map, especially if they want to up the antics and go for a very fast hit over to A.
But now it's only Jin who gathers a touch of information here. Look at this, already a huge rotation. What have they smelled that makes them all want to go to A? What happened, Kremer?
That may have just been a simple fact of quick shoulder peek in mid, shoulder peek from the defender's spawn of mid, and then gun it back out to B. There you go, there's the noise made, and once they get the lockdown on attacker as well, instantly placed as well. Kale, he has his for a counter, but because he's been picked, he doesn't want to risk expending it just yet. Full attack comes through. Nizzy, as he hard clears his sight, I think he's going to be fairly confused as to where everyone is.
Oh, everyone's just going to be diving in onto the site itself. Multiple people take up positions in the boathouse, but it's not wide angles to the post plant. Only really Jin is on an off angle, and they're going to be very, very instrumental for trying to take peeks on people who are engaged in gunfights. Stubby's already done enough damage. Heisey falls down. No more smokes, no more gravity wells. Jin needs to go mad, and they just can't do it. Kale, that was such an important frag to get, and the defenders fall one by one. The squad lines up, the blind is delivered, and it's a perfect retake from Todak. Not a single flaw, not a single pimple. Absolutely flawless.
2 rounds being thrown into it. I think for Kale, putting the lockdown was a little bit overkill, considering you already had the divide from the Astra, but it doesn't matter. It's just what you need. It gives you your 10th. You're on a full buy. You know DXG are really in a financial crisis from the aforementioned eco rounds. And now they're finally broken. Sheriffs come out, and it allows you to put some even more space between you and your opposition. Aduka currently leading the kills as alongside Kale, who has really woken up these last couple of rounds. While there are no ults available for Todak, JD will be able to bring up that Rolling Thunder in just a moment. More importantly, though, with Nizzy and the Hunter's Fury ready on Yes I Can, DXG looks to expend it for this round. It can't really be countered.
Oh, interesting. They'd go for a double shotgun there. Nifty little lineups from Subby, but no one's there to really catch them. The Blade Storm popped by Nizzy now, but they can't afford to be spotted by this drone, and so they will have an assist to help them take it out. Jin on their peak is punished by Aduka and Nizzy here. Manages to back off. Lovely stuff. However, they've already lost out on Jin. One of the most dangerous people to have on these eco rounds because of the snowball mechanics available to Arena.
Nizzy slowly pushing into mid now. Kale the man trying to stop him. We just spoke about him having a really strong second wind in this game. Can he kill the knives?
Oh, they've seen the head of... Oh, no. Kale just hits a body shot, and the Nano Swarm does the rest. Feast upon them, my little bots. A meal for you I present so gratefully. Attacker 1 is forced to just move out of that area, and they're being shepherded by these grenades. The restraint of Kale to pop them one at a time when they were needed. Kale's had a bloody good game on Killjoy.
Yeah, this has really been strong for Kale, and more importantly as well, that round there, he sees the head, but he doesn't panic. A lot of players, they would hold mouse 1 and fall back while holding mouse 1, as sort of hope to catch someone out for pushing onto them. Instead, few shots, doesn't land, alright. Pops his ability, hears the steps as they push past, lines up his shots, and then shoots, lining up despite the fact he's in a smoke and has his vision perturbed. It doesn't matter. Still a really, really strong round on his part. And for Jin, he's going to lead the charge now with a hit onto A-Main, something they haven't done for a fair while. Lovely double shock dart once again there. Stubby,
they know those tricks.
He's a proper nerd with these, isn't he?
Man. It's a little bit nasty. Out comes the Nano Swarm. It doesn't hit quite where they wanted to. They were hoping that would stop people from moving up onto Heaven, but it means Subby's going to be here, and good to meet anyone who dares to enter. For now, they stay within this smoke and give away the site. Their potential to retake could be opened up with something like a Hunter's Fury, but why get the Hunter's Fury out when you just have an operator on a Duca? Their assistance is key. And for now, we'll just throw out a couple of random shots. Needs to reload as Nizzy's actually made their way up here. If they randomly fire through 3 people, they see where the traces are coming from. They wait for this to drop, and Nizzy's going to get plenty done here. Nizzy's been called up, and they will answer the call of duty.
My god, that was clean from DXG. They get to the site and they just destroy Todak on the retake there. Nizzy, wonderful positioning as you mentioned. The flash not going to hit him as the flash was forced under that initial walkway rather than above. If they'd done it to the side there so it goes through the walls, it would have achieved the same effects and it would have hit Nizzy there. But instead, maybe they wanted to focus that area. JD just dumping it straight down. And more importantly, that gives DXG a leg room. A little bit of leg room in this. They have money now in the bank. More importantly, though, they've also forced the Duca to reinvest into that op. So a bit of strain onto the Todak economy. It won't be felt yet, but it may very well be the start of quite a serious butterfly effect.
Butterfly effects and ripples, baby. That's what the economy's all about. A Duca here. Can they win the first fight? That's easy. They dash forward, though. That's a critical misplay. They must have hit the wrong button as they did it, but they will get out unscathed. They had cover, luckily, from JD. Stunning up, making sure that any follow-up would be less than ideal.
Slow position from this side now when this attacker just has to hide for the time being. He doesn't want to commit anywhere just yet. Just sat back in B main. Watching, waiting, relaxing, almost.
Lounging.
Yeah, lounging. Just taking in the environment. The sounds, the senses. Aduka, on the other hand, metal music playing, staring straight into the scope, ready to kill.
Enjoy the beauty of floating Italy. Here you see the fault line concussing multiple members of DXG as JD waits to try and do more damage. This is the traditional Italian murdering ceremony as performed by the local guide Subby, and Aduka, of course, showing off a classical high-caliber weapon that is so familiar to the denizens of Ascent.
Unfortunately, due to the price that comes with this weapon, it's critically endangered, and we rarely get to see it's a true industry of destruction. It's looking pretty dire for DXG, isn't it? Not much money at all. If they lose this round, then even if they win this round and they do some of the only 1 player left alive, economically they're in a worse position than they are now. That's how tough this is going to be for them. Nizzy, he's all weighing on the options. Does he try and out or Paducah?
I think they're arguing for and against the operator.
Yeah, there we go.
And
They
it's
commit
for.
to it. We look at the ult usage as well. Hunter's Fury and the lockdown ready. We've got knives on Paducah, but more importantly, that rolling thunder on JD. That's proven to be so damn effective.
A new angle on Aduka as well. They need someone else to destroy that turret, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So, still a stealth operator for now. They have no idea that it's here. It's usually been on B. But Aduka knows that they can't stay here forever. So they'll back off for a moment and reposition up to heaven.
I like the fact he's repositioning. They're going to hear that drone come out. I would like to see him hide the second the drone is revealed. Yeah, the game's afoot. He knows where he is. There's the push now. And oh, he's caught out.
They don't use the dash. They thought that maybe they could escape without it. And they couldn't be more wrong, Kremer. Operator on the floor, and that's going to be a site easily taken. Everyone stacks up on the outside, and we've seen clean retakes before from Todak. But they're usually fully manned, and they've got their main firepower in the form of Aduka missing. And look at this. Nizzy absolutely free on this angle. They need to be smoked off, and that's going to be the job of Click to do. Nice little bounce there on the recon arrow. But time is not on their side. Here comes the ultimate from the breach. Multiple stuns come on through. They can't get away from the aftershock in time, and so damage will be taken. And DXG, they stay wide from the site. Only Kale and Click are alive right here to try and guarantee the dub. The Kale falls down. Click looks to save their rifle, and Nizzy, they are rewarded for their investment and will be able to keep this. But one loses their rifle. That could be damning.
They have economy, sure, but turning and facing the bomb like that certainly isn't recommended, isn't advised at least. But nonetheless,
Cool guys don't look at explosions, Kremer.
Yeah, it goes without saying, doesn't it? For DXG, they're now going to have to face the music of that round. They bring out their full investment. Nizzy with that op as well, finally looking to take that duel with Aduka. We haven't seen them take a straight engagement yet, but with Aduka positioned in mid now, it could happen, Harry. I hope it does, because both of these players have been so damn effective.
It's been an interesting duel so far. Look at this brand new angle from Aduka. Changing around every round as best they can after getting that frag on B long.
Yep.
Once again. Ooh. These fish are schooling outside A.
Stubby, he's got to be so careful. I think he may just even hide. He may just bring out the drone, hide, and then see where the attack comes from, because we've seen that Alias get used very quickly after the attack. There's the divide now.
It's going to be the old Korean strat, potentially. The easy plant at the edge of A site, but Nizzy just breaks through this barrier themselves. The rogue operator moves on forward, but can they win the quick draw contest? Up against Subby, it's not ideal, but Kale's going to join as well. The Beanie is spotted, but the shot's going to miss. And now it's been an easy plant. Everyone backs off to save the distances, and the concussion can be delivered. Scope at the moment, but everyone's too scared to move on in. Aduka misses that. They send out a couple of knives, trying their best to make this work, but it's an absolute mess. Todak and Subby have to cover for the mistakes, and through comes an absolute plethora of ultimates. Nizzy moves over onto the shorty now. Drop to me and I'll drop on you. Todak, they're down to a 2-2, but time is not on their side. Todak. Oh, they just can't get it done. 11 points now.
Oh, Harry.
So close, Kremer.
So close. More importantly, look at the money of Aduka. They used his knives last round. He doesn't have money for that up. It's going to be a very poor buy. They call for their third and I believe final timeout on Todak, and I'm glad they're using them, but Stubby, he's going to bring out a Vandal of his own. It means that Kale, if he can fight for the ult wall, we'll see the lockdown. A perfect piece of weaponry to have in your retake. Is it enough to win, though? And more importantly, is it enough to stop DXG? Because right now, DXG, the inklings of a comeback are coming. And honestly, Harry, I think if this goes to OT, I suspect DXG have enough momentum to even win.
Todak want to stop that. That's why they've called the tactical timeout. They know that everything might rest on this, and both Aduka and Nizzy are going to be at least a tiny bit under-equipped unless Heisey and Subby can supplement the income that is needed. However, both of them have to buy for themselves as well.
going to be really tough now. Timeout comes through. Ball's going to be thrown at this Nizzy. He's held on to these knives for quite a while as well. As they prepare this attack. Kale and Click, the two players who are just approaching their ult. Same for Jin, actually. Over in mid, that may be where this war's waged. Aduka.
They managed another off-raider. And it's only a minor shield alongside it. Attacker 1.
Ooh.
Oh, they managed to get away from that while stunned as well. I can't believe it. That is a whiff that Aduka may come to regret. Nizzy's made their way in here. Look at the speed on this guy. But the speed of Subby's aim adjust is just as difficult. And now, isolated and all alone, is Aduka. Both the jets are down. Jin just goes in for a little mwah, kiss from Subby. But I'm afraid it's more the kiss of death than is one of romance. And so many attackers are caught in this tiny little area. They need to try and clear the boathouse. The jumping accuracy won't be there, but landing's just as good. The XG, they're so close to being able to guarantee this overtime. The retake is not going to be clean. But Click starts off well. Down to 10 HP. Look at this. The ultimate's available. Surely KO uses it here. And now it's a waiting game. Now it is all about attacker 1. The decision needs to be made. I can't hide at the back. I must win the duels. I need to venture out. I need to... So much lays upon them. They can't escape. Todak off the back of Kale, the hero on the Killjoy, who came up so big on Ascent, will be able to win their first map. And both of these teams will walk away with a draw.
My God, it was a bloody battle and a well-fought, hard-earned draw. The fact they're able to convert it to that is really quite a miracle because, my God, it came close. Todak, they had such an effective game there. Honestly, Aduka, and for me, definitely Kale was easily the best player. The Killjoy, the plays, more importantly, the util usage was just flawless throughout that game, accompanied by a very, very consistent aim. DXG, unfortunately, weren't able to match it.
What a game from KO. That's what I have to say. I think KO's one of the newer players on Todak, and definitely proving that they deserve that roster spot, fragging out so well on the Killjoy. And while I hate to put a damper on the mood for Todak, I feel like these two may have just eliminated each other by both securing a draw here.
Yeah, I think they are. I don't want to trust my bracket maths too much, but I suspect that is it. Unless there's a world where some of the teams above them lose every match from here on out, which I think is unlikely, then that is goodbye to both of them. Either way.
Oh, there? Still a few more. There are a few more days to play. They're not done
there's
yet.
Still a chance. There is still a chance. It's not confirmed yet. So while we wait for them to play it out, we're gonna have to see just if they're gonna be blessed by the bracket gods or accursed. However, that's all for today. I hope you guys all have a wonderful, wonderful evening. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow. But until then, have a good one. Bye bye.